The following is a presentation of The Day.
The darlings of the state. The tiny roster that could. The New London Whalers won the Double M Championship with a roster of 7 players and graduated iconic program player Nolise Dudley. Yet Tammy Millsaps thinks this group can do it all again. Serenity Lancaster is a force. Nyara Dudley and the rest of the roster is battle-tested, and the freshmen can play. E.O. Smith went on a dream run last year to capture the L Championship. 3 starters graduated, but the returning cast, led by Paige Rayner and Jill Dingler, give head coach Mary Roigel reason to feel that they can make noise in their new home, Double L. 2 top 10 teams in the state in an early season test. It's the Whalers and the Panthers in the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun, live on game day on theday.com.
Welcome to Mohegan Sun Arena. It is the Day Holiday Classic, a triple header of high school basketball action coming your way with 6 of the best teams in the state, 4 defending state champions, and all of the action is live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and welcome back, first of all, to another year of basketball, and what better way to start it off than 2 defending state champions, E.O. Smith and New London High School.
Yeah, I mean, Old Blue Eyes said it best. The weather outside is frightful, but the sun is delightful, Casey. What a matchup we have here in Game 1. 2 of the premier girls basketball teams in the state, defending champions in the state tournament last year, and they're going to go at it and kick off this tremendous triple header we have on game day.
Well, when we have a triple header, that, of course, indicates 3. And I count 1. I count 2. That means there must be our third lurking somewhere. Where's George Hathaway?
Thank you, guys. It's the gift that keeps on giving, the Day Holiday Classic. And what better way to start than with these 2 teams here, New London Whalers and E.O. Smith Panthers. Both these teams coming in this matchup undefeated. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And New London, a veteran group here that they're bringing back. And then with the Panthers, a young core, but with some star talents as well on this team. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch here at Mohegan Sun. And with the addition of the shot clock as well. Both offenses love to play fast pace, so that's going to play in their favor. We're going to have to see how it goes down here at Mohegan Sun. Casey?
Well, first of all, if George is going to look like that, I'm going to have to step up my game. I've got the sartorial stud next to me, and I'm going to have to step up my game if George is going to bring it like that. Now, the weather outside has been frightful. So for all those folks relaxing at home right now, watching us, George makes a great point. A couple of rules changes have come to the ECC basketball. We'll talk a little bit later about fouls and how that's a little bit different now. But let's talk a little bit about the 35-second shot clock.
Yeah, now teams have always been able to kind of operate in the half court without any pressure of wanting to get a shot up. Now, with young players, Casey, as you know, most of the time, they're not afraid to shoot it up. But I think, once you get down into the fourth quarter, I think that's when we're going to see the shot clock really play a role in how the coaches strategize. And are they going to hold it? Are they going to go 2 for 1 at the end of quarters? So as the game progresses, I think it'll be more of a factor. I don't think it'll be a factor early on.
Now, I've been to a number of high school games in the early season, and it hasn't really come into play in the normal flow. 35 seconds is a lot of time, and I was talking with a veteran official, and he said, everyone thinks of the shot clock as the great equalizer, not having the great equalizer for the underdog team. He said, but the reality is the underdog team can't possess the ball for 35 seconds against a really good pressure team either. So what you're starting to see is teams running their sets with that clock in mind, right? Let's run a really good 30-second set. It'll be interesting, like you said, in the fourth quarter of tight games, how that affects the offensive efficiency.
Yeah, I always thought that, I never got to coach with the shot clock, but I always thought that the shot clock favors the defensive scheme. So if you had a special defensive scheme where you want to take away a certain player for a possession or 2, I think the shot clock can favor you there.
Well, we are just getting ready to get it underway, and that means, of course, the voice of the ECC, our own Bill Glennie. Take it away, Bill.
Welcome to Mohegan Sun Arena for the 2023 Holiday Classic, sponsored by The Day. Game number 1 tonight features the Panthers of E.O. Smith and the New London Whalers. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's games. The CIAC has made a commitment to promote sportsmanship in all athletic contests. Please show respect for all players, coaches, game officials, and spectators. Anyone violating our standards of sportsmanship will be warned once, and continued violations may lead to a removal from the contest. Please cheer for your team and not against your opponents. Your officials today: Miss Kathy Allen, Mr. Dan Henderson, and Mr. Greg Keith. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
Jill Dingler, Horace Porter. Brooke Sanville, Center Elementary. Jayla Hong, Horace Porter. Julia Winnicourt, Annie Vinton Elementary. Paige Rayner, Annie Vinton Elementary. Bryn Cartier, Southeast Elementary.
Charlotte Christensen, Southeast Elementary.
Jayla Hanley, Waterford Elementary. Riley DeForest, Horace Porter. Jenna Boardman, Horace Porter.
Annie Tiggs, Horace Porter.
Addison Dingler, Ashford School.
Ella Clark, Wyndham Center Elementary.
Jada Lise Rivera, RMMS.
Nair Dudley, Nathan Hale Arts Magnet School.
Olivia Benjamin, Winthrop Elementary School.
Kiani Olga, Jennings Elementary School.
Lily Davis, Winthrop Elementary School. Serenity Lancaster, Winthrop Elementary School.
Joy Schneider, RMMS.
Italia Sauls, RMMS.
Andrelis Guzman, Winthrop Elementary.
Evangelis Pacheco, CB Jennings.
They're sitting at 2-0 on the season. Up next, they will host Fitch on Wednesday for a 6 p.m. first tip. E.O. Smith is coached by Miss Mary Rickle. Wearing their red jerseys with black and white trim, put your hands together, Panthers fans. Let's meet their starting 5. Starting at guard, a 5'8" junior, number 1, Jillian Dingler. Starting at guard, a 5'3" senior, number 4, Julia Winnicourt. Starting at guard, a 5'9" senior, number 10, Paige Rayner. Starting at forward, a 5'5", a senior, number 21, Riley DeForest. And starting at guard, a 5'2", senior, number 22, Jenna Boardman. The Whalers enter tonight's game with a record of 1-0 after a win over Woodstock on Friday. Up next, a road trip to East Lyme on Friday night, a 5:30 start. The head coach of New London is Miss Tammy Millsaps. Wearing their white jerseys with green and gold trim, make some noise, Whaler fans. Let's meet your starting 5. Starting at guard, a 5'1" freshman, number 00, Jadalise Rivera. Starting at guard, a 5'7" sophomore, number 1, Nyara Dudley. Starting at forward, a 5'9" junior, number 3, Kiani Allgood. Starting at forward, a 6'2" junior, number 5, Serenity Lancaster. And starting at guard, a 5'6" senior, number 11, Italia Sauls. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right, it's time for the best part of every broadcast, some freshly squeezed juice. What are the keys to today's game?
Casey, for E.O. Smith, run the offense, execute your half-court sets, and make New London guard off-ball movement. Protect your pockets. New London has quick guards with quick hands. Don't over-dribble and give them a chance to steal the ball. And make New London go east-west. Keep the Whalers out of the middle. Make them play perimeter basketball and keep the ball away from Lancaster. For New London, play scrappy. E.O. is an experienced team and will play very aggressively. The young Whalers need to match that intensity tonight. Call out screens. The Panthers set a lot of screens and get shooters open for shots. Communication on defense is critical. And don't forget serenity. Lancaster will attract a lot of defensive attention, but you still need to get her touches inside.
You know, it's ironic in some ways that we think of this Whaler team as a veteran group. They start one senior. They're actually really, really young. It's 4 seniors starting for E.O. Smith. They're the more veteran group, but they're replacing more people in that lineup than New London is. New London only has 1 new starter. Hey, Jadalise Rivera, you're just replacing iconic player Natalie Studley. Lancaster wins the tip. Here's Rivera, lob in underneath. Allgood missed it, but the follow put back by Lancaster. It's going to be tough for E.O. to keep her off the boards.
Yeah, you have to keep her off the boards. If that's going to be how the game goes, it's going to be quick work for the Whalers.
Rayner has gotten off to a slow start for E.O. Smith. She is their best shooter, and she's got Dudley all over her to start.
So E.O. Smith will run this 5-out offense. They'll look to screen away. They'll back cut, curl to the basket, and they'll also flare for 3-point shots.
So you're telling me when I was coaching 3rd grade and they said run the 5-out, that it was something that was going to last all the way through high school?
Yeah, especially if you don't have any height.
Dudley a little bit overzealous with the move and the walk called. We have a great 3-person officiating crew today, so you're not going to get away with any shenanigans out there with these 3.
You saw in that first possession the staple of a Tammy Millsap's team, that really strong man-to-man ball pressure, defense, and E.O. Smith's just got to be patient here, weather the storm, feel it out.
Rayner looking for the ball. Dudley quickly closes her out. Winnicor, little weave action here by the Panthers, and they'll be patient. Dingler drives, gets to the basket. It is gonna count, and she'll go to the line. Jill Dingler, who has, as a junior, stepped up to becoming sort of the emerging offensive player for E.O. Smith.
And there you see once again that New London played great defense for 25 seconds, but it's hard to play great defense for 35 seconds. And E.O. Smith was patient, got the drive lane.
All good, just late getting there, got the reach. You know, a lot has been made. E.O. Smith won the championship last year, and they had to upset a great team to get there. Sauls launches a three. It's back iron, and Dingler with the rebound. E.O. Smith looking to run. Good bounce pass, and the running follow layup by DeForest as she ran the floor nicely in transition.
And don't let the Panthers fool you. They can run as well. They like to get out in transition.
Good weak side defense coming across. Boardman knocks it out of bounds. It'll be Whaler basketball. E.O. Smith went on that magical run last year where they upset some teams and won the state championship. In that championship game, Dingler really stepped up and scored some points, just like this young lady, Nyara Dudley, in the championship game last year did as well. And she said she is more than defense and grit now. She's going to be a shooter this year, and she knocks down the three.
Yeah, she looks like she's just playing with so much confidence right now.
See, Rayner wanted to pull the trigger there, but she saw Lancaster step out on her. And if Lancaster is going to defend Rayner, she's going to have to try to get to the basket. She just can't be content staying on the perimeter.
Yeah, and I think really E.O. Smith being patient and running that offense and making New London guard screens will be critical.
Lancaster there again on the cleanup, and she's going to draw the foul from Winnicor. She'll shoot two. Now, that's twice New London's dumped the ball inside to Allgood. She wasn't able to finish, but Lancaster, just too tough on the glass.
Yeah, that might just be, you know, early season communication issues because those are just two blown coverages early in this first quarter. Coach Rickle will get that straightened out.
Lancaster, who is going to look to step away from the basket this year as well, even though you look at her and you're like 9 out of 10 times she's going to be the big on the court. She needs to be on the block. It really makes their offense even more versatile when she can shoot intermediate shots, and she can step out and knock down the three as well. She's got a nice touch. So look for New London to be a little more versatile this year with Lancaster. Three spins in and out from Winnicor. Here's Lancaster running the floor. Back to Sauls. Quick trigger three from Dudley off the glass. Nyara is 2 for 2, and the Whalers are up 3.
She hit one of those last year against Ledyard in the ECC championship. The bank is open.
Oh, good hands by Lancaster for the steal.
That's what E.O. Smith can't do, Casey. 2 possessions where they get turnover, where they turn the ball over, just unforced turnovers. They can't do that.
Nyara Dudley with her 3rd 3 of the game. That one's long, and a nice closeout and rebound by Boardman. I guess you're going to have to be a good rebounder if your last name is Boardman. Open 3, Rayner, no good. Weak side rebound, Rivera, she'll push.
Rayner was behind the college line that time. Always an adjustment you have to make here when you're playing at the Sun.
Lancaster strong to the basket. She'll draw the foul, and she'll shoot 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the casino. There's probably no safe bets, but for my money, I wanted a number 5's hand every possession.
Well, this was going to be one of the challenges New London faced, and I talked with Nyara Dudley at length about it, because the one thing last year was when they needed something, Nalis could come out and get the ball and run the offense through her. She could step. Last year, Dudley, who had always been a block player, had come out and really been their guard. Serenity, the up until this year, the sort of assumption was you needed to get the ball to her, right? So someone else was going to have to possess it to get it to her. And Nyara Dudley, as Lancaster is going to draw the foul on her, great job by Dingler. Dudley said, you know, we're working on getting Serenity the ball in space, and you know, that's going to be the challenge, right? How to get Serenity involved on set plays. 4th quarter, things are getting tight, and they're saying, we're taking her away. Where does the offense go through? And I think that's going to be something that develops over time.
Dingler has shown no fear here early on, taking it to the cup a couple times. That time, nice body on, ball away to draw the foul on Serenity.
I don't think it can go understated what playing meaningful minutes in a state championship can do to elevate a player the following year. We're going to see a lot of Whalers are in that boat. Dingler is the one for E.O. Smith as they turn the pressure up, get the steal. Nice look underneath to Rayner. And E.O. Smith much better operating up tempo here in the early going.
Yeah, they want to play fast as well. Like if they have to play in the half court, they have that 5-out offense. But if they play that 2-2-1 and they want to get out and run.
Great look from Rivera to Allgood, and she'll draw the foul and shoot two. You know, it's funny what one player can do, and you see here, Rivera, great vision. Last year, New London didn't really have a traditional point guard. You know, Sauls did some, but really it ended up being Dudley. She ended up coming away. This year, Rivera, who is only a freshman, but she's an outstanding ball handler. Yeah, you're going to see other freshmen over the course of the year stepping in for New London as well. Lily Davis is a really good player as well. And so this year, all of a sudden, New London's got more ball handlers than they've had, and Rivera is going to be huge, because if Rivera can play with some poise like we've seen already, she can break people down, and that's going to get so many other people involved.
No, she's built for this. She's been coming up the middle school and AAU circuit, and you know, she's ready to step in, and it's really just going to be about right now her size. I think, you know, she's just got to, you know, be smart when she gets in with the bigger players, but she's got to use her quickness to get an advantage.
Great look from Winnicor to Boardman for an easy layup, and Io Smith turning the pressure up. There's the freshman. They're picking on her a little bit. Dudley stutter steps, baseline, lobs it underneath. Lancaster's got those great hands. New London will reset here now. Shot clock down to 10 as they start this play. Rivera's gonna have to go. Stutter steps, Dudley, and we're gonna get a step on the line out of bounds on Dudley. But there's good pressure defense from Io Smith.
Well, what I like is that, and they do this a lot in Rhode Island, they play this half-court trap that eats up about 15 seconds of the shot clock. So then once you break that, now you only got about 20 to operate, you settle in, and now you're only down to 10.
Kick out, three, Dingler, good. Jill Dingler knocks down the triple, and Io Smith's got back on top by 2.
So here it is again, Casey. They're gonna set up at half court. It just slows New London down a little bit.
Sauls for 3, short, pinned, Io Smith. Jump ball, possession arrow favors the Panthers. Oh, come on, come on. Oh,
wow.
I'm gonna give
Wow, that's amazing.
Nothing like athletic officials. Mr. Henderson showing that military background. He can still do the chin-ups on the net.
Looks like New London playing a little 3-2 zone now. Maybe a 1-3-1.
Dingler gonna walk. That's that. We see so many kids. Well, we see, you know, all the way through, pros too. That shifting of the feet to try to get that quick step, and it's travel every time. I'd like to see the hard step, you know, keep one foot on the ground and give me that hard step.
So Io goes from the 2-2-1, and then they match up.
Lancaster for 3, back iron, side, good rebound, Boardman. She's very good positioning her body. Here comes Dingler in the other direction. All the way to the basket, Jill Dingler will draw the foul, and she'll shoot 2.
And all of a sudden, Casey, New London has a matchup issue. They got to find somebody that can keep Dingler from going to the cup, because she can put it down. She's quick, she's strong, and all of a sudden, you know, the Panthers have weathered this storm. They have a 2-point lead, looking to add to it.
So I'm going to go out here and say I think it's got to be Dudley. They had Dudley on Rayner, but Rayner is not as dangerous getting to the basket as Dingler, and Dingler physically is, I think, a little bit too big and strong for Jadalise Rivera. I think you may see Dudley switch over to Dingler, and someone else can go and try to knock down, you know, with Rayner. I think, because if you guard Rayner on the perimeter, I think that's the biggest issue. You know, you don't want her to get hot. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dudley switches over on Dingler, because there's no real answer for her right now. Lancaster, nice move, a little strong, great rebound, Boardman. I love what I'm seeing from Boardman on the glass. Dingler, open 3, straight away, got it. Dingler, putting on a show here. Io's up 6. Dump down, all good, she's trapped. Whalers are gonna lose this one on a, almost a backcourt. Instead, Dingler comes out. And we're going to get a travel. That was a good defense that time from Rivera.
Yeah, and you can see, Casey, this 2-2-1, they're giving up the wing three. But who are they giving up that wing three to? Not Lancaster, and not getting the ball when they give that up. So New London's got to be patient here and try to find a way to get Serenity the ball.
Rivera, stutter step, Sauls, quick trigger three, back iron, no good, but Allgood, rebound, and she'll shoot two. Kiani Allgood working the boards.
And they do give up that. So because they're in the 2-2-1, that's why we found, or New London found Allgood open a couple times, because they only have one defender patrolling the baseline at the start of that press until they're able to match up again. So if New London could get it inside quickly, they can find some easy baskets. But super impressed so far with the Panthers. Really, 5 girls, all kind of similar in how they play and operating as one unit.
Second one no good, but look at Lancaster go up high for the rebound. So long and so gifted around the basket.
Yeah, she's just different. And as this game goes on, I think you'll see Coach Millsaps look to get her the ball more.
Dingler's on the bench right now. Let's see where the offense comes from.
$14 on the shot, 27 on the game.
Interesting to note, Rayner and Dingler on the bench right now, meaning the only 2 returning starters from last year. So this is an all-new 5 on the floor right now for E.O. Smith.
And they got some youth out there, the sophomore, 23.
7 seconds, they swung it around, got a good open 3, and it's knocked down. Triple. They call her Annie Tiggs. That goes off Allgood's hands.
And that's where Rivera, you know, she doesn't have the size yet. She's going to have to use her craftiness to kind of make sure that she gets a defender to bite, and she can go by her for a layup.
We're at the end of one. 6-point lead for E.O. Smith. Hard to believe they are running with the Whalers and doing it even better. State champion over state champion. We'll be back with second quarter action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
All that is good begins with a smile. At Waterford Dental Health, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you with the personalized, gentle care that you deserve. Part of our commitment to serving our patients includes providing information that helps them to make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. Our website is a resource we hope you'll find both useful and interesting. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com.
Good first quarter from E.O. Smith. Doing actually what we thought New London was going to do, which was pressure and run. And the difference right now, I think you nailed it, Juice, is that E.O. Smith seems very confident and very efficient in their offensive sets. They're getting in and out of their pressure well. New London's still kind of looking like they're trying to figure some things out.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a freshman point guard. She's going to be unbelievable. When all is said and done, she's going to be one of the New London greats. But, I mean, second, third game of the season, you know, you're gonna have some growing pains. And this is a tough, well-coached team, and they're throwing some different stuff at you. It's not just like straight man or straight zone. They're switching from a half court, a zone press to a man. They're trapping randomly. So New London's got to weather the storm, but they still have the best player on the floor, with all due respect to all the Panther players. And if you can get the ball to Lancaster inside, you're going to be able to make some progress here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think that there's a real sort of the growing pains for New London are going to exist early. But right on cue, coming off the screen, Rivera with a veteran move gets the basket and cuts the lead to 4. these are the games that both of these teams look forward to so much, because you can only learn so much about yourself, when you're playing sort of conference teams of similar ability or lesser ability. Like these step-out games against, the elite of the state are where you really learn about yourself.
Yeah, neither of these coaches are really, worried right now about wins and losses. They know they're going to be there come state tournament time. They're trying to learn about their team. They welcome the adversity during the game that they're going to face, because you can't go through a season without facing adversity. So the more adversity you can face early on and how you overcome that, that's what makes these big-time matchups in the preseason or early in the season good for the long run.
New London switching on the perimeter. That leaves Dingler on Allgood, and now switch over again. So Allgood right now, and they tried to run the nice screen and roll, but Lancaster is just so long. She gets into late passing lanes you just don't normally see people get into. That was a good dump down, but a little too much. The idea was there, but you got to let her get set. Give her the ball in a better spot.
Yeah, and once again, just learning how to enter the ball into the post. It's another skill that's going to be drilled. She's got one of the best high school coaches in the state. She's going to learn how to do it.
Well, I think that one of the things we see so much with high school kids is they all love to dump the ball in. The bounce pass in, the angles in which to get the ball to a big is, I don't want to say a lost art, but I just don't see the kids doing it as much. It's always over the top. Yeah. And I get when you've got, and Lancaster closes weak side with the block, the temptation to lob it into Serenity makes sense, right? She's bigger than everybody else. But that doesn't mean, if they're overplaying her, that you shouldn't also be able to dump it in differently.
Yeah, and also you got to change the level of the defender's eye. So if you want to pass high, you got to fake low.
Lancaster, Serenity now! Knocks it down, and she'll shoot the bonus. The lead's cut to 2.
Yeah, and as good and as tough as this E.O. Smith defense is, Serenity is just taller, longer, and when you get her the ball down low, it's going to be really hard for the Panthers to stop her.
I think what gets lost sometimes is what a good athlete she is and what great footwork she has. She's had good footwork since she was a freshman, and you could see it there. That catch, able to establish and spin away from contact, that was a really nice veteran post move. And she's such a good athlete. I think people see the length and the size, and they don't realize that her footwork is just so ideal. Rayner back in the game for the Panthers. Great look underneath the Dingler. She's going to draw the foul on Rivera. That's a veteran pair right there going up and picking on the freshman.
Yeah, this is a tough offense to guard, because you're going to have back cuts. You're trying to watch the ball. You're trying to see ball in man. And if you're a step too slow, they're going to back cut you and get an easy layup opportunity.
Dingler misses the first one. Now, we talked a little bit about the shot clock rule change. There's a second rule change that I think is going to have much more impact on the actual game, and that is the bonus for fouls. We used to have traditionally, when you got your 17th team foul in a half, you went to the 1-and-1, and then at 10 fouls, you went to the bonus 2. Well, that's different this year. Rivera for 3, in and out, no good, but Allgood crashes the board. Rivera pump fake, and they're going to get her on that pivot foot. So this year, when you get to your 5th team foul, you go right to shooting 2. And the difference is, at the end of each quarter, the fouls reset. But it eliminates the 1-and-1 from, the culture of basketball. And I think that the 1-and-1 was to me, it was one of my favorite parts at the end of games. Like, that's where you gotta show your mettle.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about it yet. The traditionalists, I do like the 1-and-1 for the drama, but I do think that it could help players stop fouling, and committing silly fouls.
Oh, great look from Lancaster. All good. That's the third miss for her under the basket. She is normally very, very reliable under there, and just so far, Kiani Allgood has not been able to get one to go down. Please continue, Juice.
No, just saying, I think if you know that if you commit a foul, the other team's going to get 2 free throws, maybe you're going to be a little bit more disciplined and play a little bit cleaner defense, and we all want a cleaner game.
Kick back out. Long 3 from Rayner, and that one can't go. In and out. Allgood with the rebound. Rivera will push. And it's off Dudley's hands. It'll be a turnover back to E.O. Smith. So it's not the traditionalist in me, because I'm actually one of those people who thinks, tradition's a really overrated reason to keep something. I'm like, I prefer evolution to tradition. Keep getting better. Make things better for the game. And I think you're right in that I think the trickle down to it might be better awareness of fouls. But in the early going, that's a super tanker. You're not going to suddenly teach kids to play better and foul better. So for a while, it's just going to be a lot more free throws. I love the resetting at the end of the quarter. Look at Lancaster, hard to the basket, can't stop it.
Yeah, it's just, there is no answer right now in this defense that E.O. Smith is playing. They would have to go to a double down, a totally different defense.
Rayner cannot get one to go, and Allgood with a strong rebound. New London looking to push. Here comes Rivera. Crossover on Dingler. Pulls it back out, dumps back down to Lancaster, spins away from the double. Basket is good, and the foul. Give him a yell, Serenity.
And see, here you see the evolution of the point guard, though, as well. Feed the hot hands. How many times, Casey, have we watched a game and a kid hits 2 in a row and then another kid just shoots it? The point guard knows who the point guard needs to know who the hot hand is and continue to feed her the ball.
Before we go back to the foul free throw talk, I'm going to season what you're mentioning, because I can remember a time when an NFA team had a hot hand, a guy named Marcus Outlow. He was so hot that he set the gym on fire walking in during one particular ECC tournament run. I don't know that he could miss. And during that ECC run, I seem to remember a coach, a young, fresh, boyish coach.
No beard.
Screaming to his team, if anyone else shoots the basketball right now, because Marcus made the first one from 5 feet behind the three-point line and didn't miss for about 7 days.
Yeah.
And I just remember it was like, if anyone else shot it, you would have run onto the court and tackled them, because you had somebody who was so locked in, it'd be crazy to do anything else. Right now, Lancaster is feeling it. She knows she's got the size advantage, but that last play, she knew the double was going to come. She recognized it, spun away from the double, and if she's going to do that, then you're going to have to double her from both sides, meaning you're going to have to tell someone to help whichever way she goes, and that's when you're going to see layups happening the other way. So what a difference. You can see the maturity of Serenity Lancaster, and to your point, the very quick maturity shown by the freshman point guard.
Yeah, because she knows that she can score. Jada scores at will, before she got to high school. So, but she has to recognize that as a point guard, sometimes you have to find the other person for the points.
Good defense by the Whalers. They'll get the back and over backcourt violation, and so Whaler basketball. Back to the fouls. I love the resetting at the end of the quarter. I think that's great, because I think that, it gives teams a chance to play aggressively at the start of each quarter. Dump down to Lancaster, good recognition and a kick out. But I don't mind the 2 free throws. I just question what getting rid of the 1-and-1 does. I liked the 1-and-1. I liked the idea that you only got one chance and you couldn't miss it.
It was definitely good for the viewer, that's for sure. A lot of drama in the 1-and-1.
Dudley's 3 is going to come up short, but it goes off of E.O. Smith. So, to me, it's like you go to the line. It's 50-49. You're down 1, and you're shooting a 1-and-1. That's the difference between that and knowing you have 2. I got 2 cracks to make this one shot. It's a huge difference. Now, I don't think that's traditionalist, as Lancaster didn't get it off in time. There's our first shot clock violation of the day. I don't know if that's traditionalist or just me liking what it does for the game, but we'll find out, because 5 years from now I might go, oh yeah, I remember when we had one-on-ones.
Well, it is a dying rule, because, you know, women's college basketball got rid of it. The NBA doesn't use it. WNBA doesn't use it. So now you got only NCAA men's basketball.
Foul on the floor, and that was a good job, E.O. Smith moving the ball around. And they're acutely aware of where Lancaster is. When they catch the ball, if they know Lancaster's in the vicinity, they're looking to reverse it right away. That's really not only great coaching, but really savvy basketball to reverse it against that defender that they want to avoid. Rayner pulls up just inside. Now, I have been covering basketball for 360 years, and I have never seen in the first half of a game a ball that gets wedged on either basket. We've had one in each direction by each team.
Yeah, and Keith didn't. Keith, in the old days, Keith would have reverse jammed that.
Well, I want to know why official Henderson didn't go up on the net again and take it down like he did last time.
I think quit while you're ahead, right?
So it's going to be, possession is going to stay with E.O. Smith. So that's a jump ball. Jump arrow favors E.O. Smith, so they'll have it.
That's the right call. Great communication by the officials.
But have you ever seen a wedge on both baskets?
Now I'm coaching a second grade basketball, so I see a lot of interesting shots.
You've seen it. Oh, look at Dingler get to the basket and get her own rebound. Knocks out of bounds. It'll stay with E.O. Smith. I really love Jill Dingler's game. I like how she knows how to get to the basket, use her body.
I mean, you could say right now we could see both of these teams back here in March. I mean, these are two well-coached, skilled basketball teams.
A little interesting 1-4 set, a deep 1-4 set for E.O. Smith. You don't often see so you see stacks so much. You don't get you don't often see people start that far away from the basket and come towards you. That's a new look. That's a different look. Dingler loses it this time. Rivera, smart, gets it to Sauls. Dudley picks it up off of a deflection. Long three for Rivera, no good. And a great box out by Boardman.
Absolutely. Allows
Dingler to get it. She gets tied up, though. Possession stays with the Whalers. That's a Boardman, again, if you're going to have a name like Boardman, you better be able to rebound. But she's got great fundamentals in the box out. She closes out early. Dump down. All good. That one was all good.
She just knows her role, right, Casey? She's just there on that block, working hard on defense, not trying to do too much.
Steps in on the pick and roll and gets the steal. Whalers going to push it the other way. 4-point lead, and a little bit too strong from Rivera, but they got a break. It goes off of E.O. Smith.
Yeah, the Panthers let the Whalers off the hook that time. So Panthers go 2-3 zone out of bounds here.
And there's the stack. See, there's, like I said, right on cue. Sauls, open three, high arcer, good. Italia. That's called finding yourself in an unenviable position. Ella Clark caught it and realized she had nothing to do with it because Serenity Lancaster was right there. She tried to do some post moves, but there was no help. And that's the other thing, too, is if you're going to dump it down deep like that, follow it up and help her out, because she was stuck there with nowhere to go. 35 seconds remaining here in the half. Whalers up 7. Good hands on the perimeter. 21 seconds, 5-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And Whalers are going to turn it over here. And EO is going to have 17 seconds, no shot clock, so they got 17 seconds to get it off. That's another thing with the shot clock now. We get to talk 2-for-1s at the end of half.
Also, that's something that I missed out on. That's a fun part of coaching.
Yeah, you know, for someone like you, you would have loved the shot clock, the extra intricacies that it would have brought for you. You would have been the best. You would have been You would have been the 2-for-1 king. You would have been out. I can see you now. The math in your head would have been going immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I was always more intrigued by what we could do on defense to change it up. I thought E.O. Smith had a good plan at the beginning of this game and causing passes like that, but New London was able to settle down here midway through the second, and they really have control of this game. See what E.O. Smith does at halftime to make some adjustments to try and stop Serenity.
3.7 seconds before the half. E.O. Smith looking to get one off before halftime. Rayner, good if it goes at the buzzer, just shy. It's short. We're at halftime. It's a 7-point lead for New London. So they right the ship after being down some points early, and they turn things around. We'll find out what Coach Tammy Millsaps has to say about the first half here for the Whalers. She's with our own George Hathaway. George, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Coach had a lot of turnovers in the first half. Going into the second half now, how are you going to try to eliminate that?
We just got to push the ball up the court and take care of the ball. Real simple. They start out in the 2-2-1 and they drop back, and now we're coming down on a half court, just making some careless passes. Just got to tighten up on the pass. We look good. Look good.
And down low, I mean, E.O. Smith has brought a lot of pressure. How are you going to look to break that?
You talking about the pressure on Trinity?
Yes.
Keep throwing it in there.
Yeah.
Till they stop her.
All right.
Got that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Coach. Guys.
Sometimes it says it all. We're at halftime. Hey, you know I love those Got It. Stay tuned at halftime because we got all kinds of fun stuff. My guys from CNS Pawn sponsoring a new video. Check it out along with some other videos. We'll be back with second half action. It's been fun here at the Holiday Classic.
The Got It of the Week is brought to you by CNS Pawn. This week's Got It comes from Catherine Kolnaski, Magnet School.
Oh no, my shoe's untied. Got it! Do you got it?
The Got It of the Week was brought to you by CNS Pawn. You got it, they want it. Call my guys, 889-PAWN, located in downtown Norwich. Whatever you got, they want. And just like game day, they got it.
Last year's Class MM Championship game served as a de facto passing of the torch in New London, from senior Nalise Dudley to her 6 younger teammates. Among them, Nalise's younger sister Nyara, who is ready to step into the spotlight.
Do something different, make my own name for myself, let my sister carry out her own legacy, keep her history going with herself and make my own. Well, last year, mainly all I did was play defense, shoot, and I've developed more with ball handling, all around, becoming an all-around player, sort of like what Nalise did, so having to do every position.
Though just a sophomore, Nyara Dudley carries herself like a veteran leader, having played nearly every minute last year on a championship team with only 7 players.
More of a leader on the court for the younger players to look up to, knowing we got a young team. Yeah, I learned a lot from my sister, just how she carries herself, getting frustrated on the court like she doesn't show it. I'm working on that as well. And just her being able to carry herself, when her team is down, her being able to bring it back or doing whatever she can possible. So basically all what I do is examples of her as a leader to me.
On a team with high expectations, Dudley is carving out a role for herself.
I like when people mainly just see my fight, in general, all my hustle and hard work, not just going based off oh, I had the most points.
That's a little Dudley action.
It's more of she's something different. She's not like every player. She's not your average just scorer. She's doing more than that. I call myself the energy.
Great hustle by the younger Dudley.
Dudley and her fellow Whalers believe that last year's experience sets them up to achieve greatness again this season.
Well, with the little bit of girls we had and whatnot, it brought us together more as a team because knowing this is who we had to rely on. There's not much options we got but ourselves. And it opened up for ourselves to show what each of our teammates could do, giving us all a chance to play. So Because I definitely wouldn't be the way I am now if I didn't have that opportunity last year.
All that is good begins with a smile.
To E.O. Smith, and then my sister and brother obviously went to E.O. Smith, and we've all played all sports, like soccer and basketball.
Along comes Paige, who started at our summer camps first when she was a little tyke, and she has just grown and matured and become, as even Dad will admit now, the best shooter in the family, and candidly the best shooter at E.O. Smith this year.
What do your parents talk to you about? Do they ever talk about your sister or your brother and the things they did?
Yeah, they talk about that, and they obviously encourage me.
And you have not only a sister but a brother who also was a very talented athlete. Sometimes you're the youngest kid and you just look to find your own sport. But Paige's passion from day one when we met her was all about basketball. She has developed not only the best shot in the family, but she's also developed an all-round game now and is a terrific, not only skill-wise basketball player, but on the court and off the court, a terrific leader by example as well as by voice.
This year I was a captain of a soccer team, so I feel like getting that leadership role already, I kind of know what it's like and and what goes well, what doesn't go well, how I can step up. Seeing last year, the leaders from last year and what they did, what they could accomplish, and when I was under them, I felt welcomed, I felt comfortable. So I feel like this year just comforting everybody else and taking on that leadership role is a big piece.
This is a young lady who always has a smile on her face. She always has a positive approach to things. She's just a smiling, positive young lady who wants to not only help those on the team, but those off the team in terms of her friends and those at E.O. Smith who know her outside of basketball.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
We're back here at halftime, 7-point Whaler lead over the Panthers of E.O. Smith. And Coach, first half, looked like New London was going to run away with it early, and then E.O. Smith really kind of locked down, and New London figured it out. It was kind of like one of those things where we didn't know which thing would stick, but at the end of it all, you said the best players make the plays, and that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, and we saw a star kind of born a little bit early on in this game in Jill Dingler, the junior, who has a much bigger role this year for the Panthers, and she really took control in that first quarter and gave the Panthers the lead. But then when New London fell behind, they knew they had to go to old reliable, and that's Serenity Lancaster, and she was able to give the Whalers this help give the Whalers this 7-point lead here at halftime.
Yeah, we see Dingler here, back-to-back threes, and then Tiggs with a three, and we thought maybe E.O. Smith had kind of figured it out, but Rivera so good, got to the basket early in the second quarter, and then it became the Serenity Lancaster shot.
Yeah, well, E.O. Smith likes to shoot a lot of threes, so we always talk about at Mohegan Sun, with those two lines there's an adjustment that has to be made. But they're a very good three-point shooting team. They run that 5-out offense. They're going to have to hit some threes here in the second half. But I thought that three right there by Italia was very timely. It gave New London the 2-possession lead. And now New London can operate a little bit more freely, knowing that they have a 7-point lead here to start the second half.
All right, well, Coach, let's talk a little bit about what each team needs to do moving forward. It's time for our second half adjustment, brought to you by Casey Chiropractic, located in Colchester, Connecticut. Dr. Casey and his team are dedicated to providing quality assessment and planning for total body health from head to toe. Casey Chiropractic will work with you on moving better and feeling great. Give them a call at 860-537-2202 or check out CaseyChiro.net for more information. And listen, I know how great they are because Casey goes to Casey, and I have never felt better. Those are my guys. They take good care of me. Coach, talk about what both teams need to do.
Well, the E.O. Smith Panthers, they got to keep doing what they're doing, but on defense, they really need to find a way to meet Serenity high. And by that I mean you're going to have to match up at some point and put a body on her once she gets to the foul line. You saw in that highlight package, when she's able to cut down to the block and catch it at the block, you're playing with fire there. So you're gonna have to meet her high, be physical. Now, if Coach Rickle wants to throw in a double team or something like that, but really it starts with meeting her high and making her catch the ball on the perimeter and not letting her catch it down low. For the Whalers, I think it's as simple as not turning the ball over, Casey. If they are able to take care of the ball and make sure that they keep getting the ball inside, like Coach Millsap said, keep giving her the ball inside, I think this is their game to lose.
One thing that should be mentioned, and it's certainly not surprising, it's not lost on the Whalers, they played 5, no subs in the first half. E.O. Smith, a little bit deeper, rotated some more folks in. Now, New London we saw them play 5 and 6 almost all year last year. They're kind of in the same boat because of a couple of injuries that have limited them. But, does that become a factor? But if there's ever a group prepared to do it, it's this group.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't think that's going to be a factor. Mentally, I think they're just going to have to continue to make good decisions, and E.O. Smith's going to try to force them to make bad decisions.
Dump down to Dingler on the first possession. She had Sauls on her off the switch, and Sauls did a nice job disrupting the shot.
And there is a change here, so going man to start here.
Lancaster wanting it. Rivera goes all the way to the basket. That's not one she'll miss often. Dingler up ahead, gets it to DeForest. Run, DeForest, run!
Yeah, and we said that earlier. E.O. will run in transition, and here's another turnover.
And they're going to call the backcourt violation here on Rivera. But either way, E.O. had the steal. And it's funny, I feel like E.O. Smith jumped out because of pressure, got away from it a little bit, and we may see them pressuring more here in the second half.
And London's kind of fallen back into this zone. It's like a 3-2, but Serenity comes up into the middle, so it's more like a 3-1-1.
Good weak side help from the Whalers. Now they'll push with Rivera. Dumps down to Lancaster. She spins baseline. Can't stop her once she gets down on that block.
Yeah, once again, you got to meet her high. You can't let her settle in there.
Dingler. Double teamed, kicks out. Nice pass on the baseline, but it's picked off by Rivera. And we're going to get a tie-up. Possession arrow favors New London.
And Coach Millsap did mix in this zone defense a little bit in the first half, but I think when New London goes to that defense, E.O. Smith cannot run their 5-out offense. They're going to have to do something a little bit different.
Lancaster steps out, knocks it down, showing the evolution of her game.
She's just starting to separate here from the defensive players that are trying to guard her.
So you said she's special, she's different. We said that about Nali Studley last year, and this is Serenity Lancaster's turn to demonstrate that all-around game. Long three straight away, in and out, no good from Winnicor. Whalers rebound, looking to go up double figures here. All the way to the basket. Rivera fouled hard by Winnicor. And she comes up hobbling a little bit, but look at the hard contact here as the freshman banged into Winnicor.
And she's quick. You got to keep her on the perimeter, make her go east-west. or step in and take a charge when she drives to the basket. Danger zone here for the Panthers, down 9. Whalers have the ball. They need a stop here.
Lancaster finds Dudley. She spins to the basket, doesn't go down. Allgood got the rebound, and she'll be fouled.
Another timely offensive rebound for Allgood.
I mean, she's probably the most overlooked in the starting 5 because, you know, Sauls is in the conversation, but she has the ball in her hands a lot. Allgood kind of makes all of her own opportunities, whether it's good position offensively on a dump down or defensively. And she is like that Dennis Rodman type where she's all angles for rebounds. She cuts in impossible angles and is so good at around the basketball.
Yeah, she does her job, plain and simple. EO's gonna have to hit some threes. That's really a big part of their game on offense, and they have struggled from the perimeter tonight.
Dump down, Lancaster spins away from traffic, no good. Solid defense from E.O. Smith. That's about as good as you're gonna do with Rayner. No good on the 3 by Winnicor. And look at the rebound and the putback by Dingler. She'll shoot 2. What impossible body control from Dingler. Wrestling it away with the strength, the wherewithal to know she's fouled and get it up so she can get the 2 shots.
Yeah, she definitely has a lot of strength, and they didn't call a shooting foul there. I'm surprised.
I'm going to call that on the floor. I think looking at the replay, it's not a bad call because she was definitely grabbed while she was, you know, on the floor. I think that's a pro 2 shots.
And Dingler, that's a layup in pretty much every high school game except for tonight when Serenity comes off her man to help.
EO's going to go into that 2-2-1 half court now. Dangerous place. Now Rivera attacks, finds Dudley on the cut. Back it goes to Rivera, dump down to Lancaster. Good step in and defense from Ella Clark. Dingler all the way to the basket. Sauls defended it. Rayner can't get it to go, and finally Lancaster comes out with it. Up ahead to Dudley. And right now, I think you're going to see a timeout because everything's getting a little bit reckless.
Little hectic.
But I like what Coach Millsaps is going to say. He just says, no, let's calm it down. Dudley, quick trigger shot, no good. Look at Allgood go up, but they're going to say over the back at Dingler. And if that's my recollection, I think that might be 3 on Allgood. That's Allgood's 4th. And still no subs. I don't think you're going to see Joy Schneider into this game until Allgood fouls out. But we're in the 3rd quarter, and she's got 4.
Yeah, that's, but we're not going to question Coach Millsaps. She had 7 people in the entire program last year.
I didn't win the state championship last year. She did.
With
Rayner, make it rain! Paige Rayner for 3.
Needed it. Needed it in the worst way, and I think this is a good timeout here because they were a little unsettled the last couple defensive possessions. Big 3 from Rayner.
We're going to take a Core Plus timeout here. Whalers lead cut to 6.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership is open so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org.
6-point Whaler lead. Rayner knocks down the 3. Now that's big for a couple of reasons. We did our feature on Paige Rayner, and Coach Rickle said that she's the best shooter in the family, best shooter on the floor, and she has really struggled in the first 2 games this year. She has not knocked down a bunch of 3s. You know that shooters get hot very quickly and very easily when they knock one down. If that is the indication that Rayner's going to start being able to make some 3s, E.O. Smith can, carve into this lead very quickly. So I love that timeout as well. not only to set up the defense, but I think you're going to see them get Rayner the basketball more. Find out if she is hot.
They're trying to front Lancaster now, which is a good adjustment.
And she goes up strong, draws the foul on Clark. They were fronting her with Boardman. Boardman, who's listed at 5'2". Lancaster's listed at 6'2". Quick math tells me that's a foot difference. So the fronting with a 5'2" player, it might not be the, I don't know how hard it is to lob it over the top of 5'2". Lancaster knocks the first one down. She struggled from the line in the first half.
Yeah, I think, just putting myself in Coach Rickles' shoes, you got to try something. You saw some of the New London entry passes float a little bit. Just give them a little bit of a different look. It's playing behind her wasn't stopping her, Casey.
I absolutely love, the different looks. I love the wrinkles. I don't care if you do something different just to show. I think that's a big part of, I love that when coaches just show you something else. I love going into a zone for a possession or two, right? Going and throwing a front. I love doing that stuff. So I think that is, if anything else, it's educational. You learn. Dudley just rolled her ankle on nothing, and a good recovery here from E.O. Smith. Shot clock down to 5. Dingler kicks it out. Will they get it off? Yes, they do, but it's not going to count because it didn't hit any iron.
Dingler walking gingerly as well. So it looks like Dudley's fine.
And look at Rivera holding her finger. Listen, this is a physical ball game between, two ranked teams in the state, 2 defending state champions, and 2 programs who know how to win.
Yeah, eyeball test right away tells me these 2 teams are in it for the long haul. They're going to go the distance.
Sauls, Lancaster, kick out, long 3, Rivera short. And Sauls gets the tip. Back to Rivera now. She drives to the basket. Oh, look at the eyes, the vision. It can't go down, but Lancaster with a putback, and the Whalers will love it. 2 more for Serenity, and she goes to the line.
Yeah, just in the right spot at the right time, and ticky-tack there. Not much you can do.
Now, Kiani Allgood will make 9 out of 10 of those. She's probably missed more of those tonight than she will miss the remainder of the season. But when things go from bad to worse for E.O. Smith, as it goes right into Lancaster's hands, she gets the basket and the foul. But that's the one part of her game tonight that has not been flawless, has been her work at the line. 10-point lead for the Whalers. Hanley into the game for E.O. Smith.
London switching everything against this 5-out offense.
Dingler goes baseline on Lancaster. Looking for the cut. Finds it. Beautiful cut from Boardman for 2. Great look from Dingler. Sauls dribbles it into danger zone, and that's a break there for the Whalers because Sauls was trapped. That's the danger zone. You teach that in 3rd grade too. You don't go there. That's right into the trap.
Absolutely. But it was the right call, and here we're in that bonus, Casey, that we talked about.
So she'll shoot 2. Whalers will shoot 2 free throws for the remainder of the 3rd period. First one's good from Sauls. If it's possible to both do a good job of breaking the press and turn it over a dozen times, we witnessed this the other night in the New London East Lyme game. So I was interested to see New London Whalers. They're got a new coach and some new faces, and East Lyme, same thing, new coach, some new faces. And I was interesting to see kind of where both teams fit. We'll see the Whalers here, obviously, in game 2. And New London, not surprisingly, runs so much pressure at you and just runs so many long and quick players that I was really curious to see how East Lyme would respond to that. And East Lyme broke the Whaler pressure really well because they sent Oliver Hibbard, their big guy, who's I think, going to be a breakout star in the ECC this year. They put him in the middle of the floor, and they broke the pressure the way you're taught to break it from the smallest age. They inbounded it, went right to the middle. The ball never touched the floor. It went corner, middle, back out, back to the middle, and they broke the pressure a few different times. Ultimately, too much Whalers, and they couldn't continue to break it. But it was such a nice example. They were so well coached. It was such a nice example to show. Like, I'd love to grab my third graders and go, this is how you break pressure, right? With no disrespect to Italia Sauls, I then say, this is how you don't break pressure. You don't dribble it in the danger zone. I promise you, in that timeout, Coach Millsaps went over where we don't take the ball in pressure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
East Lyme's going to be, I think, a little better than some people might think. They've got they got that confidence, that scrap. They got a couple guys, and I think Hibbard's going to be a matchup nightmare. I'm already looking forward to East Lyme Waterford to see Big Juan Morel and Oliver Hibbard going back and forth at each other, the two of the big guys in the ECC.
Yeah, we can talk all night long about ECC boys basketball, but just getting back real quick, another beautiful backdoor cut. I'm just so impressed with Coach Rickel brings a new player off the bench. Hanley, she hasn't played. She's knows exactly what she's doing. She's passing, she's screening away, she screens, she cuts. It's just a well-oiled machine, and really the difference in this game has been number 5 for the green and gold.
Joy Schneider checks into the ball game, so we see Allgood and Coach Millsaps signaling to the officials. I don't know if that she wanted Allgood out or not, but Schneider's in the game for Allgood. And EO will inbound underneath. And your point's very well taken, that EO Smith as a program does everything well, and players become interchangeable. Rayner, I think she's got to pull that one. Pull the trigger on that one. Look at Dudley get up all in Hanley. 20 seconds of the shot clock, 1:20 remaining in the quarter. EO Smith down 10, gonna have to start making some baskets. Oh, good backdoor cut, and the reach foul. And Sal's got that one off her fingers.
Still not in the penalty, so another baseline out of bounds.
Keep an eye on Sal's hand. I think she jammed a finger there. Long three from Rayner. No, in and out. Good rebound from the Panthers. And Dingler gets tied up. Possession arrow stays here with EO.
That was halfway down from Rayner. That would have been big. EO just hasn't been able to go on a run with their shooting. Haven't been able to get hot from the perimeter this game. They seized the lead in the first quarter with transition offense, but in the half court, New London has really bottled them up.
Good spin from Dingler. Look at the pass, weak side. I think Boardman saw Lancaster closing.
That's absolutely what happens.
Dudley with a long three, no good. Look at Lancaster on the strong rebound, can't get it to go. EO's got life, pushing it here. Dingler. Hanley just inside the three-point line, knocks it down. Shot clock is off. Whalers have a chance here to take the last shot of the third period if they want it. Good look underneath. Great pass from Dudley to Schneider. Joy comes in, and it gets a quick basket. Four seconds. Hanley, Rayner, long three, tipped by Rivera. We are at the end of three. 41-31. New London with a 10-point lead. Fourth quarter action coming back. You're watching the Game Day Holiday Classic live on theday.com.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, You'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
10-point Whaler lead. Now we should clarify, Kiani Allgood has fouled out of the game. The officials originally thought that it was the 5th team foul. That's why you saw Rayner at the line as if she was going to shoot 2. Allgood came off, and they clarified that in fact it was her 5th foul on Allgood. So the Whalers will go in this 4th quarter. Joy Schneider, the sophomore, has checked in for Allgood, so they'll continue with the lineup. We saw Schneider come in and make an early basket.
Yeah, I mean, it just serve your role, know your job, and Schneider's going to take that role that Allgood served, which is stay down there on the baseline at the end of the press break, play good defense and rebounds. If you catch it inside, shoot it up there. But I don't think the Whalers will really miss a beat. I think this 4th quarter is all about what E.O. Smith is going to do to try and create some turnovers and change the tempo of this game, because this game is being played in the Whalers' fashion. They're very comfortable right now.
Sauls being guarded by Dingler. Good hands by Dingler, but Rivera so quick. She wanted the 3, instead drives. Oh, that was a good look to Dudley. But E.O. Smith got a fingertip on it, and Dingler comes the other way. All the way to the basket, Dingler, they swing it. There's Rayner for 3. That's going to be short. Tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with the Panthers.
If we had a statistician today, I would ask that person, how many altered shots does Serenity have? Because she might not have a lot of blocks, but I bet you she has close to double-digit altered shots.
Yep, it's like the quarterback pressure. She's always pressuring. Dudley goes on the floor. The possession arrow is going to favor E.O. Smith, so it'll stay here. So, yeah, Serenity alters shots in ways that people are not used to them being altered. You know, she gets out on a reach. She gets hands out on 3s. You know, people who aren't used to seeing that.
Yeah, and E.O. Smith is really ice cold from the perimeter, and that's really been the story if you want to break it down into a simple stat. E.O. Smith needs to hit 3-point shots to be able to score points in the game like this with somebody like Serenity Lancaster protecting the basket.
Dingler, a nice move to the basket. Jill Dingler's been a bit of an eye-opener today for E.O. Smith.
Absolutely. She came to play.
Boardman steps in. E.O. Smith feeling it. But there's Sauls. Heads up. Now Dingler to the basket. Great cut. And Serenity says, not in my house, Miss Rayner.
They just can't get anything easy, Casey. It's just New London's just making them work so hard, and because they're not able to hit a 3-point shot, I think it's starting to get in their head.
Lancaster takes a hard fall, bounces back up. Clock down to 13. Lancaster gets it tipped and then tipped off of her hand. So the Whalers a little out of sorts. And this is where I say there are going to be teams. Right now, E.O. Smith doesn't have the size to do it, but there are going to be teams who are going to be able to match up a little better on the interior with Lancaster. And when they make a commitment to take her out of the game, what's the offense going to look like?
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to see, some of those other freshmen that aren't here tonight.
Dingler with the basket, draws the foul on Rivera. She'll go to the line.
Creeping back in. Beautiful cut here. Pass and cut. That 5-out offense. You got to jump to the ball when you're on defense. If your man passes it, you got to jump to the ball and make sure that you body that basket cut.
Boardman with a great job tying up Schneider, but the arrow favors New London. And I know she's in fabulous shape, but Serenity Lancaster has to be a little gassed right now.
Yeah, that could be a lot of time left here, and the lead's down to 6. So decision making, what we said at halftime, what's the adjustment for New London? Don't turn the ball over. They've turned it over the last 2 possessions.
Look at Rivera. Nifty ball skills. Oh, the spin. Floater. Oh, Jada Lease. Running the floor the other direction is Winnicor. Oh, look at Rivera again with the left. Oh, welcome to Whalerville, Jada Lease Rivera. You are no longer a freshman in only your 2nd game, playing like a veteran.
Yeah, she's just so quick. She can finish with both hands. And, you know, I do think that everybody's getting a little fatigued out here. And those moves that she was making to the basket that maybe those E.O. Smith defenders were able to get in front of earlier in the game, they're not able to get there now.
Lead back to 9. Great look to Boardman on the cut with the left. Timeout E.O. Smith. As the lead is to 7 with 5:21 left, which is an eternity. I want to talk for a minute, though. I want to put this in perspective. You're the defending state champions. You have one of the premier players in the state. You're a freshman. You're coming in, you're a freshman. You're not supposed to know anything. You're not supposed to, play meaningful minutes. You're a freshman. And they go, by the way, not only are you going to play every minute, you're going to be the starting point guard on a team that is defending their state title, is ranked high in the state, and wants to win another state title. I mean, talk about trial by fire. Jada Lease Rivera, who is up for the task and then some, and wouldn't want it any other way, but let's just be clear what they're asking. This isn't a freshman coming in to play 12 minutes on a 500 team. This is a freshman coming in and being told, you're running the offense on a state champion team that wants to be number 1 in the state. That's remarkable.
And she is every bit as talented as you just said, but it's also the fruits of Coach Millsap's labor in investing in the youth programs in New London. She's been heavily involved in the youth programs, so Jada knows Coach Millsap's. Jada knows what the expectations are, so when she stepped foot on in school this year, it wasn't like, oh, nice to meet you, I'm the head basketball coach. She already knew what she was stepping into.
Great ball handling skills, but she got wrapped up in a trap that time, turned over, up ahead. Lancaster rejects Dingler. Here comes Rivera, ahead of the pack. Layup is good.
She's just so good, Casey. She's just so good.
And another block from Lancaster. A long time ago, Gina Wariema said, we've got Diana and you don't. We joked last year that New London said, we've got Nalise and you don't. This year, there's going to be a lot of, we have Serenity and you don't. And it's a true statement. It's easy to be serene when you have a player like Lancaster.
London just has to play smart. No turnovers. Make sure you're getting a shot every possession.
Rivera's got Rayner on her. Quickness advantage to Rivera. They want to get it to Lancaster for sure. She's being doubled. Kick out. Back it goes to Rivera. NBA 3 is short into the hands of Dingler, and she'll push. Someone's going to get at her early. Rayner. Now that's a 3 she's got to take. Instead, she cuts to the basket. That's right now a lack of confidence. She knows she's not been shooting it well. She's got to knock that down, and Coach Rickles saying the same thing. Dump down. Lancaster can't get it to go. Thought she was fouled, and instead she reaches in, and that's a frustration foul from Serenity Lancaster.
Yeah, and fatigue is a factor now. Both teams, the girls are breathing hard. EO has used a little bit more of their bench, but we've seen these starters out here for major minutes as well. So it is grind time right now as we go under 4 minutes.
Dingler, and that's a travel. And that's one, you know, I know the kids get frustrated with it, but it's called every time. So I don't mean it's not like it's new to them.
This game has been officiated beautifully.
I agree.
I mean, we haven't really talked at all about a call.
Look at Rivera, nifty ball handling. Dingler's doing a great job on her, though, and it's the hip check for the foul.
Yeah, speed isn't, you know, E.O. Smith's not going to be able to corral her with one person. She's too fast. They're going to have to use their length, try to get her in a trap. I would try to keep the ball out of her hands and let somebody else on New London bring it up. Easier said than done.
Lancaster says, I got this. Kicks back out to Rivera.
See, now this is where the shot clock is a fact. You use some clock here. Take your time.
J.R. Jadalise Rivera. Long three, back iron, no good. Kick out. Rayner for three, short. And Lancaster with the closeout. She's definitely getting tired, but she's pushing through. Rivera fouled on her way to the basket. We should let you know, of course, game 2 coming up after this one, scheduled for a 6 o'clock tip. The New London High School Whaler boys and the Windsor Warriors in what should be a very exciting basketball game. And if you're not aware of who's broadcasting it, we'll tell you here in a second. Lancaster for three, no good, and great rebounding position by Boardman. Schneider draws the foul. So, you know, you and I, we could do 3 games, but when an opportunity arises to bring in the legendary duo of Joe D'Ambrosia and Wayne Norman, you can't pass it up. So not only do you get to have Windsor and New London, you get a legendary team, the voice of the Yukon Huskies, doing the game here in game 2. So if you're wondering where Juice and I are, we're going to be in the hospitality room watching and listening to the 2 legends call Windsor and New London. And then we'll be back tonight for the 8 o'clock tip of the showdown between the D1 and D2 defending state champions, East Catholic and St. Bernard's, and that, my friends, should be a good one. 11-point New London lead. Rivera splits the double team but turns it over. Dingler running the floor. She's got Lancaster, puts the brakes on Top Gun style. Hey, Goose, talk to me. And the lead is cut to 9.
Not so fast, says Coach Rickle. And like I said earlier, Casey, these 2 teams, it's not about winning the game tonight. It's about finding out what you have and what you need to work on. And, you know, obviously this is great, a great opportunity for Coach Rickle now to talk about late game strategy. You know, we just made a basket to cut into the lead. Call a timeout. This is what we're going to do. We're going to set up some kind of pressure. We want to keep it away from this person. They're working on things that are going to be critical later in the season tonight. It's not so much about getting the win tonight as it is planting the seeds for what's to come later in the season.
So one of the things for New London that we thought we were going to see this year was a little more depth. We thought they might play, 8 people. In game 1, they played 7. We think that, 8 was the number, but I don't think last year's little roster that could approach is a sustainable method to win state championships. I don't think you can win a state championship on the regular playing 5, playing 6. Most coaches, yourself included, would tell you, 8 is usually a rotation come. And that means finding 5 minutes for Joy Schneider. Find 5 minutes for her. Find time. Now, we do know that Lily Davis had meaningful minutes in the first game. She's not in the lineup tonight. She's not playing tonight. We know some people, but I think they're going to have to find 8. Just because there's going to be a game when someone fouls out. There's going to be a game when someone isn't feeling well or someone got, goodness gracious, if someone rolls an ankle. For E.O. Smith, I think they got to find a way to get Paige Rayner locked in again, shooting the basketball. And then otherwise, just keep incorporating these young players, because I see a lot of good things coming from the Panthers too. Their big issue is they're moving up to double L. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Rivera. Someone's going to need to shoot it, and we're going to get a timeout, a wise timeout from Coach Millsap. So we're going to take this opportunity and take ourselves a quick timeout. 9-point Whaler lead at the Holiday Classic. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Well, as we head into a brand new season on Game Day, we want something brand new to come to all of you as well. Game Day launching its merchandise store for the first time. Now, as you know, greatness has no off-season, and Game Day has no off-season either. We're always working to provide you the best we can do, and that includes great merch. So come on into the merchandise store for Game Day. As the season progresses, who knows who's going to say what that'll make it onto the next Game Day t-shirt. Find out in the merch store. 1:26 remaining, 9-point lead for the Whalers here in the opening game of the day Holiday Classic live from Mohegan Sun. Casey O'Neill along with the coach Chris Giusti. And coach, it has been pretty much what we thought it was going to be. You know, you and I talked before the game. I said that, you know, I honestly said I thought there was a chance New London might be able to kind of run away from them. And 9-point lead, that's kind of what we've seen. You were the first to say, well, listen, you know, it's without the size, Lancaster's going to dominate this thing, and we've both been right. I've been pleasantly surprised by Dingler and by Boardman and some of the Panthers. I think once Paige Rayner gets right, when she becomes right as Rayner, then I think you'll see EO take that next step back again. She's just not locked in like we know she will be.
4 on the shot clock, got to get a shot up.
Rivera heaves it, no good. Shot clock violation. Now, this is one of those things I don't love. I think it should be like hockey. I got the advantage. I don't want the whistle to blow. Let me go. Let me go with it. Because what basically they did right there is stop a fast break and allow New London to set up defense.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I've always thought that. Like, as long as you have the advantage, let them play. But, you know, wrong sport. Dingler. Boardman. There's Rayner. At this point, I think they're going to try to find a way to get it to Dingler because she's been the hot hand from 3. Wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah. Down
9 with only a minute left. Baseline foul. Winnicor. That'll be possession for E.O. Smith under the glass.
Yeah, you know, E.O. Smith still early in the season, you know, still methodical in their half-court offense, so they were still trying to run it and try to get what they usually look for, but now they're going to have to speed it up and try to get shots.
Dingler, kick, 3, good from Winnicor, and a timeout, E.O. Smith, as the lead is cut to 6 with 54 seconds remaining. So with 54 remaining, it's a 2-possession game. Realistically, E.O. Smith's going to pressure, but New London doesn't need to take a shot until the end of that shot clock. That does bleed off a lot of time. What's your strategy here if you're the Whalers with how you approach 6-point lead in 54 seconds?
I mean, in a perfect world, I just want to run 30 off the clock and try to get it serenity and shoot it up and crash the boards and make sure you get back on defense. And then you're looking at, you know, E.O. Smith's got 25 or 28 seconds left to still make 2 3-point shots, which you've been able to defend very well. The key is going to be, what is E.O. Smith going to do? After the last time they scored and called a timeout, they decided we're going to just play straight man, thinking that New London's going to waste clock, and it paid off. Now, I don't know if Coach Rickle wants to do that. I think you're going to have to try and pressure. You do have a foul to give, so that really allows you to be even more aggressive, because if you do commit that foul, New London doesn't shoot free throws yet. But Coach Millsaps has to put, you know, both situations in to her planning here at the timeout, a press break, and then what they're going to do in the half-court offense. But you don't want to take any silly shots. The biggest thing, Casey, is if whatever happens, you got to get back on defense. Do not give up a transition layup. Set up your defense and make them work.
21 points for Lancaster. She's the leading scorer. She'll inbound. Now, if you're New London, layups only until there's 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me.
Lob to Dudley. She spins away, and it's picked off by Rayner. Rayner ahead to Dingler. Rivera gets back and alters the shot. Great defense from the freshman, Jadalise Rivera on the hustle, forces the turnover. If Dingler had gotten that and cut it to 4, we would have had a whole different atmosphere right now, but instead the Whalers dodge it. 38 seconds, all they need to do is possess the basketball here.
That was a big dodge. You said it perfectly. Got to get the ball in Double Zero's hands here.
Rivera puts it on the floor. We're going to get a tie-up. Possession arrow is going to favor E.O. Smith, but some clock runs off. 30 seconds remain. Down 6, you got to think E.O. needs a 3. Rivera. And Dingler inbounds it to Boardman. Looking to get it right back to Dingler off a screen. Well done. E.O. Smith's got to get a shot off. They don't have enough time to be messing around with this. It's down to 20 seconds. Dingler, left hand over Lancaster. Shot was altered. Rebound no good. There's Dingler on the putback. And another timeout as the lead is cut to 4. 13 seconds remaining. New London won't shoot. So with 13 seconds remaining, and they're
be undefeated no matter what. But, you know, you want your players to have to go through these kinds of situations early in the season before it's too late. So this is a great opportunity to get out that whiteboard marker and talk about what you need to do. And now these players have to go out there and execute, both sides.
E.O. Smith opened up with Ram, beat them handily, then had a thriller with Newington. I think those two sort of prepped them for the next step up, which is New London. New London had an easy go of it in their first game, jumping right into this game. So I think both teams, I'd be interested to see these two teams play each other again a month from now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, these are two great teams. Talent, well coached, play hard. Got to get the ball in. Timeout. Yes, Millsap's got the timeout.
So Rivera, here's the thing that E.O. Smith, that New London needs to recognize, and I think Italia Sauls needs to recognize this. Right now, time is their friend. It's the enemy of E.O. Smith. Get the ball into Rivera. I know she didn't want to make that pass because she didn't want to put her in a tough spot there. But if E.O. Smith fouls Rivera immediately, then you've done your successful inbound. And if they let her even get off a couple of dribbles, you're going to be down under 10 seconds before the trap comes into play. So I think Sauls or whoever's inbounding for New London needs to be told, first open person, inbound the ball. Because I think even a couple seconds of bleed off is really all you need. I mean, it is still a 2-possession game.
Yeah, and you can run the baseline. So sometimes kids forget that after a made basket and a timeout, they're sitting, then they come back in. You know, hopefully the referees, usually they do a good job of telling the kid that they can run the baseline. So I always like to, late in the game, to have some kind of play where you're either running the baseline or you can, you know, kind of send another person out. That's a little advanced. You might not want to do that in game 2, but you could send another person out of bounds and pass the ball across the baseline to kind of get some deception. But just standing there and not moving, that gives the advantage to the defense.
First time I learned that you could do that, it blew my mind. Sauls to inbound again. Look for Lancaster here. She gets it. And they had Snyder running deep, but the foul comes in on Lancaster. And like we said, a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. Next one, the Whalers will shoot. So I think you get it inbounds here and you know that you're going to get fouled. E.O. Smith is almost letting Schneider kind of go, trying to double team Rivera and Lancaster.
Need a good sideline, OB here.
They get it to Rivera, and she turns it over. 10 seconds remaining. Now here's where E.O. Smith down 4 does not need the 3. They can go right to the basket for a 2-point play.
But no timeouts left, so if they score with 5 seconds or less, do not inbound it if you're New London.
Long three for Dingler off the glass, no good. Loose ball rebound on the floor. It's going to be tied up, but 0.6 seconds remaining. The Whalers are going to hold on here and win the opening game of the Day Holiday Classic. A 4-point lead with only 0.6. Possession arrow favors New London. All they need to do is throw the ball down the court, and this game is all over. And there it is. Lancaster fittingly will have it, and that's your ball game. The New London High School Whalers 50. E.O. Smith Panthers 46, a 4-point Whaler win in the opening game of the Day Holiday Classic. We're going to have some highlights. We're going to have the interview with head coach Tammy Millsaps, as well as our Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game. And, of course, game 2 due to tip off at 6 o'clock. The New London High School Whaler boys and the Windsor Warriors due to tip off here in game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic. We're efforting Coach Tammy Millsaps as well as our player of the game, Serenity Lancaster, and I believe George has got Serenity now.
I'm here with the Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, Serenity Lancaster. 21 points for you tonight, big smiles. How have you developed your game heading into your junior year, especially down low?
I feel like I developed my game because I feel like I'm more athletic in the paint. I'm getting more aggressive. I'm not going to keep letting these girls keep pushing me around, so I feel like I'm just getting more stronger in the paint and working on my moves more.
A lot of off-court chemistry with this group here. I mean, how has that kind of shown out on the court as well?
It's shown out because we've been playing with each other for a long time. I was in 8th grade. Jada and all the other little freshmen were in 4th. So we've been playing together for a while. So I think we all know how everybody plays. And it's everybody's how they work. So I feel like that all comes together on this big court or in high school season because just we know each other.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Serenity, and best of luck. Coach Millsap, definitely a close game in that 4th quarter. What kind of adjustments did you have to make?
Well, we're young. We're young as far as handling the ball. So we've been talking about it in practice of take care of the ball. It's a struggle. It's going to be a struggle for us early on because we got a young point guard who's handling the ball majority of the time and getting comfortable with making decisions on the court.
Speaking of a young point guard, Jaydelis Rivera, she had a big 4th quarter. How have you seen her develop so far? I mean, coming into this season, even in this game.
Well, I've been coaching Jaydelis for about 3 years now, so I know a little bit about what she can bring to the table. She's a hard, tough-nosed kid that's not going to back down. She can make mistakes. I can jump on her, get on her, but she's going to come out and perform. But she's just got to learn, and she will, how to take care of the ball in crucial situations.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach. Guys?
Thank you, George. Well, it was an exciting game. We saw a little bit of everything in this one, but at the end of it all, Serenity Lancaster a little bit too much for E.O. Smith to handle. They're not going to see a lot of multi-talented players like Serenity moving forward. I mean, you're going to see bigs who can score around the basket, but she's so versatile and can do so many different things.
Yeah, and I thought the biggest thing that she did tonight, she did so many things, like you said, but the ability to alter shots, I really think that threw E.O. Smith off a couple possessions, or several possessions, I should say, because they run their offense, they get cuts, they get girls going to the basket who are seemingly going to have a layup or an easy shot, and then they see this long frame coming over with the wingspan, and they hesitate, or they make a bad pass, and they miss the shot. And I think that had just as much of an impact on the final score as the block shots, as her points that she got, as her rebounds. It's just her presence there. And as you noted earlier, Casey, as teams start to try and take her away, it'll be interesting how New London evolves as a team to try and get other people the opportunity to score and to make big plays defensively as well.
Well, we're about 20 minutes away from Game 2. Windsor and New London boys. Joe D and Wayno are going to have it. If it feels like the Huskies are in the building, we're honored to have them here on game day. The Whalers girls with an opening game victory over E.O. Smith for the coach, Chris Giusti, and all of our boys. I'm Casey O'Neill. Come back in 20 minutes. Game 2 coming up.
following is a presentation of The Day.
Sometimes you can just sense the possibilities. Two teams loaded with upside, maturing players, and returning stars. Iconic programs with expectations for excellence. New London returns a trio of exceptional juniors: Devin Williams, Deshaun Phillips, and Savon Warren. Has a cast of excellent youngsters, and for the first time in decades, a new coach. Dave Cornish returns to his alma mater to try to take the Whalers back to where they feel they belong. Windsor and its legendary coach Ken Smith was hit hard by graduation and transfers, but the heart of the team, Tone Williams, is back after last year's horrific injury. He leads a group of young and talented Warriors who are coming out to play. The Whalers and the Warriors take the floor at the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun, live on Game Day on theday.com.
From Mohegan Sun Arena, it is Game 2 of the third annual Day Holiday Classic, pitting the boys' teams from Windsor High School and New London High. Hi, everybody. We welcome you to what is an exciting night of basketball, along with my longtime UConn partner, Wayne Norman. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. We have delighted you have logged on to theday.com for this. Wayno, this is a game that's going to test the endurance of the players, the referees, maybe the announcers. These are two teams that want to go 94 feet at 94 miles an hour.
Joe, is this going to be a basketball game or a track meet?
If it's a track meet, we're in trouble.
Yeah, well, it's going to be up and down the court, no doubt. A lot of fast breaks, a lot of transition hoops as well for these two teams, New London and Windsor. And they didn't shoot threes very well in their season opening game. So I suspect that in the half-court set, they're going to look to get the ball to their big guys inside, including Julius Washington for New London and Tone Williams for Windsor. And also, I think they're going to try to have the guards in the perimeter break down the defense and drive the lane and try to get a layup and or get fouled.
They're two teams that took different paths to victory in their season openers last weekend. Let us bring in the third member of our crew. Here's George Hathaway. George?
Thank you. And these teams love to play fast-paced offense. That is what's really been instilled into these kids. And Dave Cornish, he's back at New London, familiar face, first year as head coach here at New London High School. And they have tradition written right across their warm-up jackets here today. That's something that they like to build off upon, as what we've seen in previous years with Coach Parker. Going to be a very fast-paced game, a lot of action. And like mentioned earlier, it's raining outside. But it's going to be also raining in here because these teams certainly can shoot. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Gordon. Good to have you with us on the broadcast. The other aspect of this that's so interesting, Wayno, these are two coaches that are very close friends. Dave Cornish described Ken Smith to me as his mentor. Cornish, who had coached previously at Ledyard and NFA, coming back to New London, where he was an assistant under the legendary Craig Parker. Ken Smith's been at the job for 35 years. He's won 4 straight championships. Cornish referred to him as a mentor. And when you talk about that kind of thing, you always wonder if the mentors let everything out of their bag so the pupil doesn't know quite everything.
And with veteran coaches like that, you anticipate the fact that what we see on the court tonight may not be what you see later in the season come postseason time. I would anticipate both those teams will be better then than they are now.
Especially because they're both in Division II. This is a prospective state tournament matchup, just like Game 3, East Catholic and St. Bernard's, two of the favorites in Division I. Opening game tonight, New London's girls beat E.O. Smith. Very entertaining game. New London, pretty easy win over East Lyme in the opener. Windsor had to sweat out a last-minute 3 attempt on Saturday at Trinity College to beat Conard out of West Hartford and their all-state selection, Riley Fox. They say in football, the biggest improvement is from Game 2 to Game 1. I don't know if the same thing works in basketball when you've only had 1 day of practice between games.
And Joe, I talked about three-point shooting. New London was 4 for 11 from 3, and Windsor shot 2 for 17 from 3. I would anticipate they might be a little better in this game tonight since they've got 1 game under their belt.
For both these teams, a chance to test themselves, to see how they stand up against great competition, and to make their mark early in the season. Let's go now to our public address announcer. Here is Bill Glennie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mohegan Sun Arena for game number 2 of the day Holiday Classic, as the Warriors of Windsor take on the New London Whalers. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights, as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's games. The CIAC has made a commitment to promote sportsmanship in all athletic contests. Please show respect for all players, coaches, game officials, and spectators. Anyone violating our standards of sportsmanship will be warned once. Continued violations may lead to a removal from the contest. Please cheer for your team and not against your opponent. Your officials tonight, Mr. Rob Bono, Mr. Sergio Lewis, and Mr. Anthony Malhoit. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
AJ Robinson, Sage Park Middle School.
Gian Davis, Jamoki Academy.
Sean Evans, University of Hartford Magnet School.
Caden James, Winterberry Magnet School.
Jai Gary, Sage Park Middle School.
Tone Williams, Washington Elementary School.
Masani Brown, Braeburn Elementary School.
Jeremiah Levitan, Clover Street Elementary School.
Adam Afalabi, Oliver Ellsworth Elementary.
Jaheim Franklin, Milner Middle School.
Aaron Bethia, Clover Street Elementary.
Amir Hall, Kiara Wheeler Memorial.
Deshaun Phillips, Us Never Them Elementary.
Devin Williams, Us Never Them Elementary.
Savon Warren, St. Augustine's.
Julius Washington, Us Never Them Elementary.
Jameer Hall, Tiara Wheeler Memorial.
Caden Gaskin, KB Skills Academy.
Jamir Torres, SOT Academy.
Justin Guzman, Miami Spring Middle School.
Nakim Davis, KB Kills Academy.
Jackson Bodette, Northeast Academy.
CJ Punch, Beard Academy.
Zuri Craig, SOB Academy.
The Warriors enters tonight's contest with a record of 1-0 after a win over Conard to open up their season. They get back in action tomorrow as they host Lewis Mills at 6:45. The head coach of Windsor, Mr. Ken Smith, wearing their white jerseys with maroon lettering. Put your hands together, Warrior faithful. Here's your starting five. Starting at forward, a 6'8" senior, number 1, Gian Davis. Starting at guard, a 5'10" junior, number 2, Sean Evans. At guard, a 6' senior, number 3, Caden James. At guard, a 6'6" senior, number 11, Anthony Williams. And starting at guard, a 5'10" senior, number 23, Jaquil Martin. This brings us to the Whalers. A win over East Lyme on Friday has them 1-0 on the year. Up next, they head to Rhode Island on Wednesday to face off with Classical at 7 p.m. Wearing black jerseys with green trim, they are led by head coach Dave Cornish. Here we go, Whaler Nation. Let's meet your first five. Starting at guard, a 6' junior, number 1, Deshaun Phillips. Starting at guard, a 6' junior, number 2, Devin Williams. At forward, a 6'2" junior, number 4, Savon Warren. At forward, a 6'4" sophomore, number 5, Julius Washington. And starting at forward, a 6'3" senior, number 24, TJ Punch. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, it grew through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
So the crowd continues to file in to the Mohegan Sun Arena for game number 2. Maybe some folks stopping at some of the great restaurants here for a little something to eat. And Wayne, it's going to be interesting to see which team is able to dictate tempo, which team is able to force more turnovers. Windsor on Saturday at the Doc Hurley Classic forced 25 turnovers against Conard, and I didn't keep the exact numbers on Friday night in Flanders, but I would say that New London forced as many against East Lyme in what was a very easy win on opening night by a score of 80-47.
Well, one thing that got my attention, Joe, in the starting lineups is the size of Windsor. They've got a starter at 6'8", Gian Davis, and also Tone Williams at 6'6", and nobody for New London has anybody close to that, although there is a 6'3", and a 6'4" on the front line. So you wonder whether Windsor might have a rebounding advantage, and can they get defensive rebounds, get the outlet down the court, and get that fast break cranked up.
Officials Sergio Lewis, Rob Bono, Anthony Malehate. New London dressed in the green jerseys with gold trim. Windsor in the white, trimmed in maroon. As you get a look at the Windsor huddle, and also Anthony Malehate, knowing exactly where the cameras are. These two teams that had terrific years a year ago, New London lost in the Division II quarterfinals to eventual champion St. Bernard's, 76-71. We'll see the Saints against East Catholic coming up. And New London lost to Bloomfield in the Division III semifinals. Bloomfield eventually losing to WCA. It'll be Punch and Davis to jump it up. Delighted you have joined us. New London wins the tap, and instantly they face pressure as Williams gets a hand on it. One is Phillips. Williams guarding him out near the timeline. Of course, this year, 35-second clock in effect. Is pass almost stolen by Sean Evans right in front of his head coach. There's the veteran Ken Smith in his 35th year on the job. He is old school when it comes to coaching, discipline. Fourth winningest coach in Connecticut's high school history. Shot clock down to 10. Shot clock down to 5. Here's a hoist and a hit. 3-point field goal by Deshaun Phillips to get the scoring underway. Here's a drive to the hoop. Shot is forced by Davis, rebounded by the Whalers. Strong drive to the hoop, and Phillips has all 5 points for New London as they get off to the quick start. Just the start of things here in Uncasville. Out near midcourt, here's Jaquil Martin, 5'10" senior. Now Williams gets bumped on the way to the hoop. Shot is blocked. Williams along the lane. Driving inside. Shot no good by Martin, and the rebound New London. Looking to push. Alley-oop pass. The alley worked. The oop didn't. Ball was thrown over the head of Julius Washington. We saw his cousin, Serenity Lancaster, play superbly for the New London girls in their opener. Williams thought about it. Obviously, I would say that Jaquil Martin brought the wrong shorts because he is dressed in the road dark jersey, dark trunks. Shot clock resetting. Here's Williams from three, short. Long rebound. Whalers on the run. Reverse, no good. Rebound up and in. And it's been the Deshaun Phillips show so far with 7.
And 2 of their 3 field goals have been in transition.
At the high post, it's Davis. His jump hook gets Windsor on the board after 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Full court pressure, James. Pressuring in the backcourt, but New London gets it across, and there's a traveling violation. Second turnover on the Whalers, and the freshman, Masoni Brown, coming into the game, replacing Sean Evans.
So Windsor got off to a tough start, missed the first 5 shots, even had a second chance on one of those misses before they finally got on the board. 3 for 4 early on for New London, including that early 3 when the shot clock was going to expire.
Warriors in the front court. Kick right for a 3 by Martin. It's way off. Williams, second chance, no good, and the rebound pulled off by Washington of New London. Here's Phillips. He's been dominant thus far. Corner 3 is short. Saved by Martin. Inside Williams, his push shot is good. Anthony Williams, who had 18 points on 9 of 16 shooting in the win at Trinity College against Conard, cuts the New London lead to 7-4. Nice dish inside, good passing. Shot is blocked, second shot is blocked as well. Warren couldn't get it to go, and the rebound pulled off by Williams. Lead pass into the front court. And I think they're going to have TJ Punch on the foul. And it should result in free throws.
Early on, Windsor not shooting well, 2 for 9, but they've gotten 3 offensive rebounds of those missed shots. New London was shooting so well, not many rebounds to get until the last sequence. They missed 3 straight shots.
Here's Caden James, 6-foot senior. 5 for 6 from the line on opening night. It's the first, as you get a look at first-year head coach Dave Cornish, replaced the legendary Smoosh Parker, who stepped down after 29 years as the head Whaler. 2 free throws, and just like that, Windsor within 1. Easy press break. Here's Punch. Kicks it left for a corner 3. Back of the iron, no good. Good box out by Martin. Gets it ahead on the left. And James is swallowed up as he goes to the hoop, but the foul is called.
So New London scored the first 7 points of the game. Windsor's come back with the next 6 and a chance to take the lead here. And one thing, Joe, as advertised, every chance these teams get, they're pushing the ball down the court as quickly as they can. There's been 1 fast break hoop early on for New London. Technically 2, because 1 was a missed shot, but they got the putback after the miss.
You've always been a stickler for what's a fast break, what's not.
I would call that a fast break hoop because they really got down the court before the opponent got set defensively.
So Caden James gives Windsor its first lead of the game at 8-7 as we approach the midway point of the first quarter. If you're unfamiliar with high school basketball, 8-minute quarters. Nice dish inside. Rejected. Davis sends it away. Back the other way comes Brown. Now Martin. Here's Boomer Davis, backs his way down, spins for the jump hook, can't get it to go. And the rebound, grabbed off by Phillips of New London. Nice lead pass, Sivan Vaughn, who averaged a double-double last year with his first two. And it's 9-8. Williams on the perimeter for Windsor. Loops it on the right, into the corner, Brown's three. Back of the tin, no good. Nice tip to keep it alive and an acrobatic layup by Jaquil Martin. But Wayne, that was kept alive by the tip by Davis.
Great little palm. He couldn't control it, but he batted it to his teammate.
On the perimeter, Devin Williams into the corner. Drive to the hoop. Lancaster was Williams was a little out of control. But Sivan Warren. And it's 11-10 Whalers. As we go back and forth here in the first quarter. Right side three, up and in. Caden James now with 7. And it's 13-11 Windsor. Their biggest lead of the game. Here's a runner inside that's good. Sivan Warren with 6 early on. Shot no good. And here's New London looking to run. Washington to the rim. Looked like the E.O. Smith defender, Wayne, had a chance to step up and get that ball, but kind of played free safety, and Julius Washington able to lay it in.
And more fast break points. They're really pushing the tempo.
15-13, floater in the lane, doesn't go. Davis' second shot is blocked. Here's the run out. Williams lays it up and in. And Ken Smith calls for tie. Minute 40 to go in a fast-paced first quarter, and New London has jumped on top of Windsor by a score of 17-13.
And they've done it with the transition game. They got up to a good start, then 8 straight points scored by Windsor, and now it's a 6-0 run put up by New London, and they've been running the ball quickly down the court. At one point, New London missed 5 straight shots, and 3 of those got blocked, so good interior defense by Windsor, but they didn't really capitalize at the other end, and that's why it's a 6-0 run by New London now.
From the good help is hard to find department, we have scoured the halls, and New London Day sports columnist Mike DeMoro helping out with stats. You know, we never really had a statistician in the old days. Sometimes Andy Prince, the demon of the digits, would help us out. So this is a luxury, having somebody who I know we both read as kids growing up in the New London Day.
Well, it's funny, too, that with the experiences the two of us have doing UConn games, there's these great stat programs on the internet, including a program called Stat Broadcast. That makes your job much easier. We don't have that tonight.
No,
so we're
old
keeping
school
stuff on our own.
It's like when we did games in the 80s and not the 1880s. Martin fouled in the backcourt.
That was pretty good full court pressure that time. They batted the ball away, but then going after the loose ball, foul is committed.
Sivan Martin called for his first, team's third. New rule in high schools this year, 5 fouls in a quarter results in 2 shots. It's like the NBA rule, and when I talked to Ken Smith about it, he didn't like it. He said kids should have to earn the free throws. Floater in the lane, Bankley's not open. Good anticipation by the freshman. Corner 3, that's good. Jaquil Martin, who went 0 for 5 from 3-point range in the opener, cuts the New London lead to 17-16. Stop and pop from the left wing won't go. Tipped around, grabbed by Masoni Brown. And a travel called on Sean Evans. first turnover, and considering the pace that we're playing at, pretty good. Ken Smith,
well, and Joe,
not happy.
Turnover is one reason why New London can't really pull away at this point. They've got 3 turnovers, and Windsor's turned them into points.
Inside 45 seconds in the first quarter. There's Warren. He's been hot up top. Here's a 3 from the arc. The freshman, Gaskin, can't get it to go. Brown drives to the hoop, banks it in. Masani Brown puts Windsor back on top, 18-17. Shot clock's been turned off. Here's a drive and a floater, no good. Rebound, good, left-hand layup. Up and good by Nakim Davis. Back the other way, and that one goes out of bounds. So it'll be Whalers' ball with 2.3 seconds to play off the second turnover. See if they can get a shot off here. They can't, and that'll do it. So as advertised, a fast-paced first quarter. 19-18, New London on top.
All that is good begins with a smile. At Waterford Dental Health, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you with the personalized, gentle care that you deserve. Part of our commitment to serving our patients includes providing information that helps them to make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. Our website is a resource we hope you'll find both useful and interesting. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com.
Along with Wayne Norman, I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. Game 2 of the 2023 Day Holiday Classic. New London scored the first 7 points of the game, all from Deshaun Phillips, but then an 8-0 run got Windsor right back in it. We had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lead changes here in the first quarter.
Wow, good math. I've got New London 1 for 4 from 3 and Windsor 2 for 4 from 3.
You know, I often told you when we were working together, your handwriting is bad enough that if you had been a good student, you could have easily been a doctor.
Yeah, but I wasn't.
And scrawled those. Well, I understand that. The man who was once referred to by Governor Jody Durrell as a Connecticut treasure. Man, was that hard to live down.
Well, Joe, remember this, that I'm scribbling this stuff down while I'm watching the action.
Yes,
so I'm
I
not really
understand.
paying attention to what's on the paper. But it's, you know, you can see the numbers. That's what you just read from. I have New London 7 of 17 and Windsor 6 of 18 from the floor.
Anthony Williams back in, along with Caden James. 6'2" sophomore Miles Rushin for the first time. Another offensive rebound for Windsor. Here's Davis. Nice pass on the baseline. Shot is rejected. Williams has it slapped away and stolen. Good interior defense by the Whalers. And it looks like Davis is hurt. Gian Davis hurt at midcourt. Layup is good by Savon Warren. And now they'll attend to Gian Davis. As you get a look at Warren's strong move to the hoop. Davis looked like he just got locked up running up the floor as head coach Ken Smith comes out to take a look at the senior they call Boomer.
Well, I talked before the opening tap that Windsor's got some size inside, and they have been doing a good job on the glass, including the offensive glass. They still haven't shot the ball well, however.
They're going to call for a couple of people from the Windsor bench to come out and help Gian Davis over to the Windsor bench. The trainer, who was provided by Mohegan Sun, took a look at him, and Gian Davis having problems putting much pressure on that right leg.
And he's one of the tall timbers, 6'8".
The biggest warrior. 21-18, New London on top, even though they are in the dark jerseys, they're being recognized as the home team on the scoreboards here. As we have 7:28 to go in the first half. And coming into the game, 6'4" sophomore Anthony Robinson didn't score in the opener, which was the 52-49 win over O'Connor. The game that Windsor led for much of the way. They went up by 6 with a couple minutes to go, but Connor stormed back and had a chance to force overtime before missing a three-pointer. Martin, met at midcourt by Williams. Over on the right side. Pass back out. Three-pointer in and out. Nice rebound. Inside, laid up and in. Miles Rush with the second chance hoop. Gets Windsor within one, 21-20. New London on top. In the front court, Phillips. Outside on the left to the freshman, Gaskin. He was very good on opening night, but he kicks that one. Fourth New London turnover. Here's Williams. Takes it strong to the cup. And Anthony Williams puts Windsor on top with his second bucket of the game. Shake and bake moves down the lane. Rejected. Devin Williams had it knocked away as Julius Washington comes in for Caden Simons Gaskin, the freshman. He's a football player for the New London football team, so he's getting into basketball shape. Nice up fake, and it counts. TJ Punch floats that one in, and he'll go to the line to try to complete the old-fashioned three-point play as he was fouled by Tone Williams.
Nice baseline out of bounds play right from under the right side of the hoop, and he got good inside position, then made a little head fake and finished off the play and drew the foul.
First free throw of the night for New London, and Punch finishes the old-fashioned three-point play. 24-22, New London on top. Here's a strong drive to the hoop, but swallowed up inside was James. Windsor gets it back, and Robinson with a good rebound. Aggressive rebound by Anthony Robinson. TJ Punch called for his second, and it'll be 2 free throws for Rush. That's one thing, Wayne, both these teams do extremely well, get to the offensive glass.
Well, they've done it well tonight, especially Windsor. Windsor hasn't shot the ball well, but they certainly have gotten second chance opportunities.
Rush, 6'5", sophomore. As you look at first-year head coach Dave Cornish. Previously coached 10 years at Ledyard and 2 years at NFA. He was an assistant and came back when Craig Parker stepped down after 515 wins and 4 state titles. Full court pressure. James exerting on Phillips. He brings it across the dark blue midcourt line. Whips a pass into the left corner. Here's a force, but I think they're going to call Rush for the foul on the shot attempt. And it'll be 2 free throws for Julius Washington.
That was just soft pressure, bringing the ball up, but I think what they're trying to do in that case is just make them use some time to bring the ball into the front court. But the pace of this game, it's like the shot clock. I think it only mattered once in this game. That was the first shot of the game by Phillips. He launched from 3 and hit because he had to, but other than that, shot clock has not been much of a factor.
Nakeem Davis into the game. Here's Washington, who's got quite the lineage at New London. Misses the second. Strong rebound inside. Putback won't go, and soaring in is Martin for the rebound. On the run out, getting to the hoop. Wild layup won't go. And Caden James went down in pain. Let's see what our officials have here. I think it's going to be a New London foul. Yep. Nakeem Davis called for his first, so it'll be 2 shots for Caden James. I was mentioning about Washington. His mom, Jessica Allen, played basketball as Pitt. His uncle Lou, football player at UConn, and his grandfather Lou was a New London High School principal.
Lou Allen, 1971, was UConn's leading rusher, 458 yards. He played at UConn from 71 to 73.
James makes 1 of 2. He leads all scorers with 8. And we're tied at 24. Scoring is slowed down here in the second quarter. 5:35 to go. Here's Williams. Nice duck and move. Devin Williams puts New London back on top. 26-24. Good patience by the junior. Baseline drive rejected by Williams. Sean Evans tried to get to the cup. Here's the freshman, Masani Brown, back into the ball game, replacing Evans.
3-point shots not dropping. They're really not looking for threes. They're looking to penetrate and drive like that.
Williams turns to the lane, can't get it to go, and Rob Bono calls it off New London, so fresh 35 on the shot clock. Up top, Williams tries a big Euro step, bobbles, lays it up and in, and that has the Whaler crowd unhappy. They thought he traveled. 6 for Tone Williams, coming back from the broken leg a year ago, and Deshaun Phillips with the left-hand layup to put New London back on top. 28-26. Williams hits the side of the backboard. Rebound grab by Devon Williams. Here's Williams racing with James. Turns it over. And I think we're going to have a foul on New London. 6th turnover as Julius Washington gets called for his first. 3rd on the team. Sean Evans back into the game as he replaces Caden James and Anthony Robinson. Or rather, Amir Hall, 0-0 for New London. Makes his first appearance for the Whalers, replacing Washington. Here's Evans from the right of the lane. Might have gotten a piece of it. Looked like it was blocked by Rush. Scramble for the loose ball. Williams with a nice pass, 3-on-1. Good dump inside, the layup. Sean Evans, unselfish basketball by Windsor to tie the game at 28.
Been a lot of fast breaks in this game. That was the prettiest.
Inside 4 minutes to go in the first half. New London's girls won the first game over E.O. Smith. Runner blocked by Williams, but they're going to say he got a hand on the shooter, and that's 2 on Tone Williams. We mentioned coming back from a broken leg. He broke his leg at dunking the ball in a rally February 20th before the Northwest Catholic game. Was operated on the next day. The game that night was supposed to be that night. The 2 schools postponed it and then played the next day. And Williams has come back, and Coach Ken Smith says he's 150% better, has improved as a leader, more aggressive at both ends of the floor.
And he says he's my most consistent player.
Phillips, the first player in double figures with 10. Hits both his free throws. Simmons-Gaskin back in, replacing Phillips. 6'1" freshman Jai Gary, who had 6 points against Connor, into the game, replacing Martin. 2-point Whaler lead. approaching 3.5 to go. Here's Gary up top, short on the three. Offensive rebound by the other freshman, Brown. Nice look inside. And the layup is good. Adam Ofalabi, who did not play in the opener, gets his first points of the season, and New London turns the ball over. What a gorgeous look inside, Wayne, to the freshman Ofalabi.
And he was right there for the almost like a weak side layup, and then New London turns it over. That's been an issue for them in this contest. That's number 8.
So tied once again at 30. They break the pressure. Brown drives to the hoop, and he's clobbered. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
I think we've seen a lot more dribble drive penetration in the second quarter than we saw in the first quarter. Everybody gets the ball in the half-court set and tries to break down their defender.
Nakeem Davis called for his second. So 2 free throws for the freshman, Misani Brown. Hits the first. 22 is Jackson Baudet, who had 8 on opening night. He comes into the game, and Deshaun Phillips returns for New London. Biggest lead of the game was 7 right off the jump. 2 free throws for Brown, and Windsor goes back up 32-30. Drive to the hoop, and Deshaun Phillips with 13. Ties the game at 32, inside 3 to play. Here's the 6'6" Williams. Corner 3, side of the rim, no good. Rebound up and short by Afalabi. Break inside, turn around is good. That's Williams now with 6, and New London jumps back on top. Back we go the other way. Here's Gary for 3. It's short, and Baudet gets the rebound. Baudet, 6'3" junior who played so well at East Lyme on opening night. Williams trying to take the freshman. Right side 3 by Phillips. It's short. Rebound by Brown. New London gets back. Evans pulls up. Sean Evans ties the game at 34 with his second bucket. Inside 2 minutes to go in an extremely entertaining first half. Phillips gets it back from Williams, bounces left. Shot clock at 18. That's about the deepest we've been to the shot clock in a while. There's a drive to the hoop, and they're going to give 2 shots on the move to the basket. Brown called for his first.
I think this worked well for New London, especially here in the second quarter. They found ways to get the ball inside, both in the half-court set and in the transition, the full-court game. And when they've gotten that ball in the paint, they've been pretty good, either from the floor or from the line.
Caden Simmons-Brown, who had 7 in his first high school game on Friday night, makes the first. Aaron Bethea, strong 6'3" senior, into the game for Windsor, as Ofalabi finds a seat. 92 seconds to go in the first half. Second free throw. That's good. First 2 points by Gaskins, and New London not pressing full court. Picking him up in the half court. Here's a 3 from the left. It's good. Second 3 of the game by Caden James. And it gives Windsor a 37-36 lead. As we go back and forth. Now Williams hands the ball off. Here's Gaskins. Try to throw it underhand and in, and Bethea grabbed the rebound. Lead pass to Martin ahead of the field. And Jaquil Martin forces Dave Cordish to call timeout. 55 seconds to go in the first half. And Windsor now with a 39-36 lead, their biggest lead of the ball game.
Had a lot of 2-point leads. Remember, they trailed this game 7-0, but that time the transition got the hoop. Followed by the 3 by James. James had the 3 and then the fast break just now. So it's a 5-0 run for Windsor.
This the second high school festival that the day has had here. They had a volleyball event. I believe that was the first time for that, right, Mike? No, second? That's what I said, second time. During the volleyball season. I will tell you this, having done one UConn volleyball game, I have gotten a whole new respect for anybody who does volleyball. I know Casey did all 3 games that night. God bless him.
Joe, I've been around forever. I've never broadcast a volleyball game. I have the utmost respect for you doing that and doing it well.
Thank you. Thank you. You read that just the way I wrote it. 19-second differential between the shot and the game clock. But it doesn't matter as Williams drives to the hoop. Windsor by 1. Outside on the right, it's Martin. Gives up top for 3. Side of the rim, tipped up and in. Terrific tip by Sean Evans. Now the shot clock is shut off. 14 seconds to go in the half. And it's stolen, taken back again by Williams. And he palmed it, or double dribbled. 9th Whaler turnover. So Windsor has a chance for the last shot and a chance to expand its 3-point lead.
Windsor doing such a great job on the offensive glass. That last field goal, a putback.
Here's a shot. Back rim no good. Bethea can't get a hold of it. Bodies go flying. And that's the end of the first half. As advertised, a fast-paced opening 16 minutes here in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic. Windsor, which trailed at the start 7-0, goes into the locker room with a lead. It's Windsor 41, New London 38. And let's hear from Ken Smith. He's with George Hathaway. George?
Thank you, guys. Coach Smith, it's been a very physical game so far. How have you used that to your advantage?
Well, we just got to keep playing hard. We got to keep driving it. We can't worry about the calls if we get them or not. Doesn't matter. You know, we just got to play hard. We're playing against a good team over there.
New London has been up by as much as 7 in this first half. What adjustments are you looking to make going now into the second half with the 1-point lead?
Well, we was settling down. They got to just settle down and play basketball.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach. Best of luck. Guys?
All right. Great job, George. So at the half, 41-38, Windsor on top. And we will come back with halftime stats. Wayne will have second half adjustments, and then the second half of this one. 41-38, Windsor on tap here in the on the day.com.
The Got It of the Week is brought to you by CNS Pawn. This week's Got It comes from Catherine Kolnaski, Magnet School.
Oh no, my shoe's untied. Got it! Dude, you got it?
The Got It of the Week was brought to you by CNS Pawn. You got it, they want it. Call my guys, 889-PAWN, located in downtown Norwich. Whatever you got, they want. And just like game day, they got it.
Last year's Class MM championship game served as a de facto passing of the torch in New London, from senior Nalise Dudley to her 6 younger teammates. Among them, Nalise's younger sister Nyara, who is ready to step into the spotlight.
Do something different, make my own name for myself, let my sister carry out her own legacy, keep her history going with herself and make my own. Well, last year, mainly all I did was play defense, shoot, and I've developed more with ball handling, all around, becoming an all-around player, sort of like what Nalise did, so having to do every position.
Though just a sophomore, Nyara Dudley carries herself like a veteran leader. having played nearly every minute last year on a championship team with only 7 players.
More of a leader on the court for the younger players to look up to, knowing we got a young team. Yeah, I learned a lot from my sister, just how she carries herself, getting frustrated on the court like she doesn't show it. Like I'm working on like that as well. And just her being able to carry herself, like when her team is down, her being able to bring it back or doing whatever she can possible. So like basically all what I do is like examples of her as a leader to me.
On a team with high expectations, Dudley is carving out a role for herself.
I like when people mainly just see my fight, like in general, like all my hustle and hard work, not just going based off like, oh, I had the most points.
That's a little Dudley action.
It's more of like she's something different. She's not like every player. She's not your average just scorer. She's doing more than that. Like I call myself like the energy.
Great hustle by the younger Dudley.
Dudley and her fellow Whalers believe that last year's experience sets them up to achieve greatness again this season.
Well, with the little bit of girls we had and whatnot, it like brought us together like more as a team because knowing like this is who we had to rely on. There's not much options we got but ourselves. And it like opened up for ourselves like to show what each of our teammates could do, giving us all a chance to play. So, because I definitely like wouldn't be the way I am now if I didn't have that opportunity last year.
All that is good begins with a smile. At Waterford Dental Health, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you with the personalized, gentle care that you deserve. Part of our commitment to serving our patients includes providing information that helps them to make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. Our website is a resource we hope you'll find both useful and interesting. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com.
For our family, my dad actually went to E.O. Smith, and then my sister and brother obviously went to E.O. Smith, and we've all played all sports, like soccer and basketball.
Along comes Paige, who started at our summer camps first when she was a little tyke, and she has just grown and matured and become, as even Dad will admit now, the best shooter in the family, and candidly the best shooter at E.O. Smith this year.
What do your parents talk to you about? Do they ever talk about your sister, your brother, and like the things they did?
Yeah, they talk about that, and they like obviously encourage me to beat their records and do better than them. Personally, in my family, my sister's not much of a shooter, but I definitely am, so they obviously tell me about how like I have to beat all of her records and all that stuff.
I think when you grow up in an athletic family and you have not only a sister but a brother who also was a very talented athlete, sometimes you're the youngest kid and you just look to find your own sport. But Paige's passion from day one when we met her was all about basketball. She has developed not only the best shot in the family, but she's also developed an all-round game now and is a terrific, not only skill-wise basketball player, but on the court and off the court, a terrific leader by example as well as by voice.
This year I was a captain of a soccer team, so I feel like getting that leadership role already, like I kind of know what it's like and and what goes well, what doesn't go well, like how I can step up. Seeing last year, the leaders from last year and what they did, what they could accomplish, and like when I was under them, like I felt welcomed, I felt like comfortable. So I feel like this year just like comforting everybody else and like taking on that leadership role is a big piece.
This is a young lady who always has a smile on her face. She always has a positive approach to things. She's just a smiling, positive young lady who wants to not only help those on the team, but those off the team in terms of her friends and those at E.O. Smith who know her outside of basketball.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
Halftime in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic. It's been a good one. Windsor with a 41-38 lead over New London. Jody Ambrosio with Wayne Norman. And Wayne, things got off to a strong start for the Whalers as we take a look at some of the first half highlights.
Well, they did it with Phillips scoring the first 7 points of the game, and then using the turnovers and the good rebounding, Windsor came back and scored 8 straight points. Not many threes in this first half. Been a lot of points in the paint, a lot of transition points as well. Teams have been really getting the ball down the court in a hurry. Like that.
All right, let us see what the mayor has up his sleeve, what teams need to do moving forward. It's our second half adjustments brought to you by Casey Chiropractic, located in Colchester. Dr. Casey and his team dedicated to providing quality assessment and planning for total body health. From head to toe, Casey Chiropractic will work with you on moving better and feeling great. Give them a call at 860-537-2202 or check out CaseyChiro.net for more information. Wayne, what do you want to see different from New London?
Well, for New London, they turned it over 9 times in the first half. They've just got to do a better job taking care of the basketball, and I think they've also got to do a better job defensive rebounding. Don't give up as many offensive rebound, second chance opportunities that Windsor got. And then for Windsor, I think one adjustment I would make would be do a better job trying to deny dribble penetration, because New London got in the lane a lot, especially in the second quarter, through either dribble penetration or passes in the lane, often to the big guys. Take some of that stuff away, you got a better chance of winning. My numbers say New London shot 44% in the first half, 13 of 29. Windsor 42%, 15 of 36. And I do not have a stat broadcast program.
Individual scoring for Windsor. Caden James leads the way with 12. Jaquil Martin with 7. 6 for Sean Evans. 6 for Tone Williams. 4 for Missoni Brown. 3 for Miles Rush. 2 for Guion Davis, who we saw leave with an injury in the second quarter. Meanwhile, for the Whalers, Deshaun Phillips with 13. 8 apiece for Devon Williams and Savon Brown. 2 for Washington. 3 for Punch. 2 for Davis. 2 for Gaskin.
How did you say Whalers again?
Whalers, the Chuck Caton style Whalers.
Just wanted to emphasize that.
So it will be New London basketball to start the second half, as they will move from your right to your left on your computer as you watch us here on theday.com. Third game will be a doozy like this one. St. Bernard's, the defending Class Division II state champs, against East Catholic, the defending Division I state champs.
I counted 7 ties and 9 lead changes in that back and forth first half.
Standing right in front of us is Julius Washington. He's out there with Deshaun Phillips, Devin Williams, Savon Warner, and TJ Punch. And a little zone by Kenny Smith to start the second half. First time we've seen Windsor in a zone. Outside, this is Warren. Shot clock at 14. He drives, puts it up, and he gets hacked on the way in. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
Well, on one hand, I think maybe that zone was because of what I just said about trying to deny those points in the paint, to deny that dribble penetration. But he still was able to split the defense on the perimeter, get in the lane, and draw the foul. So they're doing the same thing in the second half they did in the first half.
Warren, who did not go to the free throw line against East Lyme and did not go in the first half, hits his first. Dave Cornish. 193-85 at Ledyard and NFA. Warren hits them both, so he's in doubles with 10. Pass deflected and knocked out of bounds. And Ken Smith down to the T-shirt. As you look at the 35th year head coach, came to Windsor from Rocky Hills, said when he got to Windsor, there was no band, there was no banners on the wall. He wanted to bring a little excitement. Boy, has he. That's not the type of excitement he was looking at. Strong drive to the hoop, and Julius Washington gives New London the lead. Turned over again. Warren goes behind his back. Left-hand layup won't go. Tipped out. Grabbed by Punch of New London. His shot sent away by Rush. Here's Warren. Takes it in and one. Strong start to the second half for the 6'2 junior, Savon Warren.
Well, that was a third chance basket, and that was one issue that New London had in the first half. They weren't getting some of those offensive rebounds. Windsor was. So here they miss a couple shots and finally finish it off.
Here's Masani Brown into the game for Rush, and Warren will try to complete the old-fashioned three-point play. He's short, and the rebound grabbed by Williams. Right corner, Brown, kind of a set shot for three. Ball comes right back to him, and then he throws it away.
3 second-half turnovers.
Brown goes to the ground to get it, but it's taken away. Here's Washington all the way, lays it in. Warren and Washington with an explosive start to the second half.
8-0.
And New London up 5. Brown drives, absorbs contact, and he'll go to the line on what is the third foul on TJ Punch, called by Anthony Malhoit.
Well, before that foul, Windsor had 4 second-half possessions, missed a 3, and they had 3 turnovers.
So the freshman Brown, 2 for 2 from the line in the opening 16 minutes. Stops the run. Here's Jackson Bodette into the game for Punch. As I mentioned, Wayne, I was impressed by Bodette at East Lyme on Friday night. Had 8 points, played well, showed good patience. Second free throw by Brown. Front rim, backboard and in. And it's 46-43, so that stops the run. Warren will bring it up for the green-clad Whalers. Bodette might have gotten away with a walk. Long three. Front rim, no. Bodette can't get it to go. Oh, and then Savon Warren with a hard foul going for the rebound.
But they got another offensive rebound in that sequence. Had a third chance hoop earlier in the half. And here's another offensive rebound.
2-2-1 full court press by New London. Here's Brown, 2-on-1, all the way, and he lays it in.
That's how you break the press.
Good strong move. Bodette tried to incur the charging foul, but the officials were having none of it. So it's back down to 1. Pass for Bodette, stolen by Brown. Nice bounce pass, and rejected. Oh, Phillips came from nowhere. As you see the bounce pass, watch Phillips. Great recovery speed.
Got all ball?
No, they called him for a foul. Woo. Sergio Lewis had him for the foul, so Martin 4 for 6 from the line at East Lyme on Friday night, or rather against Conard, I should say. Ties the game at 46.
A lot of runs in this game. Second half began with New London scoring the first 8 points, and now this is a 5-0 run with one more free throw to come for Windsor.
Looked like it was a good call by Sergio Lewis. And Martin re-gives Windsor the lead. 47-46. 2.5 minutes into the third quarter. Baseline drive, nice dish inside. And Williams with a hack in the act of Washington. That's 3 on the 6'6 junior Tone Williams. And so Washington, who missed 2 free throws earlier, will go to the line to shoot 2.
Sure, he would like to get the three-point play out of the deal. He absorbed the contact on the left side of the lane and drew that foul.
Gets the first free throw. Dave Cornish, his head coach, says Julius has to grow into his body. He's a transfer. Where'd he transfer from? East Lyme. Where'd he play his first game as a Whaler? East Lyme. Makes both his free throws.
So those free throws end the 6-0 Windsor run.
And New London jumps back on top. Windsor beats the pressure, but it's stolen. Tipped up ahead, drive, layup won't go. Tip is good by Warren. That's 14 for Warren. Behind the back into the corner, here's Brown, strong move to the cup. Can't get it to go, stripped away by Evans. Third chance hoop is good. Anthony Williams with 8. And it's 50-49. The thing about the New London pressure is if they don't get you in the backcourt, they do a good job double teaming. Windsor couldn't maintain it, so Phillips will bring it back, and Dave Cornish is going to take a full time out here. What are your impressions of the first 3.5 minutes of the third quarter, Mr. Norman?
Well, the much better offensive rebounding by New London. They've been crashing the boards, had a two third chance baskets here in the second half, as they've really also turned up the defensive pressures. Windsor's got 7 turnovers in the game. 4 have come in the first 3.5 minutes of the second half. But I really think the difference in the second half has been the really good New London rebounding, really at both ends of the court. And Windsor not shooting the ball well, 2 for 6 since halftime.
But they started out cold when they fell behind 7-0 at the start, and then managed to come back. As you look inside the Windsor part of what might be the best high school conference in the state, CCC with East and Northwest, Bloomfield, Conard, Windsor. A lot of good basketball in the Triple C. And the East Coast Conference, which is a huge league. Also with some quality schools. Of course, Waterford, a perennial power in the ECC. Fitch.
Another note from the early going of the second half here. I said at halftime that New London's got to do a better job taking care of the ball. Well, they've done that. They've got 10 turnovers in the game. Only 1 has come in the second half, and they're shooting the ball better in the second half as well.
It will be New London basketball just to our left. Devin Williams to inbound it. Windsor goes back into that 2-3 zone. We didn't see any zone in the first half by either team. And I don't think we're going to see any by New London. That doesn't seem in their DNA. Shot clock at 15. Baseline drive. They try to get it at Bodette, and they turn it over. Here's Windsor on the run out. Brown gets it back to Rush. Now outside. Here's Martin. Acrobatic shot won't go, and it's rebounded by Williams, coast to coast, goes out of his hands, and they say last touched by Windsor. So with 30 on the shot clock, it'll be New London to throw it in. Williams on the baseline, he's fouled. Ken Smith not appreciating Sergio Lewis' call on Caden James, second on James.
So New London attacked that zone the same way both times. Dribble, penetrate. First time, fouls. Second time, turnover.
Warren catch and shoot doesn't go. Phillips with the second chance. Deshaun Phillips with 15. Brown kicks it back out for an Evans 3. Does not catch iron, so it will be New London ball as Aaron Bethea comes back into the game replacing Evans. The other thing is New London's taken 3 more shots in the second half than Windsor has. And their lead is 3. Here's Bodette hoists a three. Tough rebound inside. And Washington will earn free throws for his effort. Julius Washington with springs in his legs that time. Fouled call on Bethea. Aaron's first.
It's a broken record, but wow, New London really doing a much better job on the glass here in the third quarter.
So here's Washington. 8 points on the evening. Make it 9. Here's Adam Ofalabi back into the game for Bethea. 3:25 to go. New London trying to increase its lead to 5, and they do. Washington becomes the third New London player in double figures. And now New London goes a little 1-2-2 zone. Nice look inside, and the ball laid up and in by Rush. Beautiful pass inside. Now a 1-2-1-1 press. These coaches are mixing it up here in quarter number 3. Almost stolen. Here's Phillips. Kicks it right for a Williams three. First three of the season for Devon Williams, and the lead back up to 6.
They'd only made 1 3 to that point.
There's another turnover taken back, and a layup by Masoni Brown, freshman with 10 in his second high school game. And he's been their best player in the second half. Here's a baseline drive. They try to force it inside, and it's stolen. And we're going to get a foul called on the reach-in on Jaquil Martin. Sometimes I think Windsor tries to play a little too fast in situations like that.
They have put up some wild shots at times in this game.
So that's 5 team fouls on Windsor in the third quarter. Thus, it'll be 2 free throws for New London on any foul other than an offensive foul. And Phillips makes the free throws. Here's Robinson into the game, replacing Rush. Both these teams shooting their free throws extremely well here tonight. And there's the announcer's jinx. You're welcome. Martin into the front court. They loop it to Robinson. Probably not the shot they were looking for. Ofalabi fouled by Warren, and that's 3 on Savon Warren. Here's Jeremiah Levitan in, and Ken Smith with what I don't think was a complimentary comment for Ofalabi. He had just gotten in the game, and he took that 3 that was short. Approaching 2 minutes to go in the third. Here's the 3 up top. Rims the basket, no good. Levitan gets a hand on it. Good hustle to keep it alive by Phillips. Drive to the hoop. The floater by Warren won't go, and that is 4 on Savon Warren, and that's problems. As we still have 1:56 to go here in the third quarter. As you look at the freshman, Caden Simmons-Gaskin into the game for Warren. Miles Rush comes back into the game, replacing Jeremiah Levitan.
A.J. Robinson did a nice job setting up on the left side of the lane, taking that charge. 12 New London turnovers now.
Whalers by 5. Brown thought about the 3, instead kicks it back to Martin. Gets the high screen, it's stolen! Taken away by Phillips, his pull-up. Too strong off the back of the iron. Brown with the rebound on the run out. Nice job. Good job by Martin to use the rim to shield the ball from the defender. Phillips will try from downtown. Too strong and ripped away by Robinson. 3-on-2. Inside Rush blows the bunny. Can't get it to go. Back we go the other way. floater, Phillips around out, tipped up. New London's Williams comes away, Washington comes away with it. Inside a minute to go in the third quarter, and a reach-in foul called on Caden James, and that's his third. Ken Smith with the intergalactic death stare at Anthony Malhoit. Malhoit after the call. So here's Phillips, 3 for 4 from the line to shoot 2. He's the game's leading scorer with 16. Back into the game comes Sean Evans. He's in for Martin. Sorry, Mayor.
One thing that's come through in this third quarter in particular, but the game in general, we talked before the game began about the track meet this would become. And this third quarter, they've been really going up and down the court fast.
Nice save, but it's taken away by James. Brown forces it inside. Kicked away. Here on the run out. Move to the hoop. Yes! And it counts. Gaskin with a point chance for the three-point play. Third foul on James. Into the game for New London, Amir Hall. And coming back for Windsor is Jai Gary. So Gaskin will try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play. He's 3 for 3 from the line this season, made 2 earlier.
Remember, Windsor led by 3 at halftime. Third quarter, it's now 22-14, New London.
6-point lead, 8-second differential between shot and game. Williams does not catch iron. Gary walks. A little too anxious. Jai Gary, 9th Windsor turnover.
6 of those have come in the third quarter.
Now the shot clock is turned off. They did a terrific job protecting the ball in the first half. Obviously not so much here after intermission. Williams sends it cross court to Gaskin. He drives, Euro steps, throws it away. They get it back. Still 14 to go. Williams, one-on-one with James. Gets a Bodette screen. Penetrates, reverses, and hits. Devon Williams. Shot at the buzzer, doesn't go. And New London has their biggest lead of the night. 3 quarters in, 63-55, New London leads Windsor here at the Day Holiday Classic.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
Along with our producer-director, Peter Huapi, our statistician, Michael DeMoro, my broadcast partner, the mayor, Wayne Norman. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. It's been fun. 63-55, New London leads Windsor heading into the fourth quarter. And Wayne, it's already more points than Windsor scored against Conard, but it was a far different tempo game. It looks when the teams go end to end, that suits New London more than it suited Windsor so far.
New London closed the half at a 5-0 run, and one thing they've really done better here in the third quarter is rebound, and I think that a factor in that is when Windsor lost 6'8" senior Gian Davis with what appeared to be an ankle injury midway through the second quarter. Since that time, it's been much more of a rebounding dominance by New London, and they've also picked up the defensive pressure. We talked about the turnovers. New London had 9 at halftime. They only had 3 in the third quarter. Windsor had 3 at halftime. They now have 9. So they really had a tough time holding on to the basketball.
Shaquille Martin was standing in front of me. I asked him while you were saying numbers. I said, 2-3, did you forget your shorts? He goes, nah, I just didn't get them yesterday. Windsor wore the dark uniforms. Sharp-looking dark black with maroon trim in the game against Conard at the Doc Hurley Classic on Saturday. As you look at Ken Smith, Ken proudly sporting the fact that he's a double XL. Not many people do that. You know, I might have used whiteout to block out one of those X's. It'll be Windsor ball to start the fourth quarter. James with Martin. Here's Caden James, kicks in the corner to Williams, who had a quiet third quarter. 3 in and out by Martin. That was half one down the 10. And the rebound grabbed off by New London. Williams outside on the right, gets the high ball screen by Punch, who's back in. 3 is short. Williams with the rebound. New London gets back, so he feeds James. James with a path to the hoop. Gets swallowed up as he goes inside, and Punch grabs it off the deck. Thrown away. Here's Williams all the way, and he's clobbered on the way to the hoop, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. A little organized chaos in the first 45 seconds.
But we said early on, these teams did not make a lot of threes in their first games of the season last week, and they certainly haven't hit many in this one, as Windsor has not made a 3 here in the second half. They've gone 0 for 4, and just 1 made 3 by New London.
TJ Punch called for his 4th, so Jackson Bodette will come back in. Jackson Bodette, I should say. Aaron Bethea into the game for Robinson for Windsor. Williams makes them both, so he's in double figures for the second straight game with 10. 63-57, half-court trap. And last touched by Williams is he and James did a pretty good job of surrounding the freshman Gaskins, Simons Gaskins.
Those 2 Williams free throws ended a 5-0 run to end the third quarter, but the 5-0 run gave New London its biggest lead of 8 at the time.
Williams into the front court. Gaskins tries to wrap around a pass to Bodette, and it's last touched by Gaskins, the 14th New London turnover.
Well, that's what New London's tried to do much of the game, either dribble, penetrate, or pass inside. That time it cost them.
2 teams that both won their opener. Strong move to the hoop, and Bodette with a hack in the act as Rush looked to do some harm at the rim. So it'll be 2 free throws for Miles Rush. Well, they called that one on Washington. I thought Bodette got a hand in it, but I'm wearing a check shirt, not a striped shirt. So here's Miles Rush, 1 for 2 from the line tonight, 5 points for the 6'5 sophomore. Short on the free throw. And if you're Windsor, you got to make your free throws if you want to cut down on this 6-point deficit.
Gian Davis back on the bench for Windsor. He's at the end of the bench, and he's holding on to that ankle, the right ankle he hurt in the first half.
6th point on the night for Rush. And Windsor will press full court and almost force the turnover. Instead, it's a 5-on-1. Looked like the ball slipped out of Washington's hands as he went up, but possession will stay with New London. So Phillips, the game-high scorer, will inbound. Bounces it into the corner. And Williams will reset the offense. 1-on-1 with James, gets a Bodette screen. Shot clock, not a factor. Here's a drive into the lane, all the way. Scoops it up and in. 19 for Devon Williams. It's set to a 7-point lead. And we've got stepping on the baseline, or the sideline, was Jaquil Martin. 10th Windsor turnover. And Dave Cornish is going to take a timeout. 6:10 to go. New London, a couple of times tonight, Mayor, has looked like they're on the verge of blowing this thing wide open, but each time either a turnover and a fast break or Windsor gets to the line, but you get the feeling Windsor's hanging by a thread here with 6:10 to play.
Well, New London had that 8-point lead in the final minute of the third quarter. Early in the fourth quarter, though, Windsor came back and scored 3 straight. They cut it to 5, and now it's 65-58. Seems like almost every field goal that New London has gotten in the last 5 minutes or so of game time has been something in the lane, and that would include penetrating the lane, maybe not finishing off a play, but getting fouled and getting free throws out of it. They're not getting anything in the way of jump shots or threes. They don't need to. They're producing in the lane, and they've also run very well, getting points in the fast break.
Besides his 16 points, Deshaun Phillips started the quarter with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Don't forget, the professionals, Casey O'Neill, Dave Giusti, will be on the call for St. Bernard's and East, which should start right around 8 o'clock here on theday.com. Full court pressure. And it's stolen, knocked away by Levitan. In the lane, his floater short, but Jeremiah Levitan will go to the line to shoot 2. Hacked by Simons Gaskin. Caden's first foul. So Levitan, who did not play on opening afternoon against Conard, goes to the line and misses the first. He kind of rushed that free throw up there, and Anthony Robinson is going to come in for Levitan. See, now, when I would play CYO ball, if I saw a guy go to the scorer's table and he didn't come in, you know what I'd do? I'd miss the second free throw, so I'd stay in, playing for St. Augustine's. Williams with the second chance won't go, and Phillips gets another rebound. Phillips races to the front court, 94 feet, and he banks it home. 18 for Deshaun Phillips. That's the biggest lead of the night for New London. Here's Brown in the corner, a 3. That's good. Third 3 of the game for James. He leads Windsor with 15. Lead down to 6. Plenty of time left for Windsor, but they need some stops. Phillips and Williams have combined for 37 New London points. Phillips runner. Bank won't go, but he'll go to the line to shoot 2. They do such a great job, Wayne, of drawing contact when they get into the lane.
Got that good aggressive penetration move. That time fouled just inside the free throw line. And I know this hasn't been the case, although it's pretty close to it, but it seems like every field goal that New London has had in the second half has been through either dribble penetration in the half court or in transition. And the last 2 scoring opportunities have been exactly that for New London.
Levitan and James go out. Martin and Robinson return for Ken Smith's Windsor Warriors. 2 free throws for Phillips, and he gets to 20. 69-61, the Whalers. A little outside weave, and we got a blocking foul called on Phillips for Deshaun. That should be his 3rd. Common foul, so it'll be an inbound, but that's 4 on New London, and we still have 5:09 to play. And don't forget the new rule in high school ball this year. Oh, it's dangerous pass. Pass inside, laid up and in. 8 for Sean Evans. Now in high school ball, 5 fouls in a quarter. It's stolen by Tone Williams all the way. Wild layup as good as he was bumped. And just like that, Windsor within 4. This game is so hectic, you can't even complete a thought. Here's Phillips, gets around Williams, misses the layup. but he'll go to the line to shoot 2, bumped by Masoni Brown.
Well, this is like what you talked about earlier, that early in the game, New London scored the first 7 points. Didn't phase Windsor at all. They came back, scored the next 8, and there's been a couple of times when New London looked like they were ready to put this game away, and all of a sudden, a couple of steals. That's 16 turnovers for New London now. And Williams got the layup on the fast break after that turnover, so now it is a 7-2 run before these free throws for Windsor.
Warren and Bunch come back into the game for Bodette and Gaskin for New London. Phillips knocks down both his free throws. He's got 22. He's been our player of the game, I would say, so far. 6-point lead, right to the hoop. Runner backed up and in. Jaquil Martin with 13. As we go back and forth, tipped out, on the run out, 2-on-1, cross-court pass, laid up and in. Sean Evans in doubles with 10, it's down to 2. Warren, a strong move to the hoop that's blocked. And then the rebound grabbed by Williams, but he fell to the deck with the ball, so it's technically travel. Although he might have fallen, he fell out of bounds, so I don't think we have to call that a turnover.
I've got Windsor making its last 5 shots, and they're getting some stops at the other end.
Here's Miles Rush into the Windsor lineup, replacing Robinson. Nice dish inside, laid up and in by Warren. Pretty play on the inbounds. 16 for Warren. He's been out with foul trouble. He's playing with 4. Here's Williams trying to create on his own. Rejected by Punch. 3-on-1. Underneath, laid up and in. Phillips finds Williams, and Ken Smith calls for tie. And he is not happy with his senior guard, the all-CCC guard, Jaquil Martin, although he also looks to be directing part of his unhappiness at the men in the striped shirts.
So New London had the lead cut to 2. They come back with a baseline out of bounds layup, second one they've had in the game. And then the fast break for Williams, make it a 4-0 run to build it back to 6.
As they would call it, Phillips is a stat page stuffer tonight. 22 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals. Don't forget, when this one is over, George Hathaway will talk with our Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, as well as the winning head coach. It'll be Windsor basketball down by 6 with 3:42 to play. This game has lived up to the advanced billing, Mayor. End to end, it's like the Indy 500 on a basketball floor. Evans inside to Williams. Turn around, way off, tipped up, tips it to himself. Third chance hoop won't go. Fourth chance won't go, and he's fouled. If at first you don't succeed, yada, yada, yada. First foul, or no, they call it on Punch, and that's it. Game, set, match for TJ Punch. I thought they were going to call it on Williams. Punch seemed to not believe the foul was on him. Jackson Bodette comes in, so Punch leaves with 3 points, fouling out with 3:23 to go.
That was just tenacious offensive rebounding by Tone Williams. Get his hands on all those misses. Mostly misses by him.
Yes, exactly. Williams hits the first. Here's Robinson returning to the Warrior lineup, replacing Rush. 3:23 to play. Tone Williams, all CCC, all state last year. Knocks down both his free throws. He has 14. New London easily breaks the pressure. Here's Phillips, bounce pass to Warren. Bodette in the post, and that's just an unnecessary foul by A.J. Robinson. No need to climb Bodette's back at the foul line.
I think he was just going for a steal that time. It did not have good defensive position.
3 team fouls on Windsor, so they have 1 more to give. Shot clock reset to 35. Warren cuts to the hoop, and they're going to call Robinson with the foul, and Ken Smith not a happy camper. Let's get a look at it on the replay. Well, I'm not sure where the foul was there, to be honest.
I didn't see contact.
Phantom foul. So, as Ken Smith shows his displeasure, Savon Warren, 2 for 3 from the line tonight, will shoot a pair. Savon with 16. He's short. Dave Cornish looking to go 2-0 as the head coach of the Whalers in his return to the school where he was a longtime assistant under Craig Parker. 17 for Warren. Williams, nice fake. Drop step. Bank won't go, but he'll get to the line to shoot 2. And that should be 4 on Deshaun Phillips, and it is. So, Williams, with the clock stopped, with 2:59 to go, will try to get Windsor closer than 5.
He's been very aggressive in his last couple of minutes. It looks like he's trying to single-handedly bring his team back into it. They got as close as 2.
Here's the freshman Missoni Brown back in for Anthony Robinson. Ken Smith going with a little more speed, a little more defense. Williams misses the free throw, and then a foul as Phillips ripped it off, and he was hacked by Evans. Just the first on Sean Evans, but the 5th on Windsor. Now they say 2 on Evans. So we'll be shooting free throws the rest of the night, which has 2:59 to go. Hope you didn't have a 8 o'clock dinner reservation at Michael Jordan's. You might not get there on time.
No, but I have a 4:30 alarm. It's the same thing.
Phillips now with a game-high 23 points for head coach Dave Cornish. Anthony Robinson's going to come back in at the next dead ball, which is right now. 24 for Phillips. Robinson comes in for Evans. Back up to 6 for New London. Whalers in a 1-2-2 zone. Looped into the corner to Brown. Now outside on the right, it's Martin. Drive to the hoop. Robinson hits the corner 3. Anthony Robinson's first points of the season. It's a 1-possession game with 2:33 to go. And Dave Cornish calls a timeout with 2:28 to go. You know, that Robinson shot, I think if you're Ken Smith, it's a no, 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 yes, great shot.
Just shot it over the zone. Second made 3 of the half by Windsor. They were down 6, now they're down 3.
So it will be New London ball. Both teams are in the bonus. Possession arrow favors New London. New London with 1 timeout remaining. Windsor still has 3.
Tone Williams on the bench with his hands up, imploring his teammates, I think, to play good defense with your feet, go straight up, don't reach in, don't commit a foul. That's the issue right here. They've got to keep New London off the free throw line and find a way to get the ball back. And New London does have 17 turnovers.
New London girls beat E.O. Smith in the first game of the night. East Catholic and St. Bernard's will play in the nightcap. of the 3rd annual Day Holiday Classic. It was good to see our old friend Chuck Fanning, recently retired sports editor of the day.
A Willimantic, Connecticut guy.
Yeah.
Chuban.
Chuck and I did some college baseball on your station, WILI, including the game that basically ended UConn weekday baseball forever on WILI. UConn 31, Fairfield 4. Started at 70 degrees at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, ended at 35 degrees at 6:40 with us perched on top of the old press box at J.O. Christian Field.
And it wasn't the wind blowing out. There was a lot of home runs in that game.
Home
That's
runs.
why it was such a high-scoring affair.
The wind blowing out also resulted in us absolutely freezing. Full court pressure put on by Windsor. Almost lost out of bounds. Tipped away at the last minute by James. New London having all sorts of problems getting the ball in. They'll run a 1-4 set on the inbounds. Bounced in, Williams gets a piece of it. Another second ticks off the shot clock. I'm not sure what Rob Bono was signaling. It looked like he was signaling 21. Not sure what that is. Maybe the number to play at the tables. Here's Phillips. Brings it across. Double team. Throws it inside. Warren lays it in. Great look inside by Phillips. 19 for Warren. Back up to a 5-point game. Robinson can't get that one to go. Brown inside with the putback. 12 for Masani Brown. It's down to a 1-possession game inside of 2 minutes. Here's a drive to the hoop. No good. It's tipped out. It's loose. Williams with it. Coast to coast. Lays it up. Misses. Brown tied up on the rebound. And on the alternate possession, it will go to New London. Wow. I think Tone Williams, Wayne, trying to do a little too much with that one.
And he really went hard after that offensive rebound, but simultaneous possession, ball goes back to New London.
As you see, down to 1:41 to play. Phillips will bring it off. Dribbles around the double team, still in the backcourt. They just beat the count. Now Warren attacks, forces one. Bad shot by Warren, and then he knocks the pass out of bounds. What a performance by the freshman, Wayne. Masani Brown, 12 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists in just his second high school game.
Scored that last field goal.
So Windsor, a made 3 away from tying the game. They get it inside to Williams, and he throws it up too hard. He was distracted by Warren. Here's a 3 from the left. It's good! Devon Williams with 24. And it's an 83-77 game approaching 1 minute to play. Kick right, 3 from the corner. That's good! And Windsor calls for time on the second made 3 by Jaquil Martin. 83-80. Windsor will not go away. Down to 57.5 to play in regulation.
Crazy with all the penetration, all the lane shots, either in transition and half court or offensive rebound shots. All of a sudden, these teams which were not making threes for most of the first 4 quarters of the game, back-to-back threes to keep this thing down to a 1-possession game.
I just noticed the back of Ken Smith's t-shirt. Be tougher than your mother. That is the beauty of Ken Smith in his 35th year, as you get a look at that.
Was your mom tough?
My mom was tough when she had to be. When she had to discipline my sister and I, she was tough. What about your?
When I was in Cub Scouts out in Hollywood, California, Mom was my den mother. And I don't know why I was on the other team, but nonetheless, I remember being in the outfield, watching my mother hit a home run over the about 20-foot fence or so, and I'm just in awe. Like, my mother could hit the ball that far. Yeah, she was tough.
My only anger with my mother like that was as a 7-year-old, Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. My mom was from Scranton, Pennsylvania, so she was rooting for the Pirates. And Mazeroski hits the ball over the wall, and she was applauding like crazy. I started crying like a baby. I never forgave my mother for that.
You know, when I grew up in Hollywood,
damaged me for life, I think.
When I grew up in Hollywood, California, I went to the AAA baseball. This is before the Dodgers came out there. The Hollywood Stars. They were the Pirate AAA affiliate. And I didn't know it at the time, but I checked the rosters later. I saw Bill Mazeroski play as a minor leaguer before he...
And we later became good friends with the late Dick Grote.
Oh, what a guy he was.
Tremendous. Full court pressure by Windsor. Tie up in the backcourt. It'll go over. Williams ties up Williams. So on the alternate possession, Windsor down 3 with the basketball.
Well, turnovers were the problem for New London in the first half, and that's a big one. 18 in the game for the Whalers. For the Whalers.
So Windsor will call timeout. They'll have 1 remaining. 83-80, the full court pressure paid off as you look inside the New London huddle.
But with 55 seconds, Joe, this is a situation you do not need a 3. You can get a couple of 2s here and a defensive stop. You don't have to look for a 3. I don't think 3-point shooting right now is Windsor's A game. I think they're going to want to try to get the ball inside, maybe draw a foul, maybe get some points with the shot, with the game clock not moving.
If you're going to go inside, Williams is your guy. They've just brought Robinson back in, and he stroked that 3 from the corner earlier to get them to cut the deficit. A.J. Robinson. So it's Phillips, Williams, Warren, Washington, and the freshman, Simons Gaskin, in the game for New London. Windsor still huddled up. Well, I'll tell you what, I saw this on Saturday in the counter game. Kent Smith leads every second out of the timeout. Both teams have 1 timeout remaining. Both are in the double bonus.
It was an 8-point New London lead in the final minute of the third quarter. It's gotten as close as 2.
Brown will inbounds adjacent to the Windsor bench on the far side. Out there with Robinson, Williams, Martin, and James. They get it into Martin. Feeds 3 by Brown, no good. Rebound Robinson, kicks to Williams. Up top, a clean look at a 3 is good. Caden James ties the game at 83. 6-second differential between the shot and the game clock. Williams into the front court. New London has a timeout if they want to take it. Williams, they open the side for him. He drives, rejected. Tone Williams says, get that out of here. 16 on the shot clock, 22.6 on the game clock. We're all even at 83.
Well, that's what New London's done in the half-court set. Try to find a way to penetrate, get in the lane. That time it was sent back out.
Simons Gaskin will inbound. Gets it out to Phillips. Drives on Williams. Floats it up and in! 26 for Phillips. Out of control, and it's lost out of bounds. That's a break for Windsor because Jaquil Martin was out of control, but the ball went out of bounds on New London, and Kent Smith calls a timeout with 10.6 to play.
Yeah, I think the ball got kicked out of bounds.
Last timeout for Windsor. 2-point game, 10.6 to play. 26 for Deshaun Phillips. 24 for Devin Williams. For Windsor, 18 for James, 16 for Martin, 15 for Tone Williams. If you're Kent Smith, what do you draw up here?
Well, as I've been saying, they've not been a good 3-point shooting team, although they've made a couple here in the final couple of minutes. So I still think you've got to do what has worked for both teams in this game and find a way to get a touch in the lane, try to make something in the way of an open look, and if not, draw a foul and maybe you can tie the game and force an OT.
6'5" Miles Rush back into the game for Windsor to give him some size inside in case of a miss.
And if I'm New London, I've got to really pay attention to Tone Williams. He's been very aggressive here in the fourth quarter. I would think he's the guy they're going to try to draw a play up for, but they've got to have a backup plan in case they cover him.
It'll be Windsor ball underneath their own basket. Nobody wants to take the ball out. Somebody's got to go and take the ball out. It'll be the freshman, Brown. New London by 2. Lobs it in, it's tipped. Williams has it, ripped out of his hands, and that's a travel. That's a traveling violation on Washington with 7.1 to play.
Well, sure enough, they did go to the big guy, Tone Williams, inside. They put 3 men on him. They batted it away, but they get it back.
Officials got the call right, so Brown will try to trigger again. Lobs it out, it's tipped, it's grabbed, here's penetration. Williams gets inside, the floater good, ties the game, and we head to overtime. Tone Williams atoning for his earlier miss with the floater, and it's all even at 85.
Boy, so many things could have gone wrong in that inbounds play. They almost lost it on the first pass, but you said they got the ball to Williams, and he made a good aggressive move from about, what, 15, 16 feet out on the right side and put that floater in as the clock hit goose eggs.
Barely caught any net. That was smooth as the other side of the pillow. So we'll go to overtime. Both teams stay with 5 team fouls, so it'll be 2 shots for every foul. Both teams get an additional timeout. It's been a thriller here at Mohegan Sun Arena. And East Catholic and St. Bernard's will have to cool their heels in the locker room waiting for their game.
Well, that showed some real character, too, by Windsor. Again, they were down 8 late in the third, kept coming back, cut it to 3, cut it to 2, fell behind by 6, cut it to 4, and then finally made the big plays down the stretch. Williams also had a key block at the other end with about a minute to go in the fourth quarter.
Well, we hadn't worked together for 5.5 years. What's 4 more minutes? That 4 minutes is bizarre for overtime. Shouldn't it be less? Now, I've heard this idea put out on the only sports talk show I listen to now, which is the starting lineup on Sirius XM, and the great Frank Isola has turned this idea. In overtime, it should be you play to 3 points. First team to 3 wins. That way you're not in the gym all night.
Well, that's spoken by a guy who worked with me back in 2009, a 6 overtime game at Madison Square Garden.
Or play to 5 points. Williams and Washington to jump it up, controlled by the Whalers. Full court pressure. Here's the freshman, Simons Gaskins, finds Washington inside, lays it up, and one. Make it Savon Warren. Strong move to the hoop by Warren, fouled by Brown.
That ball bounced around the rim for a while, hung on the left side of the rim and said, all right, I'll go in.
Free throw short. Grabbed by Tone Williams. Nice lead to James. Kick right. Good fake outside. Here's the drive by Rush. Sweet pass inside, and James ties the game. 20 for Caden James.
Brilliant look off to the right by Rush of the penetration move.
Phillips in the backcourt. Bounces it ahead to Simons Gaskin. Kicks right. Here's a scoop, and it's a walk. Devin Williams commits the 20th New London turnover. So Windsor with a chance to take their first lead in a long, long time.
If they lose this game, those 20 turnovers will loom large.
James is cut off. Here's Williams. Loops it outside to Martin, his floater. Bank won't go, and the rebound grabbed by Simons Gaskin. He starts the break the other way. 3-on-1. Brown tips it away. Laid up and in. A fortuitous bounce to Julius Washington, who has 12. New London back up 2. James against the double team. Finds Brown. Nice pass to the right. Layup was rushed by Rush, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by New London, and that'll get Anthony Robinson off the bench for TJ Rush.
Boy, Windsor's had some really nice interior passing. One of them paid off for a layup. This one, they retained possession.
So, Dave Cornish will use a timeout. So the last lead for Windsor was 41-40 early in the third quarter. That was part of the 8-0 New London run that opened up a 5-point lead. They led by as many as 9. I'll tell you what, it's been a heck of a game. I could get rehooked on high school basketball, I'll tell you. When it's played like this. I mean, yes, it's been a little bit sloppy, but that's because of the up and down nature of the game. And the thing that we've seen, and I've seen it now in how many games I've watched, 4 games this year, the shot clock is not a factor. Where the shot clock's going to be a factor is late in games, teams that are used like East had a terrific slowdown offense. Not going to be able to do that now. And coaches will have to try to figure, okay, there's 2 minutes to go. We're down 3. How many possessions can I get in order to enable me to tie the game? That's where the shot clock is going to come into more effect.
And in transition, they push the ball, both teams push the ball down the court extremely well. In the half-court set, it's like, we're not going to wait 30 seconds. We're going to try to make a play after 5, 10, 15 seconds. Get the ball in the lane. Again, 3-pointers not much of a factor, but the inside game's been big.
Brown kicks right for a 3. Side of the rim, no good. Here's the run out. Williams ahead of the field, gets it knocked away, and it's stolen by Martin, was out of bounds. So the ball goes back to New London.
Well, they had numbers going down the floor, too, and Martin able to make a big play defensively.
Simons Gaskin will inbound with 2:30 to go. Fresh 35 on the shot clock. Referee Rob Bono goes over to the scorer's table. Don't forget, we've got game 3 for you coming up. Casey and Dave. Inbounded to Warren, gets it back to Simons Gaskin. Drives left, the floater, good! Took it at the other freshman. 7 for Caden Simons Gaskin. 4-point lead. Here's Brown, he drives, cut off. Gives to Robinson. Now Martin gets a step, floats it up and in. 18 for Jaquil Martin, down to 2. Inside 2 minutes to go. Long pass up in front. Here's Simons Gaskin. Can't get it to go. Tip won't go. Knocked around. It's loose on the floor. Players dive for it. And they're going to say that Simons Gaskin was cradling the ball while touching the baseline. So it'll go over to Windsor. Windsor, which has not led since the start of the second half. James gives to Martin in the front court. Cross court, Brown. Now James. Here's Martin. Penetrates all the way, floats it up, and ties the game. Acrobatic layup by Jaquil Martin. He's got 20. Inside 90 seconds to go. Floater in the lane. Yes, and one! Deshaun Phillips with 28.
It's what these teams do, dribble, penetrate from the perimeter, and they don't waste much time again on the shot clock by doing it. As every point, every basket in this overtime period has not just been points in the paint. It's been points from like 5 feet and in. They've been getting layup after layup.
Phillips with 28 points to lead all scorers. Will try to make it a 3-point game, and he does. Touched every part of the iron. Here's Brown with 1:17 to go now. Williams. Off the head of Williams. Gathers and lays it in. Tone Williams with 19. A minute to play. New London by 1. Racing into the front court, Phillips. 1-on-1. His floater won't go, but he induces Evans to commit the foul. And Phillips goes back to the line for 2.
Yeah, he's so aggressive. He started the game making plays like that. He's made a couple in a row here in the overtime.
Unofficially 10 for 14 from the line. Deshaun Phillips, the 6-foot junior, who they call Boo Boo, misses the first. Here's Caden James back into the game, replacing Sean Evans. 57.1 to play. We are in overtime. Second by Deshaun Phillips is good. His 29th point of the night. I'm sorry, make it 30. Full court pressure by New London. Williams lobs it up ahead to Robinson. Dangerous cross-court pass. A 3 is good! Jaquil Martin puts Windsor up 1. Phillips all the way, stripped away, stolen. Williams bounce pass to Brown, lays it up now. Williams, yes! Tone Williams. And now it's Windsor leading by 3 with 26.6 to play.
5-0 run by Windsor as the Warriors able to make a couple stops on defense. I thought that press break and then the cross-court pass to Martin on the right side was huge. That gave them their first lead since the third quarter.
26.6 to play. Now with the shot clock shut off, there's still enough time, Wayne, for New London to take a 2. And 3-pointers, they have only 3 threes on the night. 2 by Devon Williams, 1 by Deshaun Phillips.
And all their damage in the overtime, again, has not just been in the lane, has been close to the hoop. They're 4 for 5 shooting in the overtime period. But another turnover a moment ago, now 21 in the game. That's been their Achilles heel in this contest. And so if you're talking about shooting a 3, that's not been a strong point for them. Perhaps they're going to try to dribble penetrate, get in the lane, get in field goal, and draw a foul on the play. That'd be the best case scenario. And you know that's been talked about in the Windsor huddle. Play good, solid defense with your feet. Do not reach in. And if you have to go up vertically. The old principle of verticality.
It'll be Phillips, Williams, Warren, Washington, and Gaskins against James, Martin, Robinson, Williams, and Brown.
And Windsor needs to rebound any missed shots. Don't give a second chance opportunity.
2-2-1, full court pressure. Williams throws it ahead to Washington. All the way, lays it in. 1-point game. Williams fouled in the backcourt by Phillips, and that's it. That's 5 on Deshaun Phillips. So Phillips, the game-high scorer with 30, has fouled out. And Tone Williams, 5 of 6 at the line tonight, will shoot 2. But no matter what he does here, Mayor, it's still a one-possession game.
And it was pretty obvious that even though they were down 3 with the 26 seconds left, they weren't going to take a 3. They really wanted to do what has worked for them in the second half and in the overtime, get the ball in the lane, and they got the ball about a 6-7 footer from the left side, and it went in. And I think they figured maybe get a stop defensively, down 1, and then come down the other end with another point in the paint and win the game.
Amir Hall, who I don't believe we've seen tonight, into the game. So 2 free throws for Williams. Tone is 5 of 6 from the line tonight. First one is pure. He's got 22. Martin 23, James 20 for Windsor. 13.1 to play. Williams with the second. It's good. 3-point lead for Windsor. Full court press by the Warriors. Gaskins cross court. Here's Williams. Forces it up. No good. Put up by Gaskins. No. Rebounded by Windsor. And that should just about do it. Not really a clean look. Good defense by New London there with 1 second to go. 2 free throws for Jaquil Martin to sew it up.
And Windsor went for the steal, left a 5-on-4 opportunity. New London had numbers but couldn't convert.
Martin 2 for 2 at the line tonight. He and Williams with 23 apiece.
You know, that missed 3 was challenged. That could have been a 4-point play if it had gone in.
You know what? I thought that as soon as he shot it. First free throw is good, and Ken Smith will take a timeout. Don't forget, George Hathaway standing by. He will talk to the winning coach and also our Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, who I would think would be Anthony Williams.
Totally agree. And he's been so good down the stretch in regulation and here in overtime.
And then Casey and Dave coming up with game number 3, which should start about 25 minutes after our game ends. 2 defending state champs, East Catholic, the Division I champ, and St. Bernard's, the Division II champ. In fact, St. Bernard's knocked Windsor out of the state tournament last year in the quarterfinals and moved up to Division I. These 2 teams could play in the Division II playoffs this year. I would go to that game. I think it would be that entertaining. So Martin with 1 second to go and a 4-point lead, trying to ice it. You almost miss it here. He did, and that will do it. A terrific, terrific game here in game 2 of the day Holiday Classic. Windsor wins it 101-97. Another notch on the belt of the veteran Ken Smith.
And the Warriors of Windsor were down 8, 63-55 late in the 3rd quarter and slowly battled back in. Used an 8-2 run mid-4th quarter, eventually forced the overtime period. And the teams really were able to go back and forth at it. Big 3 by Martin, put him up for good. And then plays they made down the stretch at the free throw line by Williams. And Williams is really good in the second half and in overtime. And again, those 21 turnovers by New London, just 10 by Windsor. And they survived the rebounding battle after they lost 6'8" Gian Davis to the ankle injury.
Players and coaches shaking hands at midcourt.
Davis with his sneaker off and kind of dragging that sock on the right foot across the court.
These 2 teams are very tight. Dave Cornish and Ken Smith, the best of friends. Cornish calls Smith a mentor as they talk and shake hands. All right, the player of the game, standing by the Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, it's Tone Williams. He's with our George Hathaway.
Thank you, guys. 23 points for you tonight. Anthony Tone Williams. I mean, how do you feel out there, especially in a close game like this?
You know, I get the jitters, but I've been in this situation before, so I just stay calm and do what I do on the court.
In the 4th quarter, you forced an overtime, and then you also came up huge in overtime. What did you have to do to get your team to win?
I had to, keep our team together. Told them, because we were down, so I told them, keep playing. Let's play these last 8 minutes good. So my teammate Jaquil came, passed me the ball, and I just floated up. Do that, like, practice that a lot, so, you know, always a tough one.
Last season, knee injury, now coming into here, getting a huge win at Mohegan Sun. I mean, take us through that process of how you've kind of faced that adversity.
Like I say, it was a big support system for my teammates, my dad, you know, parents, family, like all of them. You know, they just really kept me through, you know.
St. Bernard's player getting.
All right, do I restart? Or?
No, you can keep going.
Oh, so yeah, it was just a big support system for my team that really kept me, and parents that really kept me going through the adversity.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anthony. Good.
Good job with the distraction there, George. So Windsor was down as many as 9 in the second half. They come back to win it by a score of 101-97, and we're going to try to get Ken Smith on here, the head coach of the victorious Windsor Warriors. Quite a game.
Yeah, Windsor down. They outscored New London 16-12 in the overtime period. And I really enjoyed just both teams' play, the way they continue to pound the ball inside, either in the half-court set or in the transition game, because both teams ran a lot. Three-point game didn't do a whole lot, but there was a big one by Martin in the overtime period that gave Windsor the lead for good.
So Windsor improves to 2-0 on the season, while New London falls to 1-1. And again, these two teams that we could see face off in the Division II tournament at one point during the year. Now Ken Smith has made his way over to our George Hathaway. George?
What team is this?
East Catholic and St. Bees.
Oh.
Yeah, good game. So, Coach, your team had your back against the wall. Fourth quarter, what did you tell your guys to come out here, force an overtime, and get a win?
Well, I just told them to play a little harder and stop worrying about the calls and stuff like that. You know, the guys were doing, the refs was doing a good job. And just play basketball. You know, we look for all the excuses in the world. And we put ourselves in this hole. So right now, let's dig ourselves out. That's all.
Yes, and you know, kind of going forward, you forced New London over 20 turnovers. Would you say that defense is this team's identity?
Well, it's always been Windsor's identity. We've just been soft lately. We got to get back to playing defense because we don't, you know, they're going to run because we gave them 90-something points. We don't want teams scoring over 50. So, you know, we're going to run them a little bit tomorrow. Well, we can't the next day. All right? So that's just it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, too.
All right, great job, George. Deshaun Phillips of New London led all scorers with 30, 24 for Devin Williams, 21 for Savon Warren, while for Windsor, they got 24 from Jaquil Martin, 23 from Tone Williams, and 20 from Caden James.
I thought it was interesting, too, that we knew these teams weren't shooting threes well early in the season, and there were not that many three-pointers made in this game. But when were they made? They were made at the end of the fourth quarter. Each team traded threes, and then the one big one by Martin, as both teams shot well in the overtime period. This was a great comeback win for Windsor.
Our final score in overtime, Windsor 101, New London 97. Now for our director, Peter Huarapi, and George Hathaway on the sidelines. Mike DeMoro doing stats with my longtime UConn broadcast partner, Wayne Norman. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. Stay tuned. Casey and Dave have St. Bernard's and East Catholic coming up in about 20 minutes right here on theday.com. Thanks, boys.
the Division I champs versus the Division II champs, East Catholic and St. Bernard. Both are now in Division I. An early season look at what might be. East Catholic has one of the state's best players, Samson Riley. But for the Eagles to win again, contribution from the likes of J.J. Hay and Yayo Rodriguez will be necessary. But Coach Luke Riley knows better than anyone how to turn over a roster. St. B's graduated iconic program players Tyson Wheeler and Cedric Semillion. But Amir Gray and Amari Marshall return, along with a great group of young players, and transferred Naz Remberg. The Saints might not skip a beat. Titan versus Titan. Champion versus champion. A battle of the best. The Saints and the Eagles take center stage at the Day Holiday Classic from Mohegan Sun, live on game day on theday.com.
Well, we've come to the nightcap, which everyone thought was going to be the heavy hitter, but it's going to be tough to top the undercard. The overtime thriller between Windsor and New London, but now our attentions turn to the two defending champions, Division I champ East Catholic, the Division II champ St. Bernard's, Titan versus Titan, and all the action live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and thank you again to Joe D and Wayno for bringing in some class to the second game, which was a classic. But here, Juice, we've been looking forward to this one for quite a while. 3 times in a row, triple, three-peat. State champion East Catholic, the Division II champion, the Saints. Let's find out where everyone stands.
Yeah, I mean, the perennial powers in the state for the past 3-4 years has been the East Catholic Eagles, but you know, a couple of coaches on the sidelines that are great architects, the Frank Lloyd Wrights, the I.M. Pays. They are program builders. And this East Catholic team, we think that, you know, they've always been good, but Luke Riley's been there for 24 years, and he's built them to this level. Mark Jones took over, you know, over a decade ago, and St. Bernard's didn't have much, and now he's built them up into a team that's in the marquee game at Mohegan Sun at the beginning of the season. What a matchup.
Well, if we're going to talk about talents on the sideline, we're going to talk about the Picassos behind the mic, it is with great pleasure that I get to say, hey, let's go to our own Keith O'Brien.
Hey, Casey, the sports doctor, back in action right where he belongs here at the Mohegan Sun. 60 degrees outside a week before Christmas. Kind of feels like 60 degrees in March. That's what this feels like, a big-time matchup. 2-time defending state champions, East Catholic, and you've got St. Bernard's as well. Hey, Casey, but both completely different teams. Both coaches will tell you, you know, we're pretty good, but we're young. And what a way to grow up than right here at the Mohegan Sun. You're ready, I'm ready, and Juicy's fired up as well. Case?
Thank you, sports doctor. And, you know, we talked, Coach, about during the second game, you know, that those two teams are going to see each other in Division II, and that could be a prelude to something we see in the postseason. And both teams came away going, you know, wow, we have maybe a little more than we thought. This early season test is now a battle in Division I. The Saints moving up. These two teams are going to play each other a second time at East Catholic later in the year, live on game day. And it's, you know, this could be a matchup that we see a third time in the postseason. It's rare to get these glimpses, and I think East Catholic knows where they are. This is really about the St. Bernard Saints finding out where are they.
100%, and I talked to Coach Jones last night, and he really wants to find that out tonight. He wants to see where they're at. He says, I hope my guys are up to the challenge, because this team we're about to play, they're really good. You make a mistake, they make you pay. And, you know, this is where Coach Jones has always wanted to be. You know, he played at the highest level in college, and when he took that St. Bernard program, you know, he took it step by step, incrementally to build it. But he knows, playing back at a school that always played in the double L in the Division I, that in order to be recognized as the best, you got to go out and win the Division I or the double L title. And so he's exactly where he wants to be right now with his team.
Well, the Saints got a ring last year. I got Cedric Semillion over my shoulder flashing the bling. Cedric, flash the bling for the crowd at home. That's what it's all about right there. Both these teams have them. Who's going to get it this year? We're going to find out. Let's go to our own Bill Glennie
Classic
at the PA.
as the Eagles of East Catholic take on the St. Bernard Saints. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of all of tonight's games. I'd like to remind fans the CIAC has made a commitment to promote sportsmanship in all athletic contests. Please show respect for all players, coaches, game officials, and spectators. Anyone violating our standards of sportsmanship will be warned once, and continued violations may lead to a removal from the contest. Please cheer for your team and not against your opponent. Your officials tonight, Mr. Dave Cruz, Mr. Tim Viveris, and Mr. Merrick Drabinski. At this time, I'd like to direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
Rocco Riley, aka Rockstar, Riley Basketball School.
Trevor Beast, homeschooled.
Ea Rodriguez, you are your own.
Connor Keneally, straight from Ireland.
Cahill Bell, Get Bouncy Academy.
Theo Perkins, straight out of South London.
Samson Riley, too cool for school.
Ryan Farley, Full Court University.
Omar Quendo, R2D Academy.
Kai Anderson, Filipino Academy.
Michael Bradley, Takeoff Academy.
Josh Harris, Big Guard Academy.
JJ Hay, Jump Shot Elementary.
Braden Jones, Big Boy Basketball Academy.
Colin Halsey, TYB Academy.
Nas Rebert, NFAK Academy.
Jonah Eddy, the Trench City School.
Shem Adams, Phillies Academy. Ty Grusian, Peyton Pritchard School.
Amir Gray, Gallupo Elementary.
Colin O'Leary, Kenyon Day School.
Curtis Marshall, Shadur Academy.
Justin Allo, the Boondocks Boarding School.
Oakley Garrison, Fitch K Academy. Tyler Manguel, the Luke Gilday Academy. Nate Little, just here for Warm-Ups Academy. Darren Anthony Robinson III, If It's Snowing I Ain't Going Academy. Reverend Gonzalez, the Lombardo School.
Truma Kelvin Jr., Big Troy Academy.
Tyson Manguel, the Luke Gilday Academy.
Amari Marshall, RMMS Elementary.
Savion Melendez, My Knee Hurts Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles opened up their season with a win over Middletown on Saturday. They get a little rest, but host Bristol Central tomorrow, 6:45 tip. East Catholic is coached by Mr. Luke Riley. Wearing their blue jerseys with white lettering, put your hands together, East Catholic faithful. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a 6'1" senior, number 3, Yayo Rodriguez. Starting at guard, a 6'2" senior, number 11, Samson Riley. At forward, a 6'4" senior, number 25, Josh Harris. At guard, a 6'1" senior, number 33, JJ Hay. And starting at forward, a 6'6" sophomore, number 34, Braden Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the Saints. A win over Cheney Tech Saturday has them 1-0 on the year. Up next, they head to Waterford Thursday night for a 7 p.m. tip-off. Wearing their white jerseys with red trim, they are led by head coach Mark Jones. Here we go, St. Bernard's fans. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a 6' junior, number 00, Nazir Remberg. Starting at guard, a 6' junior, number 4, Amir Gray. At guard, a 6'2" senior, number 5, Colin O'Leary. Starting at forward, a 6'5" freshman, number 10, Curtis Marshall. And starting at forward, a 6'6" junior, number 24, Amari Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remain standing as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem is being performed by St. Bernard's student Marguerite Brady.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Marguerite Brady.
Let's get ready to tip it off. You know, it's interesting, Juice. East Catholic comes out 4 seniors and a sophomore, big 6'8", Braden Jones. You don't see a lot. Let's find out, is he going to be part of the keys to today's game? It's time for some freshly squeezed juice.
All right, KC, for East Catholic, force execution. The Saints have a lot of speed and want to get out and run. Force them to operate in the half court. Inside out, attack the interior of the Saints defense and force them to defend inside. And Mohegan Samson, no player here, has more experience on this court than the East Catholic senior. When in doubt, put it in his hands. For St. Bernard, need for speed. Push the ball and create an up-tempo game. Value the ball. Can't make sloppy passes. East will flip turnovers into points in a blink. And focused defense must stay locked in on every possession. Missed assignments will lead to easy baskets for the Eagles.
You don't often see two teams with the size. East Catholic rolling out 6'4", 6'8". You know, that's big. 6'2", Riley's looks like an elf compared to some of the guys on the floor. On the other side, the two Marshalls, along with the length of O'Leary, and that's with Mangual coming off the bench. Big, long length for Tyler Mangual for the Saints. So there's going to be a lot of size, but the Saints are not going to face another team who can bring out two big bodies like Braden Jones at 6'8" and Josh Harris at 6'4". And Josh Harris at 6'4" looks like he should be playing left tackle.
The Jets could use him.
We're going to find out. Tip taken by East Catholic.
St. Bernard's comes out in man-to-man.
Marshall reaches, doesn't get it. Nice dump down. Look at the soft hands for the big man. Good footwork. Harris with the first basket of the game.
Nice little opening set from Coach Riley. Got the back screen for the post up. Good finish by the big man.
Rembert has the mismatch. Long three. Bank is open early for Naz Rembert. O'Leary, the defensive specialist, gets the job on Riley. Nice backdoor cut. Sampson couldn't handle it. Instead pulls up, jumper no good. Gray comes out of the pack. Saints are gonna run. Marshall, back to O'Leary. Layup no good, but look at Kurt Marshall. Kick out, Rembert three, no good. He doesn't miss a lot of open looks.
That one was easier than the first one.
Well defended. Riley up ahead now. Rembert running the floor and a little sloppy here in the early go.
And those are the types of turnovers a coach could live with because they go out on the end line. You know, so you're not giving up 2 points going the other way.
Looking for the cut, Harris. Riley now. That's good matchup, gets a screen. Good ball movement, hands from Amir Gray, knocks it out of bounds.
Really, well, look at early on, Casey, mirror image. You know, both teams are playing great man-to-man defense without switching. They're hedging high on the ball screens and getting back to their men. This is like the first couple rounds of a heavyweight fight.
That's a great big man, screen and go right there. A little roll. Jones and Harris. Jones finishes at the basket. Rembert with another three. That's going to be long. And that'll stay here. They say it's off of Jones. It'll stay here with the Saints.
And we've seen this now from Coach Jones over the years. He gives his players a lot of freedom to shoot the ball. We'll see if any adjustments are made. Get some other guys some touches here.
So there's the guy that needs a touch right there. Marshall fakes the three. And there's another guy that needs a look. Amir Gray. Gray, spin, step back, pump fake on Hay. Just short. Good rebound from Harris. Oh, Marshall timed it, just missed it. Draws the foul.
And that's going to be something that we got to keep an eye on, Casey. That, you know, he was opportunistic there. If he steals it, he gets a dunk, but now he's got his first foul, not guarding his own man. You know, you don't want to waste a lot of those. They need his size.
Another excellent officiating crew, three-man crew. Viveris, Cruz, and Merrick Drabinski. Riley pulls up, no good. High iron, Rembert with the rebound. Amir Gray so fast with the basketball. O'Leary drives, kicks. Amir Gray, step back three, in and out, no good. Tip, Marshall, he goes down hard. And that'll stay with East Catholic. By the way, is there an official who I'd want to mess with less than Merrick Drabinski? Looks like he could just cut stone with his hands.
Yeah, and ageless, too. I feel like he's been reffing games since the Clinton administration.
You know, you look at, Amari Marshall is not a small person. And Josh Harris, you could fit two of Amari Marshall.
Yeah.
Harris is a big, big body. And now his younger brother, Kurt, the freshman, has to deal with Jones. It's a very difficult size matchup.
And early on, they're going to call Harris for the double-dribble, but early on, nice soft touch from the big man, huh?
And he had a nice look earlier to Jones. He's got, I mean, we saw him start to mature last year. Jones as a sophomore, the heir apparent, right? So this is where Luke Riley starts getting guys minutes, turning guys over, and, you know, into the next wave of Eagles. Rembert for three, no good. And after that bank shot, Rembert has missed his last three open threes. Gray, Marshall, floater, no good. Look at Amir Gray work the glass. Offensive rebounds. But they can't get something to go. It's that size inside, the interior size of the Saints.
Yeah, lid on the rim right now.
Riley, quick trigger three, no good. That's going to go off Jones. We're going to get three new Saints into the ball game, And this is all new look here as far as Mangual coming in, Tyler Mangual, another freshman, Troy McKelvin Jr. That name sounds familiar, it should. He said he went to Big Troy Academy, it's his dad, Troy McKelvin. And then the other one coming in, Ty Grudgeon, who got meaningful minutes last year as a freshman, and he'll get as a sophomore. Marshall pump fakes and scores over Harris. I like that move from Amari Marshall.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to take advantage of his speed in that matchup. And he did right there.
Nice roll, nice look. Pinned by Marshall. Harris probably should have shot it. Riley goes up, draws the foul, and one. So if you look at who the Saints brought in, they basically brought in mirrors. Right here, Riley drawing the foul, but they bring in mirrors. Mangual is very much like O'Leary. He's a defensive guy, slasher to the basket. Grudgeon is going to replace Naz Rembert. He's going to shoot it, handle it. And then you got McKelvin in for Kurt Marshall, and he's a freshman big. So they're bringing in like 3 guys to replace 3 guys doing the same thing.
Yeah, and they're trying to develop, both teams trying to develop, you know, positions, roles. It's early. And they're, like you said, they're going to play each other again in the regular season and maybe again in the postseason.
Mangual spins, loses the ball. McKelvin gets it, and he's going to get fouled as he goes up. And Troy McKelvin will shoot 2. If I had $1 for every time I said Troy McKelvin's going to shoot 2, I'd be a very, very rich man. Of course, his father, Troy McKelvin, one of the all-time greats at New London High School, one of the best athletes in the history of New London High School. Football, basketball, baseball player, went on to Trinity College and had a great career at Trinity College. And now his son, who I've always known as TJ, but he wants to be Troy McKelvin Jr. And he first shot on the floor of Mohegan Sun, he knocks down a free throw, cuts the Saints' deficit to 1. One more for McKelvin. I like the touch.
This Mangual-Riley matchup is fascinating. It looks like he's gonna face guard him, no help side. You notice, Casey, he's not even looking at the ball. He's just staring into Riley's chest.
Oh, great hands from Grudgeon with the steal. Mangual running the floor and misses the bunny. Out of bounds. I think it's going to go to East Catholic. Now, we talked about St. Bernard's isn't often going to see the 6'4", 6'8" size of East Catholic. I don't think Samson Riley is going to see many teams who can put an O'Leary and a Mangual on him, where they're not looking to score, they're looking to defend him and run the floor.
And that's where Luke Riley's going to have to figure out, you know, where's his second option going to be when they take Samson out of the game like this.
Grudgeon comes out of it. That is that strength that he picked up in the offseason. Mangual, open 3, no good. Marshall tried to crash. Mangual with the hands, but Yayo comes out of it. Up ahead it goes, Mangual to Gray. Layup is good, Saints running the floor. Beating East Catholic at their own game.
Pretty sloppy so far, a lot of missed chippies. Team still trying to settle in here.
Rodriguez drives, hangs on McKelvin, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
Look, McKelvin was pretty straight up. Let's take a look here.
Yayo going to the line to shoot 2. I don't know that McKelvin can do it much better than that. It's a tough one to, that's a tough call too to make, you know, where the guy keeps his, he's allowed that vertical position. A couple of subs into the game. Montalvo and Okendo.
Good minutes from McKelvin.
McKelvin comes out, Kurt Marshall back in. I think you're going to see Amari Marshall on the floor as much as possible, and they're going to rotate other Marshall, get as many minutes as McKelvin as they can. They got to do something to offset some of that size. Harris is out of the game now. Gray fouled on the floor.
Man, he's fast.
Now, what's interesting, Gray is lightning with the ball. Grudgeon is equally lightning with the ball. So Grudgeon's gonna, you're gonna see him moving like crazy too. Marshall drives baseline, picks it up. Kick out, Mangual forgoes the three, drives, hangs, no good. I think we're gonna get an offensive foul as Samson Riley stood his ground.
Dan, I would say that, Coach Jones likes the shots that they're getting, but kind of rushing them, not really giving them a chance to go in the basket, just kind of throwing them up there.
Oh, look at the hands from Amir Gray, and he's going to draw the foul on Montalvo. And he's going to get a tee, too.
So Gray's going to pick up the tee. Unfortunately, let his emotions get the best of him there.
And that's first of all, completely uncharacteristic of Amir Gray, who is normally like stoic on the floor. And if he's not, and he's used to guys harassing him, he gets harassed all the time. That's very uncharacteristic. Riley knocks down the free throw, the tech, and he'll get another.
But those are the things, that's why you rather have these things happen now. It's a coachable moment now.
Samson Riley, who has committed to go to Quinnipiac, continue his fabulous career.
That's a tough time to get. There's never really a good time to get a technical, but like he loses a possession now. St. Bernard's was going to have possession of the ball.
Up one with the ball, Now you're down one.
Defending.
O'Leary's back in on Riley. Riley pulls up from the free throw line. No good. And that's great defense from O'Leary.
Defense.
Up ahead, O'Leary running the floor. No good. He can't finish. That's good defense. I can tell you already, Montalvo's a pest. Riley crosses over, goes strong to the basket, and Samson Riley knows how to score. I can see why they like the sophomore, though, Joey Montalvo. He is a pest.
Yeah. And that possession, St. Bernard's had nobody back for the help side D. They're going to need to have, Mark told me that last night, they're going to need to have people back on defense to play help side, or East is going to get easy shots.
Rodriguez gets the foul, and Mangual will shoot two. It should be noted right now, though, that both Rembert and Gray, who are considered they're sort of like the starting backcourt, are both on the bench right now. And this is where you develop minutes for other people. And these are, the minutes that Grudgeon earned last year and that Mangual is getting now.
Absolutely.
Mangual knocks both his free throws down. We're time winding down here in the first period. Shot clock is off. Great backdoor cut and the reverse layup from Riley. Grudgeon can't get the floater to go. Kicks it at the buzzer. Marshall can't get it to go. And that's going to get us to the end of the first period, 14-11. East Catholic on top of the St. Bernard's Saints. Second quarter action coming back to you on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
All that is good begins with a smile. At Waterford Dental Health, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you with the personalized, gentle care that you deserve. Part of our commitment to serving our patients includes providing information that helps them to make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. Our website is a resource we hope you'll find both useful and interesting. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com.
So, looking at these two teams, it's a great commentary on their styles, right? Because if you looked at New London and Windsor in the second game, you would say that both of those teams looked perhaps more explosive, right? More, high energy. But what's missing is that East Catholic wouldn't let Windsor or New London go out and transition like that. They'd force them into more of a half-court set. They'd make them, do that. So would St. Bernard's. So these two teams are doing that to each other. There's an emphasis on not letting, and it's a very sloppy start. I expect as the second and third periods roll around, you're going to start to see more and more efficiency from the two offenses.
Yeah, right now, St. Bernard's has got to slow down their shots, basically. Like, they're rushing shots. They're getting into the lane. They're getting good looks. But it's like perfect example, end of the quarter there, Grudzian just kind of chucked it up there and caught his own rebound. Just got to kind of slow it down and take shots that are in rhythm.
Last year, when the Saints needed a basket, you had Semillian cutting to the hoop. You had Wheeler freeing up for a three. Rembert hit that early three and then missed a few. As he gets wild to the basket, underneath, Marshall, basket and the foul. Great look from O'Leary.
They passed the ball so well. I thought the shot was going to go up 2 times prior to finding Amari's hands.
Well, it looked like Rembert was out of control a little bit. He was lucky to find O'Leary, and O'Leary brilliantly knew immediately to look for the cutting Marshall. That's playing together for a long time. Marshall knocks down the free throw, and just like that, we're all tied at 14. Good cut. Beautiful spin move from Jones.
Yeah, Jones just set the screen and slipped it. Rolled right to the basket and had Manguel. That was a mismatch.
Oh, good job. Jones strips Mangual. Montalvo coming the other way. Riley, baseline, no good. Great defense from O'Leary. Riley gets it back, though. Buries it.
Yeah, you got to get that rebound. Forced a bad shot. St. Bernard's got to secure that rebound, not give the Eagles second chances.
Rembert drives on the big man. I think that's off his foot. Yep, off his knee. And quietly, East Catholic with a 4-point lead in the ball right now. This is where the Saints have to kind of be a little bit aware.
Yeah, just like we talked about in the first game, Casey, when New London was a little bit unsettled, New London girls were a little bit unsettled. You have somebody on the floor that could settle you. You got to get her the ball, and in this game, I think they got to get Amari the ball to get some easier baskets.
You see the savvy of Samson Riley right there. He got O'Leary in the air, drew the foul, and he'll shoot 2. O'Leary never was able to reestablish position. Once Riley got him off the dribble, he never quite had it.
Yeah, that's just the crafty senior. His father said that he can't get him out of the gym. He's just a tireless worker, and he just keeps getting better every day. He just keeps putting the work in. He's going to go to Quinnipiac next year, and Coach feels that his son has gotten bouncier, more athletic. You look at his builds, looks like he's cut from stone.
Biggest lead of the game right now, 6. And a steal from Rodriguez. O'Leary with the steal the other direction. Amir Gray off to the races, misses the layup. Tried to get fancy. Wide open look. And a 3 from Oquendo. Timeout, Mark Jones.
Yeah, St. Bernard's lost him in transition. A missed layup, St. Bernard's was kind of in no man's land. They were still transitioning to offense, didn't get back. Okendo buries the 3.
And this is so typical of East Catholic. We saw them last year in the Classic, all through the state tournament. They don't do anything so flashy like Windsor and New London did. And you look up and you're down 9. And you're saying to yourself, how the heck are we down 9? Or this is the team that they come off the floor and you go, they're not that good, and you're down 15.
Well, I mean, a couple years ago when Notre Dame West Haven was in the final against East, they had a really good team, and I felt, just amateur opinion here, I felt they shot themselves out of that game. They took too many threes, and already here tonight, maybe too many threes for St. Bernard. It is early, it's much different. Game 2 of the season versus the state final, so you're still trying to figure out where your offense is going to come from, but I'd like to see, St. Bernard still going to the basket a little bit more and try to get the ball to Marshall inside more.
Well, let's find out what Coach Mark Jones wants him to do from the sports doctor.
Oh, Casey, I'll tell you right now, just what Coach Juicy just said, too many wasted trips on the offensive end. They came out of that first quarter break, that a set piece from Marshall. They scored, but they continue to turn the basketball over and not get good looks. So getting good looks, taking care of the basketball, and hustling back on defense, basically getting back to the keys to the game. Just taking care of the little things for the Saints right now, Casey.
Rembert, step back 3, no good. He's been ice cold since the original 3 that he made to start the game. Good minutes from Montalvo here for East Catholic, too. Riley goes baseline on O'Leary, pull up Jay. Oh, that's just smooth.
That's just a tough shot.
Mangual, out of bounds it goes, and right now frustration is starting to set in with the Saints. They're not used to this many open trips, and they're not used to teams basically out-sainting them.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think it's just coming down to St. Bernard's can't finish. They just can't finish a shot. They got to get some momentum. Got to see some shots go down, and I think they'll be all right.
There's Marshall with the steal. Heads to the basket. Right hand layup is good. Right away, though, East Catholic always looking. I love how they're always looking to run right off the make.
Ooh, that's not good.
Second foul on Marshall, reach away from the basket.
I'd say that's the one guy, right? I mean, Amir probably as well, but Mark comes from a school where you sit with 2 fouls in the first half, but he's going to let him play.
Riley, beautiful roll, kick out. Rodriguez for 3, no good. Up ahead it goes to Marshall. Marshall pulls up from the foul line and drills it, and Harris is right in his face.
He's different. He's separating himself right now. And that's what, as a coach, you got to see it play out. Practice is one thing, but the lights are on right now.
Oh, yeah, yo. Good screen from Marshall. Gray gives it to him. 3. That's the evolution of Amari Marshall's game right there. Screen and step out 3.
And what a smart play by the point guard. Feed the hot hands. Amir could have took that 3 himself. Took the extra dribble, waited. Mari popped out off the screen. Buries the 3.
Riley goes baseline. We're going to get a touch foul on O'Leary.
O'Leary's having a hard time defending that rip to the baseline. Gonna have to make an adjustment on that. Maybe force him to go middle with his left hands.
Heel Bell into the game. Mangual also back in the game. Second foul on O'Leary. He goes to the bench.
That's not as big of a deal because, you can just put Mangual back in. But there is no other Amari Marshall in the gymnasium.
Well, it's Kurt Marshall. It's the closest thing you're going to get. Look at Gray with the hands, stripping Rodriguez. finds Marshall, can't get it. Marshall missed it.
Gotta get back, gotta get back.
Oh, look at Grudgeon, the good hustle.
And he did.
I'm not being critical of Amir Gray. This is a recommendation. Get rid of a little bit of the flash and make it fundamental. He went to make the flashy pass to Marshall. A straight bounce pass would have worked. Get rid of the flash and just be fundamental.
Step back.
Riley no good. Marshall, Kurt Marshall with the strong rip, and he's going to draw the foul on Harris, I believe.
Got lucky there. Got to be a little bit more patient on that rebounding action.
Saints have cut it to 6 with the basketball.
Another young sophomore in here for the Eagles, guarding Gray.
Gray goes right around him, hangs in the air, left-handed wild, no good. Kurt Marshall with the rebound, and he's going to draw a foul, I believe, on Okendo on the floor.
Yeah, they need his physicality in there. He's not going to be the scorer that his brother is yet, but he can be just as physical inside. Oh, yeah, it's a good call.
It's a good call, the foul on Okendo. He was holding Marshall. Second foul on Okendo. Fourth foul on East Catholic. One more. The Saints will shoot 2. Good hands, good break for the Saints. Marshall, Kurt Marshall pulls up, knocks it down. Go ahead, little bro.
Nice looking jump shot.
Good split. Yayo, kick out, Bell for 3. No good. Marshall with the rebound. Up ahead it goes to Gray. Gray challenges Riley and finishes at the basket.
And that's what they do best, right? If they get out in transition like that, they get buckets quickly.
Timeout, East Catholic, and we're going to take this opportunity for a Scient timeout. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership is open so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org.
A little Core Plus timeout. It's not like I'm not staring at a giant Core Plus Credit Union sign directly across from me. I am Core Plus Credit Union. Thank you, sponsor, that timeout. I'm very interested to hear what's going to come out of this timeout from East Catholic because, you know, they had the lead and then they kind of let the Saints do exactly what the Saints said they had to stop, right? Sports Doctor, what do you got?
Oh, we got to get back and protect the rim. The last few trips down the court, St. Bernard has gotten easy looks. Also, be tougher with the basketball. Be tougher with the basketball on the offensive end and the defensive end. We worked so hard to get a little bit of a lead. Let's keep this momentum going into the locker room. That's the message here, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, Coach, you know, we talked about East Catholic doing exactly to the Saints. It's hilarious how much they mirror each other.
Yeah.
They want to do the same things. And the Saints stopped getting back on defense, got sloppy with the basketball, and we're down 9. And then all of a sudden, they came back and East had the same problem.
Yeah, and I think also, like, St. Bernard started to realize that this isn't rec ball. You know, it's not everybody gets the same amount of shots and everybody gets the same amount of touches. There's a pecking order to good teams. And Amir's got to have the ball in his hands, and he's got to make the right decisions. And when at all possible, Amari's got to get shots.
Illegal screen, good call. Riley knocked down the open look, but they got Rodriguez with the screen.
And as the season goes on, these guys they're going to know their roles. They're going to start to be more comfortable in what they can and can't do. This is only game 2.
I like what Marshall was thinking there, but he's got to make that decisive move. Can't have that. He wanted to give that pump fake and go, and I think he would have gotten to the basket. He's got that quickness on Harris, but
the refs have been really good with that. You know, they're very consistent. You got to hold that pivot foot. I think it's good for the game to call those.
Yayo, go. Gray pulls up, misses it. Harris with a strong rebound. Mangual lost Riley, he's got to get him. Instead, Jones underneath. Just like that, he's Catholic. Back-to-back buckets.
Yeah, because sometimes, you know, when St. Bernard misses a shot, they kind of press, you know, freelance press, and that leaves them vulnerable to transition baskets.
Riley's gonna have an open look from the corner, no good, but look at Jones. Put it on the floor, and they're gonna get Marshall with his third.
He tried to stay straight up, but the extra dribble and pump fake, that's a killer right now. Big decision for Coach Jones, gonna go to Mr. McKelvin.
Which, to be clear, puts two freshman bigs into the game together for the Saints.
I'd say if there was one thing, the collective mind of the six St. Bernard coaches, six New London coaches. That was the problem, Casey. I didn't have enough coaches on my bench.
That was the problem.
But I would say that if you take their collective mind, the one thing, number one, Amari can't get into foul trouble, and he's going to have to sit for the remainder of this half.
Minute 11, mark it down 8. This is danger time, right? Can they go down? Can they get in the locker room down 5? And can they avoid being down 10? This is that swing number. Gray's going to have to take the touch now. Good look. Goodson can't finish. Harris with the rebound. East Catholic's going to run. Rodriguez crosses over, hangs over McKelvin. No good. Goodson now with the rebound. Up ahead he goes to Mangual. Mangual over the top of Hay. No good. Look at Kurt Marshall working the offensive glass, and he'll shoot 2.
He's got to step up now with his brother on the bench. He's got to be that presence in there.
Mangual couldn't quite get it, but give Kurt Marshall credit for knifing in there. Kind of banged in through Okendo. 40 seconds remaining, so they should have a chance to get one more off. So it actually acts as almost a 2-for-1 opportunity. I got to give the freshmen credit, both McKelvin and Marshall, with nice, comfortable, confident strokes from the free throw line.
Absolutely. Need those.
I think East is going to take this thing, try to not make it a 2-for-1, go right down and run some clock here. Harris, good hands from Marshall. Now Mangual steps out on Riley.
Yeah, Kurt on Sampson right now.
Sampson Riley, shake and bake, pull up 3 in the face, no good. Now he's leaking up ahead. Marshall throws it down as we head into halftime. Good if it goes, but that dunk cuts the lead to 4, and the Saints with a little momentum as we go into halftime. Straight up ahead, the freshman, 1, 2, 3 steps, throws it down, and we'll find out what Coach Riley has to say, Sports Doctor.
Well, Coach, you take a 4-point lead into the locker room. You call timeout, you went a little mini run. What's the secret to keeping these guys away from the rim?
Yeah, you got to box out early. You know they're going to crash the boards. They want to go up tempo, so you got to do a better job in transition. We certainly got to do a better job in the glass. But it's a competitive half, and the next 16 minutes, we'll see what happens.
How about your team on the offensive end, Coach?
Yeah, we got to be stronger with the ball and probably be a little crisper with our execution. You know, we're getting called for a few illegal screens and things of that nature, so we just got to be better with it.
All right, Coach. Good luck in the second half. Casey?
Thank you very much, Sports Doctor. 4-point lead for East Catholic heading to the locker room. Stay tuned at halftime for the Got It of the Week. Our guys at CNS Pawn joining in to the Game Day family along with some highlights and features, and we'll be right back. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The Got It of the Week is brought to you by CNS Pawn. This week's Got It comes from Catherine Kolnaski, Magnet School.
Oh no, my shoe's untied. Got it! Do you got it?
The Got It of the Week was brought to you by CNS Pawn. You got it, they want it. Call my guys, 889-PAWN, located in downtown Norwich. Whatever you got, they want. And just like Game Day, they got it.
Well, Sam has the benefit of having been around the program his whole life. So it started at a really young age. You know, he saw his cousin go through and Joey Riley, saw Mike McGurl go through and Mark Carbone. And
when I was a freshman, Matt Hood was still in the program, and he really showed me the ropes and showed me how it's supposed to look, because he brought energy every day to practice. Matt Noling, one of the best humans I've ever met. Like, he's a senior in college at Yale, and he's killing it, and he still makes time for me. He texts me all the time. It's just really the passing down of the torch.
it's the sustainability of the program. If the older guys aren't mentoring the younger guys and handing it back to them, and then we always talk about leaving the program in a better place than when you found it. That's something that all the players who've come through here that have made a mark have done that. Each year when somebody graduates and they move on, the graduating class goes, and there's a feeling like, hey, how are they going to be next year? The only people who are asking those questions are people outside the program, because the people inside the program know how they left it, and they know the guys below them are ready to fill into their spot.
It's just my job to leave the program better than where I found it, and we've been super successful, so that's a little hard to do, but even a little improvement is something, and that's collectively as seniors, everyone here, JJ, Yayo, Josh Harris, we all just got to get the young guys to get ready to take control of this program when we leave.
Well, it means that they have to uphold the standards of the program and what we expect them to be as student athletes in the classroom, and how they are as citizens, and what they do and how they represent the team and the program. And you don't know what you don't know. So when you're a young guy, you really don't know how to work that hard. You don't know how to come in after a win. You don't know how to come in after a loss. You don't know how to work on your game. You don't know how to maybe manage the workload of the academics and the athletics. And those guys have the experience. And I can only do so much as a coach because I'm not in their age group. You know, they can look at me and I can mentor in a certain way. But when you have somebody a year or two above you, somebody you look up to and admire, somebody who's been doing it, and somebody you aspire to be like, you know, that speaks and holds way more water than sometimes that a coach can do.
All that is good begins with a smile. At Waterford Dental Health, your smile is our top priority. Our entire team is dedicated to providing you with the personalized, gentle care that you deserve. Part of our commitment to serving our patients includes providing information that helps them to make more informed decisions about their oral health needs. Our website is a resource we hope you'll find both useful and interesting. Contact us today at waterforddentalhealth.com.
Before I came here, I think we were Division 4. And freshman year I got here and we were in Division 3, and I knew me, Amari, and Devin coming here, we were gonna switch the whole entire team. And I think Coach Mark knew that. And we almost made it all the way. The next year, Dev unfortunately left us, but then we got the Outlaws. Us moving up a division and Fro filling in that spot, he helped us a lot win a state championship. Now we're in Division 1. I see we're ranked number 4, but I think we can go up to number 1.
I think what gets lost in this sometimes too, because we've had success with these kids, is that we forget about the other kids that came before them that laid the foundation for this, you know, like Max, Hunter, DeAndre, JoJo, all these guys that have played before that really made it cool to actually come here.
I learned from them to just never give up You know, they've been here when this team was, I don't want to say terrible, but they were pretty bad. So, but they stuck with it, and they stayed with Coach Mark, and they had a dream. You know, last year, I was just playing my role as point guard. I wasn't scoring the ball much, and Coach Mark was telling me, shoot the ball, but I was pretty hesitant because when I played AAU, I was also the point guard too, and I have scores. And this year, I feel like me being a passer last year, nobody's gonna expect me to score a lot. But over the summer and the fall, my guys have really shaped me into becoming a scorer and a playmaker. So me being a leader of this team, it means a lot. And I waited my turn, and that was my turn.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
You know, early on here, Coach, I really thought East Catholic was going to give the Saints fits with that size. But when Redbird knocked down this bank three to start the game, I was thinking, you know, maybe St. Bernard's was going to shoot their way in. But East Catholic, I think, it's just so tough because they may not be flashy, but they just do everything well.
Yeah, and every guy, you know, has a role, and they seemingly know their role. They're still working out some kinks too, but I think St. Bernard really has to kind of establish a pecking order here, and like how are they going to try to score points, because scoring points has been difficult for them. And when they got on that little Amari Marshall run, they were able to cut the lead to 2, but then, as you see here, they left the guy wide open in transition, give up a 3. I thought the end of the half was a big turning point, and you were looking at possibly East Catholic being up 9, at least 6. Riley had the young Marshall on him, and he misses the 3, and Kurt Marshall leaks for that dunk, and that makes it a 4-point game. As you see here, Amari showing his versatility. Amir Gray with these quick hands. St. Bernard's is going to get steals, and that's what keeps them in every game, because they get so many deflections and steals, and this is where they're at their best in transition.
But you nailed it at the end of the half. You know, East Catholic scored almost all of its points on the inside, but this dunk here at the end of the half by Marshall kind of changed the momentum of the game, and it's got to 4. I'm looking at it like, where's the improvement going to come from? So if you're St. Bernard's, you got to think we can shoot the ball better than we did in the first half. So what I want to know is, what do the Saints need to do? What do the Eagles need to do? Because it is time for our second half adjustment. Brought to you by Casey Chiropractic. Located in Colchester, Connecticut, Dr. Casey and his team are dedicated to providing quality assessment and planning for total body health. From head to toe, Casey Chiropractic will work with you on moving better and feeling great. Give them a call at 860-537-2202 or check out CaseyChiro.net for more information. And listen, I know how great they are because Casey goes to Casey. These are my guys. I've never felt better. They take good care of you. See my folks at Casey Chiropractic. What does each team need to make an adjustment with?
Well, I think for St. Bernard, you know, first and foremost, they have to establish kind of an identity here on offense, and I think that starts with, you know, that two-man game of Amir and Amari, and the other guys just, you know, they got to grind and be tough. For East Catholic, they got to take care of the basketball. Those turnovers are going to allow St. Bernard's to get out and transition. That's where their offense is best. So I think for East, take care of the basketball, make sure you're executing every possession.
Let's find out if the Saints shoot it better, and let's find out if East Catholic keeps pounding it inside. You know they're going to go right at Amari Marshall. Riley, step back three to start the second half. No good. Tough tip. Harris gets it to Jones, turns it over. Back it goes to Rodriguez. Floater in the lane, no good. Tip, and Marshall finally comes down with it, and he's going to draw the foul. I believe if that's Harris, that might be his third.
Yeah, once again, Amari Marshall has 3 fouls, so can't be overly aggressive, but you can't be passive either.
So they called it on Jones, that's his third. So both bigs got a little bit of foul accumulating on both sides of the ball. There goes Gray. Spin, hang. Oh, there's the Amir Gray we know and love.
Down to 2.
Nice backdoor cut on the high-low.
And that's where East Catholic just lulls you to sleep. Execute, make easy passes.
Lazy pass coming the other direction. Here's Riley. Great look underneath. Blocked. And oh, the Saints would have had a Marshall plan dunk, but they fouled Gray away from the ball. And that's the 4th on Jones. So we're going to see a Kendo right back into the game for East Catholic.
Yeah, it was an interesting turn of events. You know, it's actually kind of a good foul by Jones, but not when you have 3. You know, he did save a bucket, but now he's going to have to sit for a while.
Changes the look for East Catholic. Makes them smaller, but Akendo can shoot it a little bit too. Gray falls to the ground, but he gets it to O'Leary. Marshall, Kurt, no good. Good rebound from Akendo. Gray with the hands. Numbers now for East Catholic.
See, this is that freelance press that St. Bernard's will sometimes do, and it's feast or famine.
Yeah, right to the basket. Rodriguez scores for the Eagles, and it's up to 6 again.
Big risk reward. Gray almost had the steal, but when he doesn't come up with it, you give East Catholic an easy basket.
Oh, look at the look from Rembert to Marshall. Nas finds Kurt Marshall, who gets the basket and will shoot the bonus. Look at this look here from Nas Rembert.
And that's how you got to get back into the game. You know, your shot's not falling. Make a contribution in another way. Get your confidence up in another way.
A little strong on the free throw. Lead is 4. They jump Riley. He gets away with a walk. I think Gray got away with a foul.
Yeah,
so.
Coach Riley thought it was a block.
Rodriguez, 3 no good. Look at strong rebound from Akendo in the follow.
A lot of banging around down there. It was like pinball.
Oh, that's a lazy pass. He got away with it. Marshall hangs, and we're going to get the offensive foul, and that's huge. That's 4 on Amari Marshall.
That was a tough one, I thought. Could have been a little flop action.
We're going to see McKelvin into the ball game. Marshall's going to have to sit for an extended period of time.
Yeah. 4 on the big man for East Catholic is not as significant as 4 on Marshall. Not an even trade.
So we're going to get those minutes. Troy McKelvin Jr. back into the ball game, and now he and Kurt Marshall, the 2 freshmen.
Because now where St. Bernard's going to get their points from is, you know, Kurt stepped up when his brother went out in the second quarter. Somebody else besides Amir is going to have to step up, because you know that East is going to be focusing on not letting Amir get easy shots.
Sampson for 3.
Really tough. Well, Larry played him about as good as he could.
Gray looking for a screen from McKelvin. Gets it, drives, pulls up. There's that no fear, Amir.
Such a long hang time on that jump shot. Gives himself a chance to size it up, square his shoulders.
Good hands by Gray with the steal. Drives. And he's going to draw the foul on Rodriguez. He goes down hard.
That was an incredible. I don't know if if we saw how incredible this steal was. Well, we're going to see the drive to the basket. Ripped his arm socket out of his body.
Landed hard on
the
hip.
But man, I mean, it was like a stick save and a beauty. Like, he was about 3 feet away. Boom, look at that. He's 3 feet away and he reacts. Just incredible hand quickness.
Glove save.
Yeah.
All right, that's multiple hockey references I've made tonight, so.
That's enough.
Saints hanging around, but I think if you ask me like where the point's coming from, I think it's Amir Gray time. It's time for him to take over a little bit. Nas needs to knock down open shots. The freshmen need to score around the basket, but this is where Amir needs to do more stuff. And for the Saints, they got to play better defensively. Ooh. Rembert just got a vicious screen. It ends up being a turnover, but Rembert got hit hard.
Yeah, I didn't see if it was moving. It might have just been the result of just wide shoulders.
Gray with Hay guarding him. Goes to his favorite spot. Hay hounding him, but he'll draw the foul. And I believe that's going to be 5 on East Catholic, which put Gray at the line to shoot 2. And with 3:53 remaining, that's a lot of free throws if the Saints should be definitely in attack mode.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of this. We talked about it in game 1. I'm in favor of it because it's kind of a risky attempt at a steal there. It's not disciplined defense, and you should be rewarded if the other team isn't playing solid defense.
Montalvo into the game here. He gave them really good pesky minutes in the first half.
Yeah. Got to knock down free throws, though.
Yeah, Gray missed them both.
Ouch.
You can't have. That just can't happen. Sports doctor shaking his head. He does not like those missed free throws. For 2 years, he tried to make foul shot free throw into a thing, but I get the point. You just can't, you can't. Those are free looks, and you just can't miss them. And there's another turnover. And I think this is where Coach Riley is beside himself. But I think this is where the Saints have some room to improve. I think they, rather than overplay, which is what gets you backdoored to death, rather than overplay, good, hard, fundamental man, you can ball pressure without overplaying, which is where they got themselves in trouble.
Well, McKelvin caused that turnover with the nice high hedge.
Long 3 from Rembert, no good. Rodriguez almost turned it over. Instead, he misses it, and it'll be Rembert's ball. Gray's got to look up. He's got O'Leary ahead, and that's good. Sports doctor, what are you hearing?
Bit of a sense of urgency coming from this St. Bernard's bench, Casey. They have amped things up on the defensive end, trying to create easy buckets like the one you just saw. And listen, that is a foul shot, by the way. 2 of them.
Riley squares up. That's when he's dangerous. And he doesn't get it to go down. And Akendo with the rebound. Strong offensive rebound from Omar Akendo. He'll shoot 2.
Yeah, they get McKelvin with the foul because it looked like Gray just snatched it out of his hands. This one was halfway down. Oh, man. Yeah, Gray just swiped it.
Omar Akendo shooting 2. Nice stroke there for the junior guard. Why doesn't East Catholic have 6 coaches?
I will say this. It was nice to see Coach Cornish in the suit. Welcome back, Fine Threads.
Well, he promised me the sartorial step up.
Yes.
He said he was going to step it up.
He was on a strong T-shirt game for the last 2 years. So now I'm glad to see that the Threads are back.
Dress the part, be the part. Lane violation on O'Leary. Gives Akendo a second look at it, and he knocks that one down.
Kind of a sleepy type atmosphere here. And there was a lot of buzz in that first to score 100 second game. This one, team's still trying to feel each other out.
Long 3 for Gray. No good. Nothing wants to go down for the shooters tonight.
Yeah.
Tough rims.
And I think that's what's contributing to the lack of buzz. Is just a lot of missed shots. Just teams are grinding on defense. A lot of bumping. Another bump.
Basket is good from Akendo. Omar's coming. Mangual into the ball game, but Akendo, now the lead's right, before you notice, it's back up to 8 again. It feels like every time we look up, it's 9. St. Bernard's has to work real hard to get it to 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then East Catholic back to 9. Second one, no good. Up ahead now, Mangual will run. Oh, good steal. Riley comes down with it. Now, I don't have the suit game that you have, but I'm willing to go sock for sock with you. I've heard that you brought out your sock game in this one.
I don't know. I have the holiday tree on the back of the pickup truck.
All right, so
what do you got?
I've got pictures of my son and my greyhound.
Oh, you win. You definitely win.
St. Bernard's right there is a great example, though, of where I think the coaches are frustrated. They had 2 open looks at layups. And then, you can't miss a lay. You can't miss a layup in high school. You certainly can't miss 2. When there's nobody around. It ends up working out with Gray going to the line, but.
Yeah, and that was how the game started. They were getting to the basket. They were getting looks that they wanted, and the shots were coming off hard. East Catholic would get out in transition off those misses. So, still a work in progress. But a lot of time left.
Mangual back in the game. They're going to put Grudgeon on Riley.
Yeah, it's a much different East Catholic team than we saw the last couple of years with those long, big men that were more like college guards,
Yeah, Matt going all the way back to Matt Knowles.
Yeah, and Jones and Preston Fowler, who's gone prep now. This is more like a traditional high school, very good high school team. You don't look out there and see a bunch of, future high D1 players.
One thing I like, by the way, about Riley, he recognized Grudgeon was on him, and immediately, as soon as he caught the ball, went to the basket, went right by him, and he knew he had the size to do that. He's been tailoring his offense to the guys guarding him. I think that's a very, not surprising that it's that savvy, but he recognized Grudgeon on him and immediately went to the basket.
Yeah.
And here's the danger zone again. The Saints had it to 6. Now it's 8, right at that 106 mark. And Marshall's still 4 minutes away from coming back into this game.
I think you got to put him in at the start of the fourth. If you don't go on a run here in the last minute, I think you got to roll the dice.
Riley hangs, floats, no good. Gray, Saints are running, they've got numbers. Behind the back, Grudgeon finishes at the basket. Amir Gray getting fancy.
And that's where they're at their best.
Baseline, Riley knocks it down. Gray hangs, kicks, open look, three-pointer, short.
Gotta get back.
The steal though, Rembert, Mangual passes to Marshall. Floater's good from the freshman.
Just like that, it's 6.
Hanging around. That floor is definitely getting slippery. Rodriguez, floater, good at the buzzer. Back to 8, money time for East Catholic. We've got fourth quarter action coming on the other side, but right here at the buzzer, a little yayo on the go-go has the Eagles up 8. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership has opened so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more.
Lots to cheer about if you're East Catholic right now, and this is why they're the number 1 team in the state. This is why they're, you know, the defending state champions. And, you know, Mark Jones came into this game openly saying, you know, we're going to find out where we stand, right? Ranked 4th in the state. Some people said they, you know, felt like that was maybe a little bit disrespectful, and I laughed when I said that. When is 4th in the state disrespectful? And what they're finding out is that there's a lot of good, you know, to like, and that 9 out of 10 times they're going to blow off the doors of people with their talent. I'm looking at tonight, and Kurt Marshall has impressed me as a, you know, Troy McKelvin Jr. has impressed me. Some of the guys are struggling right now, but without Amari Marshall on the floor, some nights it wouldn't be a problem. Tonight is not a night where Amari Marshall can't be on the floor. And he's not on the floor right now, as I said. I said 4 minutes, but I think you're going to see if they don't cut into this lead, it's going to be sooner. Gray draws the foul on his drive to the basket. It'll be out of bounds with the Saints. So the fouls have been reset at the end of the quarter, as is the new rule.
Yeah, I understand that you don't want him to foul out. As soon as he fouls out, game's probably over, but how long can you last, you know, without him in there? And it's game 2, so it's an opportunity for him to learn how to play with fouls. But just an amateur opinion.
Riley pulls up from the free throw line, no good, tough rims. Grudgeon up ahead, Marshall on Montalvo, can't get it to go, but Mangual finishes with the left hand.
All right, holding in arm's length here. And the shot clock, I think, of all the teams in the state that it might have affected negatively, Coach Riley has perfected the late fourth quarter stall game to an art form. And now the shot clock has taken that away, so.
Riley's gonna draw the foul on Mangual, got him with the hand. That'll give 2 shots for Samson Riley.
He's starting to exert force the issue a little bit and create some shot opportunities for himself, as he should here in the fourth quarter. As I said before, there's a pecking order to most good teams, and East Catholic recognizes that he's their guy.
Knocks him down cleanly. Back to 8 points. Someone needs to be able to make an open three here for the Saints. Gray cutting Mangual, can't finish, but he's fouled and he'll shoot 2.
Yeah, open three, open layup. I think Mark will take anything right now. Just got to see that ball go in so they can get Amari back in the game.
That's the 4th on Okendo. So Okendo has 4. Jones has 4. Harris has 3. With 6.5 minutes left, that's, there's some foul trouble considerations for the Eagles. I think as long as they don't go down 10, you're going to see Marshall back at the 5-minute mark. That's my guess. Braden Jones back in the ball game. One guy with 4 fouls, replacing the other guy with 4 fouls. And right on cue, just like I said.
6:35, 5, close enough.
Good hustle. And the putback from Mangual off his own miss.
Oh, that's big. Free throw box out that's hurting Coach Riley deep in his soul right now.
High-low, backdoor cut. Riley with a good recovery from Mangual. Look at Riley, spin, baseline, strong move, finishes, and he'll go to the line.
Yeah, it started with the great backdoor cut, but he was patient, and he just used back to the basket. Strongman game. He knew he had the size and the muscle.
There's the strength. His dad said you can't get him out of the gym, you can't get him out of the weight room. He's been, trying to, craft himself into the best, specimen he can be, and that's the strength right there. Mangual drives baseline, finds Marshall, kick back out. Gray for 3, no good, back iron. Look at the strong rebound by Kurt Marshall. Now Amari Marshall, and we're gonna get a travel with the basketball.
That one was close. It definitely looked awkward. St. Bernard's gonna have to extend now. Nope, dropping back.
Hard to believe, but a basket here by East Catholic, and they're back up 10. Riley, pull up, no good. Marshall with the rebound. Rembert pushing for the Saints. Long 3, back iron, no good. Just nothing going down for Naz Rembert tonight.
That's a charge.
Oh, the block. And when it's not going your way, it's not going your way. Riley draws the foul on Rembert. Basket's good, and he's at the line. Oh, I think they missed that one. Yeah, the crowd thinks so too. I think they missed that one.
Well, it's the interpretation, and I think the game has evolved a little bit where you don't have to take that charge straight on in the chest. But a decade ago, you had to. It had to be like that 90-degree perpendicular straight into the chest in order for it to be a charge.
Marshall, Kurt, no good, tip. And we're gonna get a foul on the floor. It's on Harris, and that's his 4th. So now all the bigs have 4.
All right, that's fair.
So here's why I think it's a charge. Riley created the contact by lunging, and Rembert, to me, had enough position to where the contact was reckless from Riley. I don't know what the rules say it says specifically, but I think that was, you know, the definition of an offensive foul. Open look, Riley for three, no good. The Saints down 11, they need something to fall. They have not been able to get anything. Rembert to the basket.
If your threes aren't falling, go to the cup. Gotta see something go down and get that bounce in your step.
Riley for three, in and out. And I'm telling you, nothing's going down for the shooters tonight.
No, New London and Windsor got all the baskets.
Foul on Rembert. Well, Rembert draws the foul as he's away from the basket. Fouls on Montalvo. Yeah, they took all the threes. The Windsor and New London didn't have any problem knocking them down.
197 points.
You said first to 100 wins it. This is, by the way, where the shot clock breathes life into being down 9 points.
Absolutely.
Gray hangs, finds Mangual, and he finishes at the basket, and the lead is cut to 7.
Absolutely, because Coach Riley has perfected four corners offense, the old Dean Smith four corners, and they would have took time, and they would have backdoored you, would have come out on them, try to pressure them, they would have backdoored you, and they would have forced you to foul them. But now, St. Bernard's can play a little bit more traditionally, even though right now they're going to extend pressure. Ooh.
Almost. Mangual steps up on Riley.
And this is why I say, like, this East Catholic team is more of a traditional high school team, because those two bigs aren't going to, you know, bring it down the floor. So you could pressure those guys.
Look at Riley go backdoor on the left hand and gets his own rebound. And we're going to get a foul on the floor, probably on Gray, only because he's protesting. But you're right. When they had Knowles, when they had Fowler, when they had Jones, good luck pressuring those guys, because they're taking it up. Because, like you said, those were college wings, college guards playing at 6'6" here, you know, 6'8", and yeah, you couldn't press them. I remember Knowles in a game that we did with Windsor, grabbed the defensive rebound, dribbled it up the floor, kicked it to the guard, and then went in for a lob.
Yeah.
I remember, I'm like, well, you don't see that very much.
Yeah, Matt Nolan, he's at Yale now.
Yale, and he's had a great career there. Three no good, but Montalvo, and that's just more clock that East Catholic gets to eat. They're going to get away with a walk? Nope, they're going to call it. Now they're saying the foul on the floor. Oh, and they're calling that on Marshall. He is not happy. That'll put Montalvo at the line to shoot two.
I mean, I see what Dave saw. I see what Mr. Cruz saw. The reach caused contact, which forced Montalvo to shuffle his feet.
I think for the fans, what they don't understand is that processing through these guys are not, you know, Dell computers. The processing time isn't instant. So the second the contact was made, the whistle doesn't happen. It's less than a second later. But because by the time that the whistle's blown, Montalvo has walked, they're thinking, you know, you should have made that call right on the spot.
Right.
But, you know, these are humans. There's processing time. You know,
right.
Did I see what I saw? Yes, I did. Whistle blown. And I have no problem with that call, nor do I think it was late. It's just at home, you're like, we've already moved on to the other thing.
Absolutely.
Gray drives, hangs. Rembert now. St. Bernard's needs a basket. Amari Marshall for three. No good. And that's with 3:10 and an 8-point lead. The Saints really needed a better shot in a basket. Not that Amari took a bad shot, but they needed to get something to go down. East Catholic now. Amari Marshall with the steal, up ahead on Jones. And that's going to be the 5th foul on Jones, and Marshall will shoot two.
Jones was not giving up a layup. You saw it in his pursuit that this was going to be an all-out attempt at a block shot, and he got him on the hands.
So Jones will foul out. Marshall will shoot two. It's imperative down 8 that Marshall knocks these down. I'm guessing Okendo will come back into the ball game for Jones, and they'll still have their 2 bigs with 4, and 3 minutes is still a long time.
Yeah, you know, the way this game is played out, that doesn't hurt East Catholic too much because Okendo is big enough to battle the St. Bernard's bigs, and he's actually been a little bit more productive offensively. So it doesn't hurt East Catholic at all. And so it was a good foul by Jones to not give up the layup.
Well, mark your calendars down because later in the year, January, February, we can get the actual date for you. It's on our schedule, but we're going to East Catholic, and we're going to watch the rematch between these 2 teams. We're going to have that one live for you. And what fun that's going to be. I've seen enough tonight to know that that's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I think it's the environment, first of all, is going to be electric. It's going to be sold-out crowd. Number 2, a lot of these jump shots are going to fall. Those are much softer rims, and especially the East Catholic, you know, Sampson's missed a lot of jump shots in and out. A lot of those are going to fall. So it's going to be a totally different game.
I said Amari needed to knock them both down. He didn't make either. So that game's February 6th. We will be at East Catholic, and I'm looking forward to that one. Pressure from the Saints. Rodriguez all the way to the hoop, over the top, no good. Kurt Marshall zips it up ahead to O'Leary, and he makes the basket, and the foul on Montalvo breathes a little bit of life into the Saints.
St. Bernard's excelling again at the outlet pass. A couple times now O'Leary has leaked and been able to finish. So definitely got a lot of time left, especially with the shot clock.
Hard to believe they can, with a free throw, can get this thing to 5.
Yeah, I don't think St. Bernard's is really capable of shooting much worse from the perimeter. And for them to be still in this game, whatever ends up happening in this last 2:35, I know Coach Jones, he doesn't put a lot of stock into the wins and losses. Remember, early last year, they got absolutely obliterated by Ridgefield. And they just kept getting better. You know, they used that as motivation. He's got Malden Catholic back on the schedule, who beat him up pretty bad last year. So Coach Jones and his staff, they have a long-term view of where they need to go. And
the only win-loss that matters is the last game of the year.
Absolutely. So this will be, you know, coachable moments, and he's loving it right now. These are adversity moments that he's able to coach his kids. They haven't given up, and that's what you want out of a coach, you know, when you're a coach.
Hard to believe that it is 5. By the way, I'm thinking I can count. Can you believe I can count the Saints' 3-pointers? We're going to get a steal and a tip. It's going to be the Saints' ball. I believe Rembert knocked one down, and I believe Amari Marshall knocked one down, and those are the only 2 threes for the Saints.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, Larry's just right on cue. The Energizer Bunny has got an and one, made the free throw, and now the deflection, gets the turnover. Looks like a timeout from Coach.
Coach Jones is going to call a timeout. It's a 30, so we'll keep it here. 5-point deficit with the basketball. If the Saints could ever knock one down here, and man, I mean, could you imagine if they picked this time to knock a 3 down and get this thing down to 2? That'd be a lot of fun here coming down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. Sports doctors over there listening to what Coach Riley's going to do to defend this.
Keith, what do you got?
You know, it's pure situational basketball right now. Talk about defense and how we're going to set up our offensive set as well. Very well organized, no panic. Listen, take it one step at a time. This is how we're going to defend. This is what's going to happen when we get the ball. Listen, Coach, you've been in these huddles. This is a time to be calm, and Luke Riley is extremely calm right now, guys.
Yeah, I can't always say that I was very calm, but, you know, Coach Riley's got a lot more experience and success than me. And the thing in talking to Coach yesterday, it was interesting because he said, you know, in this day and age, Casey, you got to expect guys to leave. He wasn't necessarily expecting Preston Fowler to leave, but he wasn't surprised. And he also, the thing that was interesting that he said is he doesn't really know what he's got yet. You know, there are a lot of new players out here, although Yayo played a lot last year. Obviously, Sampson's here, and Harris played, but, you know, JJ was here. You know, he played a little bit, but not these major minutes that they're playing now.
No. Neither of these teams are worried, like you said, wins and losses today, because this is not the game that they're playing for. This is, you know, this is where they're learning about themselves. Renbert, NBA three, no good, and I don't know if that's the shot that he wanted either. I think he was a little deeper than even he expected. I mean, every time he shoots it, I'm expecting it to go in. He's such a good shooter. He's just having one of those nights. Now the Saints need to dig in and get a defensive stop. East Catholic so good here with the ball. They jump Sampson. He's getting a screen from Okendo. All the way on O'Leary. He draws contact, no foul, but big boy basketball from Samson Riley.
He made up his mind. And that's where East Catholic, you know, they have the clear advantage if they know what they want to do in late game situations right now.
O'Leary, open three, wing, no good. Look at Kurt Marshall with the rebound and the follow, and the putback is good. The freshman playing big here down the stretch.
Yeah, he's been terrific. Five-point game. East can take it under a minute if they're patient.
And you know Samson Riley's going to have the ball in his hands. He's going to look to get to the basket. Here's a little take the air out. O'Leary steps out to him. Good defense. Shot clock down under 5. Riley sees it, he looks up. Pump fake, pulls up, short. Shot clock violation. 52 seconds remaining. The Saints, they need to make a basket here to get this thing down to one possession so that they can play defense. If they don't get a basket here, it becomes problematic. Timeout on the floor. We're going to take a timeout ourselves. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Core Plus Credit Union is a proud sponsor of today's game. Great news! Membership is open so that if you're hearing this, you can become a member. As a member of Core Plus, you'll enjoy great rewards, including cash back on debit card purchases, ATM rebates, and even paid interest on balances when you open a Kasasa checking account. Find out rates and options online at coreplus.org.
St. Bernard's down 5, going to play some defense here. East Catholic's going to try to see if they can keep the Saints at bay. That 5-point lead has been lingering there for quite a long time. But this is a great example of the new shot clock rules. What would East have done if this was last year?
Yeah, I mean, Sampson wouldn't have took that shot. They would have bled it down, forced St. Bernard to foul them. Now there would have been the 1-and-1, so that's the flip side, but East is usually good at making their free throws. You know, there was this narrative for so many years that, like, you know, you take away, you add the shot clock, then the teams with less talent have less of a chance to win because they can't, like, control tempo and stall. But as you mentioned before, Casey, like, it's hard to hold the ball against a team that's better than you anyways. So you might as well play with the shot clock. It's the way the game is played on every other level, and strategize with the shot clock.
Gray dumps down to Marshall, spins, hangs, and gets the soft touch. Kurt Marshall, the Marshall brothers. Pressure, almost a steal, 31 seconds remaining.
Shot clock's off.
Shot clock's off, they're gonna need a foul. Timeout East Catholic. That's a huge development though, the shot clock being off, because now you're gonna have to foul.
That was interesting with the 10-second. You know, I think the ball went through with 30. It must have went through with under 35 if they shut the shot clock off. So that would have meant that, about 7.5 seconds led. And the timeout resets the 10-second backcourt. So now they can take another 10 seconds in the backcourt. So Coach Riley still using that delay philosophy here. I think
Saints got to foul immediately.
I think Saints got to go for a steal, though, because you're down 3. So
yeah, go for the steal, but the second someone touches it, because
they're
going to be shooting 2. That's the other thing with no 1-and-1. There's 2 shots the rest of the way. The Saints got to get this. They got to get the. If they foul, they got to hope that they only get 1, and then that way they can they can cut into it again, because they'll keep them at bay. We're going to find out what's being said in the East Catholic huddle here from the Sports Doctor. Sports Doctor, what's Coach Riley saying?
Be strong with the basketball. The double teams are coming. Hang on to the ball. Don't turn it over. Get into your spots and execute. Then what are we going to run once we cross half court? So get in your spots and know the drill. Very, very well-prepared team, Casey.
Hay will inbound.
St. Bernard not guarding the inbounds.
They get it into Riley. That's the guy you don't want to foul, but O'Leary's got to foul him, and Riley will shoot 2.
And the refs are going to let it go, but Coach Jones knows doesn't have to be that aggressive. The refs let it go. And I think it was the right call to let it go. There's been a lot of some chippy stuff. I think the chase down foul on Amari Marshall, you could have called that a flagrant, fouling from behind like that. Season-ending injuries happen on that play. So, there's been some chippy stuff.
Here's what I love most about Samson Riley. He doesn't dribble the basketball, and he doesn't hit the rim. He just catches it, squares it up, and I don't know that he's hit the rim yet in any free throw.
And that's why you had to go for the steal,
And again, did not hit the rim.
Got to get a quick one here. Still have timeouts.
Marshall, straightaway 3, back iron, no good. Harris with the rebound, and that's going to do it, I think, as far as the Saints now down 5. Harris will shoot 2. All he's got to do really is make one of these 2, and it makes things, almost to where they can't. They're going to have to stop the clock with a timeout. Harris, good touch for the big man. 13 seconds away.
Yeah, if he makes both, it's over.
Well, he misses the first.
Still life. A quick 3, even a 2. You got to get a quick basket, timeout, set up your press. If he makes this, you need a 3.
Second one is up and good. Saints need to knock down a 3 and foul immediately if they don't get a steal. Problem with that inbound right there, though, is too much time is going to come off the clock. Gray, pull up long 3, no good. Out of bounds it goes with 5 seconds remaining. East Catholic is going to hold on to this one and win the nightcap of the day Holiday Classic. The New London girls with a great win over E.O. Smith. The Windsor boys with an overtime classic over New London. And here, East Catholic is going to take this one from St. Bernard in a battle of last year's Division I and Division II champions. But you're going to want to come back in February and watch them do it all over again.
Yeah, it'll be a much different game. Both teams will sort out, a lot of different things that they're trying to figure out right now with basically new rosters. And also not playing in the Mohegan Sun gym is going to make for a much more offensive-minded game.
Well, I promise you, we will not see the dearth of three-pointers that we saw tonight. I mean, St. Bernard's with 2 3-pointers on the night, which is just crazy. And, Riley wisely ended up going to the basket a little bit more because he recognized as well. Rembert at the buzzer, good if it goes. Nothing but net, but falls short. 68-60. A hard-fought victory for East Catholic tonight here at Mohegan Sun. Sports Doctor will be talking with head coach Luke Riley, as well as the Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, Samson Riley. So 2 Rileys for the price of 1 here. Good game by both teams. Back to the drawing board for the Saints. Coach Riley, a lot to learn. He said, everyone's looking to learn about their team, right? What are we going to learn about our team? Well, tonight, it feels better to learn about your team off of a victory, though. So Sports Doctor is going to have the Scient Federal Credit Union player of the game, Samson Riley. He's also going to have proud coach and happy father, or happy coach and proud father, either way. He's got Luke Riley, Coach, Sports Doctor.
Well, Coach, you and I talked before the game, and you said you were good, but you were young. Yes. What did you find out about your team tonight?
Yeah, we got a long way to go, but and I think that's the importance of the games like this. So you kind of find out what you got. You want to play a really good team early, and win or lose, you learn a lot, and you've got a long way to go. But it's a good measuring stick. I mean, they're a great club, and it was a big stage, and I thought it was the first taste of it for a lot of the guys, and they performed well enough to win. So that was exciting.
Well, on more than one occasion, you guys got out to a lead. They responded. And your team seemed to answer that punch that they try to throw at you from time and time again. That's got to make you feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. I thought we stayed composed enough. Like, Yale Rodriguez did an awesome job. Sam Riley, those guys have been around a long time. J.J. Hay was outstanding tonight. He did his job to perfection. And, we were getting some foul trouble, and Omar Aquendo came in and really stopped the bleeding for us. So it was a great team win. It wasn't pretty, but this time of year it usually isn't.
Yeah, I know. It's early. But talk about the importance of that. You're going against a state championship team in St. Bernard's themselves. So you've got some pieces here to look at as you head in the league play.
Yeah, I mean, I love our team, and that's the beauty of it, because they're great guys. They're all in. They're all about winning, and we have a really high ceiling. So, today, like Josh Harris, that's his first real varsity basketball game under these kind of circumstances. Braden Jones, same situation. Joey Montavo, same situation. Omar, same situation. Those guys have not been in these situations. They've been a part of us, but they haven't been in there for 32 minutes the way they were today, and it was just great to see them be successful.
I'm sure winning on this floor here never gets old.
Playing in this venue, I mean, the day does such an awesome job. Like, we're so blessed to be here. It's like every kid's dream to play on this court, and what you guys are doing for the community and what you're doing for kids, and it's amazing. So thank you for all the hard work. I know this doesn't happen by mistake.
All right, great job, Coach.
Right.
Good luck the rest of the way. Casey, let's bring in Samson Riley real quick while I got him here. He's our Scient player of the game tonight. Listen, 36 points out there tonight. The stage is not too big for you. There was a couple times during the game where the coach sent out the message, get the ball to the rim.
Yeah, I didn't shoot it great tonight. Usually that's what I'm kind of known for, shooting the ball. And the ball didn't find the bottom today, but I attacked the rim, made free throws. So overall, it's good to get the win, but knowing I can play a lot better, so it's a little frustrating. But overall, the team picked up for my lack of shot making. And Yale Rodriguez played great. Off the bench, Joey Montavo and Tank played great. So amen to my teammates for stepping in and doing their job.
Well, talk about that. You've got a lot of young guys out there.
Yeah.
They've got to step up and fill some roles.
Yes.
How do you feel they did tonight?
It's definitely different than past years with younger guys, and I'm in a different position because I'm the older guy.
Right.
I think they did really good though. They came in, guarded, did what they were supposed to do, limited turnovers. We had a few turnovers, but overall pretty good, and just gonna keep building and getting better over the course of the season.
Yeah, playing on this floor doesn't get old, does it, son?
No, I love it. I wasn't able to play my sophomore year going way back because with a broken foot in the state championship. So anytime I get to play in here, it's awesome, special.
Well, 36 points tonight, Casey. This kid can fill it up. And a job well done by our Scient player of the game, Samson Riley.
Thank you, Keith. Yeah, is there such a thing as a quiet 36?
Or I'm very disappointed with my performance. 36.
36, and I didn't shoot it well. I think that it bodes well for our game next time around, because he is something special. It was a special day here at Mohegan Sun. 3 fabulous basketball games. New London High School girls over E.O. Smith. The Windsor Warriors with an overtime thriller over the New London High School Whalers. And the gold standard in the state of Connecticut, the East Catholic Eagles, found a way to get it done, overcoming just sort of a pesky Saints team that just wouldn't go away. They kept getting it close. But then Rodriguez, Riley, just too much. We thought the Saints would make a run. Give Kurt Marshall credit. He played great tonight. What a freshman. He's going to be a great player. But at the end of it all, Riley and the Eagles just too much for the Saints.
Yeah, and it was an East Catholic type of win. You know, they're going to grind it out. It's not always going to be pretty. They make the other team look a lot less effective than they really are. You know, we know what the St. Bernard team is going to do the rest of this season, but this is now where St. Bernard finds themselves. They have to match up with this type of team. This is the division they're going to play in the state tournament, and I know Coach Jones is fine. He's like, this is part of the process. He's going to coach them up, and he's no stranger to taking losses during the regular season because the end goal is the postseason. And he knows that playing these games, win or lose, is more valuable than just stacking wins and not knowing where your weaknesses are.
Yeah, as you're watching this highlight package here as we wrap it, you're seeing just how many new faces are touching the basketball. You know, Kurt Marshall, Mangual, Naz Rembert. You know, St. Bernard's has a lot of new faces to incorporate, just like Coach Riley said on the East Catholic side, like so many new players to incorporate. Both of these teams are going to be much different when we see them again in February. Can't wait for that. Good news is we get to take a little bit of a breather and a break. Bad news is we get to take a little breather and a break. But we want everyone to enjoy the holidays, and we'll be back with all of our game day action, a full slate of boys and girls basketball, as well as the wrestling and cheerleading championships, the unified, so much good stuff on the other side of the new year. 2024 should be a beautiful year for game day. And Juice, this was the way to get it going. I'm looking forward to that full slate. There's going to be some good basketball in the ECC this year.
Yeah, I mean, and Coach Riley really summed it up. I mean, I feel as blessed as well, Casey, to be alongside you and to be a part of this broadcast. I mean, what game day does for these kids and high school basketball in the state of Connecticut is unique, and we got a front row seat to some great action tonight, and it's going to be a wonderful season. Hey, happy holidays, Casey. I can't wait to see you in 2024.
Thank you, Coach. So, for the coach, Chris Giusti, for George Hathaway, and the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien, for Mike DeMoro and all of the day staff, Peter Wappy, all the crew here tonight at Mohegan Sun. It was a special night. We say thank you to everybody. The Day Holiday Classic, one of the best nights of the year. Game Day coming at you in 2024 because game days got it. Good night, everybody.